I'm looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts, and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Lazarus Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Mingmai, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young Bisan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone! The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi Bhavan, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young-Bi-Tan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi everyone, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Eventyay, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi Bhavan, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Mai, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young-Bisan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi Bhavan, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Eventyay, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone! The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi Bhavan, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Eventyay, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Good morning, everyone from around the world. So now it's the second day of the FOSSASIA Summit. So welcome everyone. So come back again to join our the summit. So today we have many speakers again. We will explore the Linux systems under the hood, and also a whole database track about MySQL and PostgreSQL and other SQL database services, and also some issues about open science and civic tech. And in the afternoon, we will have many things related to Office suite and about the privacy, and also some digital sovereignty and many other interest projects that they will draw our interest or attention. And so anyone from China, Hong Kong, or Taiwan? Yes. And also, as now we are in the to Bilibili to WeChat WeChat Live in China, and also some so we are actually gathering through the technology barrier and to make it happen. That's really wonderful, and I have never imagined this before. So all right, and then schedule for yes, maybe. All right, maybe now okay, let's take it seriously. And now let me introduce our first speaker this day. His title would be the Brief History of Linux CPU Scheduler, and is presented the phone. Which phone are you here? Actually, I have looked for the speaker for a while. Sorry for the interruption. Which phone history? Hi, is the speaker, are you here? Okay, I may be file Cheng Hui. I cannot find the speaker. Okay, all right, let's pray over. Share my screen. Okay, all right. I got it, this one. So it will be presented from Take Presenter. Okay, will be presented right now. So now let's present our speaker.
Hello everyone, I'm Hui Feng. I'm now a graduate student of computer science at National Taiwan Ocean University. Today I'm going to talk about brief history of Linux CPU scheduler. I will first introduce the development timeline of CPU schedulers, and then a brief introduction to each scheduler, notably the problems making which being superseded. This is the development timeline of CPU schedulers. Year 1991, The first ever Linux process scheduler came along with the initial release of the Linux kernel. Moving forward to 1999, Linux version 2.2 introduced scheduling classes, in which both Schedule RR and Schedule FIFO appeared. The next one, 2001, Linux version 2.4 implemented the BGO of N scheduler. Moving forward to 2003, the BGO of 1 scheduler was introduced, which lives in the kernel for circa 4 years. Next, 2007, the completely fair scheduler was introduced, which essentially is the BGO of log N scheduler. Moving forward to 2014, Linux 3.14 introduced the scheduled daylight scheduler, which is based on earliest daylight first scheduling algorithm and constant bandwidth server. 5 years later, image-aware scheduling was introduced in Linux version 5.0. So, this is a timeline of the CPU schedulers. We can even say that the evolution of the CPU scheduler is basically the evolution of the kernel itself. Because, for example, multi-core processor didn't exist in the early years of the kernel. The very first CPU scheduler. The scheduler traverses the whole run queue to find a task with the highest time size to execute. The problem with this scheduler is that all CPUs share the same run queue, which leads to bad scalability, and it has limited number of task amount due to the nature of array. Therefore, the BGO of N scheduler was born. It is mainly to solve the task amount limitation problem. Still, the scheduler has to traverse the whole run queue to find the most suitable task to execute, making the scheduler bloated when there are many tasks presented in the system. Besides, the run queue is still shared across all CPUs. Coming up next is the BGO1 scheduler. It is introduced by Ingo Molnar. The data structure for a run queue is two sets of bitmap and priority queue, also known as active queue and expect queue. The scheduler picks the next task from the active queue, using the bitmap to get the index of the highest priority queue, then picks the first task of the queue. By leveraging corresponding CPU instruction, the getting index operation can be done in constant time. Starting from this scheduler, each CPU has its own run queue. We may think that it might be a perfect scheduler due to its BGO of one nature. However, in order to provide better interactivity, many heuristics have been added subsequently, making it possible to unevenly distribute the time size. The next scheduler, completely fair scheduler, inspired by Concoliva's staircase daylight scheduler, which is a bit similar to the BGO of one scheduler. It also has a so-called active queue and expect queue, but it removes the heuristics added into the BGO of one scheduler, and the scheduling algorithm is also revised, making the scheduling latency being bounded. The staircase daylight scheduler has once almost made its way into the mainline. Unfortunately, shortly after its introduction, Ingo Molnar came out with the completely fair scheduler, which has later been merged into the mainline. Concoliva has then left the Linux kernel development for quite some time. The data structure for a run queue of COS is a red-black tree. The scheduler picks the leftmost node, which corresponds to the most starved task at the time. The picking operation itself can be done in constant time, whereas the in-queue operation has time complexity of BGO log n. The CFS uses the so-called virtual runtime to keep fairness across tasks in the system, which is essentially a weighted total CPU time a task obtained. Per-entity load tracking, introduced by Portune et al. On Linux version 3.8. Prior to the introduction of the PLT, Linux tracks the loading on a per-run queue basis. The deficiency with this is that the scheduler will not be able to know exactly which task is contributing the load to the run queue, which may in turn lead to bad decisions. For example, migrating a light loading task to another CPU instead of the heavy loading one. The PELT is now used by one of the CPU frequency governors, namely schedule util, which can then adjust the CPU frequency more sanely because of the detailed information. Another use case, load balancer of the CFS. With PELT, it can then migrate tasks based on per task loading instead of choosing one blindly. The next scheduler is Schedule Daylight Scheduler, introduced by Joe Riley et al. On Linux version 3.13. The main purpose of this scheduler is to serve time-sensitive tasks. In the days without this scheduler, tasks having precise timing requirements have to resort to Schedule RR or Schedule FIFO scheduler. However, both of them schedule tasks with fixed priority, which results in these tasks may be delayed by their priority. Schedule Daylight Scheduler, on the other hand, guarantees the required timing by performing a schedulability test prior to actually scheduling the task. In other words, if the timing requirement is not able to meet, the scheduler simply rejects to schedule a task. Coming up next is the energy-aware scheduling. It's introduced mainly by ARM and Linaro on Linux version 5.0. Its advantage is to reduce energy consumption, especially on mobile devices. Without EAS, the scheduler was not aware of the capacity of each processor core, which varies a lot, at least on Big Little architecture. The scheduler may in turn choose an appropriate core for the task. For example, giving an IO-bound task a performance core. It is worth noting that EAS is coupled with PELT. That is, EAS uses information provided by PELT to evaluate performance versus energy trade-offs when doing task placement decision. We are writing a book on Linux CPU scheduling, which can be considered as the extended materials of this talk. So far, it covers the necessary background about operating system concepts and the evolution of CPU scheduling in Linux kernel, along with the relevant implementations. Please contact me if you would like to read the draft of this book. These are my references. Thank you for attending the talk. If you have any questions, feel free to send me an email.
All right, that's the presentation. Now let's move on to the next speaker. Stephen Term, who is hacking Linux system calls by adapting asynchronous execution and
Leslie, hello, Leslie. It's Hồng Phúc here. Hi.
Sadly, he could not attend here in the flash. So another video presentation from him. From a video.
Yeah, Leslie, you're ahead of schedule. The next speaker video shouldn't be started until past.
All right. Maybe
So in that case, just run the break video.
To Lawrence call, we could have a 50-minute bear break. All right, maybe yes. That would be a relief. We'll be back at 10:30. Yeah.
As we have a sort of unexpected break, we can do two things here. One is, I guess, three things. One is nothing. One is run the break video again. But Hong Fook has suggested perhaps invite any speakers in the room to turn on their cameras and discuss interesting things for the next 12 minutes. So, any other speakers in the room in the mood for chat? Please turn on your camera. Alvin, you want to do an unscheduled lightning talk? Okay, no lightning talk for you. No? No other takers for random open source discussion?
I mean, maybe I could mention the point that that many attendants may be interested at 10:55. We will announce we will make the second announcement of the Crowd Skills Challenge prizes, the winners, and that will be an exciting moment for those who have attended the challenge. Wait and keep hope.
Well, a question for those who are in the room. Do we have comments on our favourite talks from yesterday? Hopefully some of the people in the room this morning were here yesterday. Talking about FOSSASIA projects. I can't, and I think the right person to do that is probably Mario, who I suspect is waking up. Hong Fook is voting for the cloud sovereignty talk. Yes. I think that's extremely exciting. Also, I think it has an application quite apart from sovereignty. It has its applications in amateur radio, where having sort of small, like tiny hosting providers attached to repeaters would be interesting. Any other votes for yesterday's favorite talk? Alvin's asking, what contributors do the FOSSASIA projects need? Yeah, I'm really not the right person to give you a list. However, as ever, we can always use more development help. I know there's work happening on PS Lab to revamp the user interface across at least Android and Linux. But yeah, testers and documenters are always welcome. Aha! The schedule has appeared. Leslie, do you want to talk about the schedule?
Yes, we could rush through that and let the audience know more about our speakers. Roland, you are muted.
Good point. No, I was just saying to Stefan that I assumed that was unintentional.
So
So Leslie, what do we have coming up for the next 3 hours?
Hello everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi Bhavan, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young Bi-tan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Leslie is having a minor technical issue. We'll hopefully join us for the next session. So our next speaker is Stephen Cheng. Sadly, he also couldn't make it, so it'll be a recorded presentation only and no Q&A. He'll be speaking to us on the evolution of Linux I/O models and the path towards I/O Uring. He describes himself as hacking Linux system calls by adapting asynchronous execution and runtime reordering. Sounds like exactly the kinds of things someone working on I/O scheduling would be doing. So, a moment, please. Right. Here we go.
Hello everyone, I'm Stephen Chen, comes from National Cheng Kung University. It is our pleasure to talk about the evolution of Linux I/O model, a path toward I/O Uring. In the first section, I will introduce different I/O model in Linux. As I/O model, we can roughly divide them into synchronous I/O and asynchronous I/O. More specifically, synchronous I/O include at least 3 kinds of model, which is blocking I/O, non-blocking I/O, and I/O multiplexing. The detail will be mentioned in the following pages. In blocking I/O model, after sending a system call read to the kernel, its execution blocked. The kernel initiates the I/O operation and wait for its completion. After the operation completed, either successfully or not, the kernel sends a signal back to the application that was still in the holding state. Until that time, it did not continue executing more instructions. When the application receives the result from kernel, the execution continues further instruction. In non-blocking I/O model, system call return immediately if data is not available. Then user procedure keep polling or does something else until the data is available. Finally, if data is available, processor will trap into the kernel and execute corresponding system call handler, which copy the data from kernel to the user space. In this page, I will give a real-world example who use blocking I/O model. As shown in the code block, this is a code snippet of Eventyay, which is a high-performance and scalable web server. It is designed and implemented in non-blocking I/O model. By using FCNTL in Linux, it can manipulate file descriptor. Files of Eventyay are manipulated into non-blocking mode. In the main loop, Eventyay tries to read data from non-blocking file. No matter what is the reason that data is not ready, the control will return immediately and continue further instruction. Then Eventyay will skip this iteration if data is not ready or return as E again. Remaining work are to find an opportunity to read the file again. I/O multiplexing is the capability to tell the kernel that we want to be notified if one or more I/O conditions are ready, like input is ready to be read, or descriptor is capable of taking more output. There are several system calls can achieve it, such as equal wait and select. Both of them are able to monitor multiple file descriptors, waiting until one or more of the file descriptors become available for some class of I/O operation. The advantage of this mode is that we can wait for more than one descriptor to be ready. On the other hand, the disadvantage is that one I/O operation might take 2 system calls for equal wait and read. As shown in the code snippet, it is a simplified structure of I/O multiplexing program. In the first, equal wait waits for events on the equal instant, which is referred to by the file descriptor equal FD. The buffer pointed to by event is used to return information from the ready list about file descriptor in the interest list that have some event available. As the return value, if the call is successful, NFDS is the number of file descriptor ready for the request I/O. Then we walk through the equal event structure, handle the request depending on the information on that structure. So what is a synchronous I/O model? Instead of waiting until the file is read and can be used in the application, the user issue read operation as an asynchronous I/O operation through a different system call. With asynchronous system call, the application still waits for the system call to return, but it will return back to the user immediately after the I/O operation was issued successfully. After the response of the kernel, the application continues with its execution of further instructions, which do not depend on the I/O operation. The I/O operation signals the kernel when it is done, and the kernel will notify the application that the operation was successful or failed. Now, the application can process the I/O data. This significantly improves hardware utilization, shorten the execution time of the application, and even allow for multiple system calls in parallel. However, application adopt asynchronous I/O model has to take care of its asynchronous nature, and that system call can return in a different order than they were issued. As shown in the code snippet, when asynchronous version system call read was issued, the control will return immediately from the kernel space. Program will continue the execution of the following instruction. There is a kernel thread is taking over the execution of the I/O operation. After completion of the I/O operation, kernel thread will signal user process, then user can get the result of the I/O request. So what we face in the last decade, after 2005, the speed of CPU start to stagnate and the architect, engineer begin to design computer architecture in different directions to catch up Moore's law. Rather than just blindly speeding up the CPU, they proposed multi-core architecture, trying to package multi-cores into a CPU, using paralleling technology to achieve acceleration. After adopting new architecture, the first question must be how to well use them. For example, how operating system can optimally interact with several cores, how single storage device satisfies so many cores, how to deal with contention issue between several cores. With current computer architecture, there is not only multi-core design, but also large numerous system. This will again intensify the problem illustrated in the previous page. However, thanks to the effort of both kernel developer and manufacturer, kernel developer replaced the design of single queue with multi-queue. This reduced the contention while I/O requests were issued simultaneously. It can also be said to indirectly increase the bandwidth. By using high-performance dynamic memory controller and the multi-queue memory technology, the bandwidth of the DRAM was increased. For SSD, NVMe create parallel low-latency data path to underlying media to provide substantially higher performance and lower latency. Because of improving the bandwidth, all of them offer the great energy to fulfill parallel I/O. However, the nature of synchronous I/O blocking might hamper the performance of parallel I/O, so asynchronous I/O might be more suitable for parallel I/O since the requests issued asynchronously can be interleaved or overlapped. Asynchronous I/O sounds great. Why don't we always use asynchronous I/O to design application? In fact, in addition to the advantage of asynchronous I/O, its disadvantage cannot be ignored. As the advantage, asynchronous I/O can improve hardware utilization since I/O requests are offloaded to kernel thread. The number of affinity of each thread can be decided depending on the hardware characteristic. Asynchronous I/O can shorten the CPU cycle in user level. Instead of blocking and waiting for completion of the I/O operation, the execution in the user can continue further instruction. Asynchronous I/O also provides the potential to handle I/O in parallel because application can issue new I/O operation even previous operations are not completed. Even with so many advantages, we cannot ignore its disadvantage. Since asynchronous I/O allows issue multiple I/O operations, there is no guarantee that completion is in order. This issue might be serious when operations are dependent. To avoid this kind of dependent issue, application must be redesigned. Apparently, this procedure is not trivial. Actually, asynchronous I/O is not an old idea. There already an AIO interface to use. The POSIX asynchronous I/O interface is a user-level implementation. It allows application to initiate one or more I/O operations that are performed asynchronously. Besides user-level implementation, Linux kernel support native asynchronous I/O interface after Linux 2.6. In this session, POSIX AIO will be covered. This interface is implemented in user level and allow application to overlap more than one I/O operation that are performed asynchronously. Basically, functionality of asynchronous I/O can be normally divided into three categories. The first type is responsible for initialization and deallocating. The second category is responsible for submission, enqueuing I/O requests into kernel. The third category is responsible for checking the status of completed I/O request. For POSIX AIO, it doesn't provide setup helper function. The user needs to maintain the AIO control block by themselves. As a submission helper function, it supports three type operation, including read, write, and fsync. After submission, user need to monitor the status of submitted request. AIO return can retrieve the return result from completed request. AIO error can obtain the result whether I/O requests are still in progress. As shown in the figure, it is the big picture of POSIX AIO. When I/O requests are triggered, they will be dispatched to the global request list which is the linked list where the requests with the same file descriptor are grouped. Further, POSSAIO maintains several worker threads to take care of submitting requests from application. When a working thread is idle, it will fetch the head of the run list and work in another request. On the other hand, if there are no idle workers, then POSSAIO will spawn a new worker thread until reach the limitation. Generally speaking, the execution path of application using POSSAIO is similar. In the first step, user need to allocate a synchronous I/O control block, which will be used later. After allocation, then fill the detailed information of I/O requests into control block. For example, if operation read will be enqueued, user must provide its information before submitted. The information contains what is the target file, the file offset, the location of buffer, and the length will be transferred. After filling data into control block, user can submit the operation. After submission, user is responsible for checking the status of issue request. By AIO error, user can obtain the status of them. Procedure must block until the requests are completed. If result is returned, the request is completed, then user can obtain the result of completed request by AIO return. Besides busy waiting for status of request, POSSAIO also provide mechanism to notify the user by signal. After receive signal, signal handler defined by user is triggered. This page shows use case in real world. POSSAIO is used in Lighty, a low-footprint, single-threaded, high-performance web server. Lighty applies POSSAIO as a new backend option. Using asynchronous I/O, it allows Lighty to overlap file operation. It sends an I/O request for the file and get notified when it is ready. With less waiting and blocking time, it can handle other requests instead. On the other side, it gives the kernel to reorder the file request as it wants to. Combining the above factor, we expect AIO backend can enhance the overall performance. The performance improvement are measured in two perspectives. Start from server side, we care about the hardware performance and its utilization. With better hardware utilization, it means we didn't waste the resource. Start from the client side, we care about whether clients are satisfied with the service. The throughput, how many clients we can service in 1 second, is a good measuring metric. The experiment chooses HTTP load to run multiple HTTP fetches in parallel to test the throughput of a web server. The experiment set on 100 parallel connection and try to fetch in 10,000 URL. In the table, the results show the AIO send file give less I/O waiting time, more blocks are read per second, better throughput, and less time to complete 10,000 requests. In this section, Linux native AIO or KAIO will be covered. KAIO is included in Linux v 2.6. It enables a single application thread to overlap I/O operation with other processing by providing an interface for submitting one or more I/O requests in one season code without waiting for completion, and a separate interface to read completed I/O operation associated with a given completion group. libaio provides the Linux native API for asynchronous I/O. The first type is responsible for initialization and deallocating the I/O context. The second type is responsible for submission, enqueuing I/O requests into kernel. The third category is to wait for I/O completion. For libaio, provide only one function about submission. To execute different I/O, OV code in control block must be set properly. After submission, user need to block and wait for completion by I/O get events. Like POSSAIO, the execution flow of application using libaio is similar. In the first step, user need to create a synchronous I/O context and set the proper depth of the queue. Then user can fill the detailed information of I/O request into I/O control block. Those information contain what is the type of operation, target file descriptor, file offset, location of buffer, and the length will be transferred. After filling data into control block, user can submit the batched operation in one shot. After submission, user need to wait for completion. User can decide the minimum number of completed event need to wait. When the number of completed event reach minimum number of timeout expired by I/O get events, then it return. After return, user can repeat the second step, submit another new I/O request. If not, it is fine to tear down the I/O context and leave the asynchronous code section. Although both POSSAIO and KAIO are implemented as a synchronous I/O model, they are essentially different. In implementation, POSSAIO is implemented in user level that perform normally blocking I/O in multiple threads, hence giving the illusion that the I/O are asynchronous. However, KAIO is actually implemented in kernel level, where the I/O requests are actually queued up in the kernel, sorted by whatever disk scheduler kernel have. For applicability, POSSAIO works on all file systems and all operating systems since glibc is portable. On the other hand, KAIO only works on file open with flag or direct. Although the file are failed to open with direct, it may still work, but it probably isn't done asynchronously, but it falls back to blocking semantic. In this section, the latest asynchronous I/O interface, IOURIN, will be covered. It aims at providing API without the limitation of existing AIO interface. According to James Espo, the author of IOURIN, the design goals are listed in the list page, which is in roughly ascending order of importance. The first goal of IOURIN is easy to use and hard to misuse. The interface should be easy to understand and intuitive to use. This might be achieved by providing a user-level library, which can hide kernel detail from user. In this case, liburin provides a simplified API and help user easier to use. The second goal is extendable. In the previous AIO interface, usage is limited. Operation on buffer file or socket will fall back to synchronous or blocking. IOURIN tries to be useful for not only blocking-oriented I/O, but also networking and non-blocking storage. The third goal is feature-rich. IOURIN is not designed for or only covers specific application. To do so, it can prevent from reinventing the same functionality over and over again. The fourth and fifth goal are efficiency and scalability. Both of them are common goal of designing a new interface. We will explain later why IOURIN can be said to be an efficient and scalable interface. As shown in the figure, it is the big picture of IOURIN. There are two core components, submission queue and the completion queue, which also be called SQ and CQ respectively. For the submission queue, the application is the producer who submits the request to the queue, and the kernel is the consumer who takes the request from the queue. In the upside, for the completion queue, the kernel produces completion event and the application waits for them. To make the interface more efficient, IOURIN doesn't copy the data between kernel and the user. Instead, submission and the completion queue will share between kernel and the application. Both of them are implemented as a single producer and a single consumer ring buffer, which can satisfy the need of efficiency. It's kind of hard to directly use this call of IOURIN provided. liburin provides a more high-level interface to IOURIN, making it far more productive. It also removing a lot of boilerplate code, making the program a lot shorter and to the point. As a typical IOURIN application, it must first provide the characteristic of the instance, such as the depth of the queue. After initialization, we expect to get an IOURIN instance. After initialization, then we can get the next available entry of submission queue by IOURIN get SQE, then called preparing function, which fill the type of operation and its parameter to the entry. After filling, using IOURIN submit to submit those batch requests. When tests are completed, they will be appended to the tail of completion queue, and the application is responsible for taking care of the completion event. They need to walk through all completion queue events and do error handling if needed. Basically, functionality of liburin can be divided into three categories. The first type is responsible for initialization and deallocating. The second category is responsible for submission, including get the next available entry, preparing the parameter required for events and submitting all batched requests on the queue. The third category is responsible for reaping the completion events on completion queue, including walk through all completion events and retrieve next available completion event. Besides introducing the design of IOURIN and the usage of liburin, we will also give one kind of design of liburin application. We choose an echo server as an example. We will divide this example into three parts. In the first part, we explore how a liburin application do initializing routine. As shown in the code snippet, there is no difference between echo server and the liburin echo server. We still need to create socket by function socket, bind this socket to an IP and port where it can listen in for the connection. The only difference is we need to create an IOURIN instance by API provided from liburin. After initialization, the execution jumps into the main loop. The main loop is designed as finite state machine. The initial state is accept, which is added outside the while loop. Entering while loop, it will first submit all batched requests on the submission queue. Then it walks through all events on completion queue. Depending on the type of the event, we can decide what is the next operation should be and add it as a new event to the submission queue. For example, in server perspective, if it's the previous season code is read, it must perform write operation because it needs to echo the content got from read. The finite state machine of echo server is depicted on the top right corner. Continuing from the previous page, server transits to next state depending on current state. The question is how can server know what is the type of current completion event? Actually, both submission and completion queue event provided a field user data, This field is carried from the initial request submission and can contain any information that the application needs to identify the request. The kernel will not touch this field. It is simply carried straight from submission to completion event. In this example, user data was pointed to REQ info. In the following 3 pages, they will cover 3 kinds of advanced usage of liburin. The first usage is event ordering. Operation and submission queue are dependent, means the execution of one does affect the execution of subsequent SQE entry in the ring. This issue restricts the potential opportunity of completing requests in parallel for maximum efficiency and performance. In this page, we will give 2 scenarios whose operation and submission queue are dependent. The first scenario is that there is a system call fsync, follow several write. Actually, we don't care about the order of those write. We only care about data synchronization executed when all the write have completed. IO ring provides flag IO drain, which make the current event will not be started before previously submitted event have completed. The second scenario is stronger ordering. For example, if we would like to write something into file, we need to use system call open and write. However, write will only happen if open file is succeed. A log IO drain can fix this kind of dependency issue. IO ring support more granular event sequence control. Linked submission queue event provide a way to describe dependency between a sequence of submission queue events, where each event's execution depends on the successful completion of the previous event. If IO link was set, the next event will not be started before the previous event has completed successfully. If the previous event doesn't fully complete, the chain is broken and the linked event is cancelled. The second usage is submission queue polling. Despite IO ring is efficient in allowing more requests to be both issued and completed through fewer system calls, there are still cases to improve by further reducing the number of system calls. After enabling SQ poll, a kernel thread is created and start to poll whether there is ready event and submission queue. If true, thread submit those events from kernel. Polling feature actually eliminates the need to switch to the kernel when submission event. That is to say, polling can reduce the number of system calls even fewer. This is important, especially after Spectre and Meltdown mitigation. As other optimization technique, IO ring allows to set affinity. Each thread can be bounded to specific CPU, which is expected to increase locality. Also, to avoid wasting too much CPU while the IO ring instance is inactive, the kernel side thread will automatically go to sleep when it has been idle for a while. The third usage is fixing file and buffer. Imagine a scenario where a file descriptor is filled into a SQE and submitted to the kernel. The kernel must retrieve a reference. Once IO has completed, the file reference is dropped again. The cost of this process is not cheap. What is worse, this might happen again and over again. To alleviate this issue, IO ring provides a way to pre-register a file set for an IO ring instance. This is done by using register function with OP called IO ring register file. Besides fixed file, IO ring also offers a function to pre-register a set of fixed IO buffer. This can be achieved by registering instance with OP called IO ring register. This function is especially suitable for direct IO files because when direct IO files are used, the application page must be mapped to the kernel before it can be operated, and it needs to be unmapped after the operation completed. It is very time consuming. However, with fixed buffer, it only needs to be mapped and unmapped once. In this page, we will show some performance results done by author of IO ring. We show the statistic measured in the 2019. The performance of IO ring is measured by randomly written from the block device or file. POSSAIO gets 608 kilo IOPS. IO ring without polling gets 1.2 million IOPS, and IO ring with polling gets 1.7 million IOPS. There is also statistic measured by FIO in October 2021. IO ring with polling gets 10 million IOPS. In this page, we gave another benchmarking result. The test used the well-known FIO utility to evaluate 4 different interfaces: synchronous read, POSSAIO, Linux AIO, and IO ring. The test is conducted on NVMe storage that should be able to read at 3.5 million IOPS, using 8 CPUs to run 72 FIO jobs, each issuing random reads across 4 files with an IO depth of 8, and ran the test with the direct IO flag. As shown in the table, IO ring outperforms other 3 interfaces. For POSSAIO, it is implemented in the user level, and there are many worker threads. It is expected that there are lots of context switches. This is also explains why POSSAIO performs worst. In this test, all configurations are same except it uses buffer IO. It preloads the data into memory. As the same as previous testing, IO ring performs better than other 3 interfaces. POSS-AIO is still worse since there are lots of context switch. There are two interesting parts. The first thing is that libIO will fall back to synchronous I/O when operate and buffered I/O, so we can find that the difference in performance between libIO and IOURIN become larger. The second thing is the performance of synchronous I/O get closer to IOURIN comparing with the test one. This might be IOURIN is more suitable and directed I/O. IOURIN is still growing, and it is growing fast. Its IOPS nearly doubled in a 2-month period. Over the past decade, computer architecture design has started to focus on parallel architecture. Besides architecture design, also thanks for manufacturer and software engineers' effort, all of them provide great energy to drive the program model from synchronous one to asynchronous one. As a synchronous model, it is more friendly to parallel programs since it is never blocked. As a result, we expect it is easier to reach the maximum bandwidth of the I/O device. A synchronous model sounds fantastic, but it is hard since programmers need to consider all dependency issue of instruction which is executed in a synchronous manner.
Well, thank you, Stephen. That was an interesting discussion on a tricky topic. I've come across synchronous I/O certainly in JavaScript, where it's used a lot. So it's interesting to see the astonishing numbers in the kernel. I'm not sure where Eden is for the next session, but Stephen, you want to turn your camera on and comment on any of the items in the questions?
Good morning, Roland.
Oh no, Stephen said he hasn't got a camera, so I think we'll have to hand over at this point. So in that case, thank you, Stephen. Next up, Eden is going to present the second round of prizes in the Cloud Skills Challenge. Eden, please go ahead. Or Annie, or both of you.
Hello, Annie. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Day 2 at FOSSASIA.
Yes, so we are coming to one of the most exciting part of the day again. And today we have again Annie Matthew, the Director of Developer Relations at Microsoft Impact. She will continue to announce 2 second prize for today. And we shouldn't keep you wait any longer. I leave the stage for you, Annie.
Thank you, Aiden. So drum rolls, please. This is day 2. Yesterday we announced the 3rd prize. Today we are going to announce the 2nd prize for the learners who have done the best learning on Cloud Skills Challenge. So the prize today is Surface Headphones 2. And let's unveil the winners. There you go. Alistair Animesh Baroy from Malaysia is a 2nd prize winner. Are you around, Alistair? If you are, please turn on your video. Would love to hear a couple of words. Is Alistair on the participant list? Okay, so please write in the chat wherever you are in the event right now. You may be at some of the other breakout sessions, but wherever you are, congratulations. We would love to hear from you on your learning journey. How do you keep up with this fire hose of technology that comes up? And how did you use Cloud Skills Challenge to actually do so much of learning and get to the top of this leaderboard? Would love to hear from you. A lot of the times we hear that there's day work and then you need to do all the upskilling on the side. So some of it happens in hackathons and stuff, but there is also this bite-sized learning you could do on everyday basis. And if you have a plan, which is what the Cloud Skills Challenge really gives you, an opportunity to plan what you want to learn in 30 days, finish it and get certified. So yay, Alistair, congratulations. Now, if we move on to the next slide, congratulations, Lien Bui, Vietnam. Vietnam is a hot and happening place these days for developers. So congratulations, Lien. You seem to have also hit the top of the leaderboard on Cloud Skills Challenge. There's a Surface Headphones 2 for you. Again, would love to hear from you on what your learning journey was. How did you use Cloud Skills Challenge to your benefit? What's your day-to-day learning journey as well? Would love to hear that from you. So if you're here, please turn on your video and say a few words. If anyone from yesterday's winners are here, feel free to turn on your video as well. Okay, so tomorrow we will be announcing at 5:55 p.m. The first prize winners for Cloud Skills Challenges. It's very exciting, so keep learning. And let's come back tomorrow, same time, and see who's the big winner. Happy learning, everyone.
Thank you very much, Annie.
Thanks, Eden.
So coming up, right up next is the workshop by Microsoft speakers. Roland, are you there?
Sure. Yeah, hello.
I am. So, yes, I'm now back in the seat as the moderator. So, let me start with an introduction. I believe that Ian Choi and Brian McCare are presenting. Hi, Ian. Is Brian around?
Yeah, hello, Roland. Thank you
Hi,
for
Brian.
the presentation.
Brian, can you turn your camera and microphone on? Good morning and welcome. Brian, you want to just say hi? Let's verify that your microphone's working. You seem to be in headphone only mode. I think you have to touch the headphones and then there's an option, the headphone button, and there's an option to turn on the microphone. While Brian is working on that, let me briefly introduce our presenters. Ian is a developer product marketing manager for APAC. His role is to empower developers in Azure by interacting with developers in Korea and other parts of APAC in field developer relations and many other things. I don't seem to have an intro for Brian.
Yeah, he should be coming very soon.
Well, in that case, I'll read some more of your intro. You're an active open source community enthusiast with a tight interaction with Ubuntu. Excellent. OpenStack in Korea, Kubernetes Korea.
Yeah, I really love Ubuntu, and then I'm also very friendly with many open sources. So, and I'm also very good connection with open source communities in Korea, like Ubuntu Korea or OpenStack Korea user group or any other open Korea user groups.
Excellent. I'm very pleased that you're here with us. I suspect that Brian has had to exit in order to re-enter.
Yeah.
He's turning. Here we go. Yes, he's back in with a microphone now. Let me make you a presenter, Brian. So if you want now, Brian, to turn on your microphone and camera.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. If you're able to hit the camera button, we should be able to see you.
Coming on now. There you go.
Hooray! Okay. Well, in that case, I will now get over and let you guys get to work. Enjoy.
Yeah. Brian, would you share your screen? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the hiccup there. I had to reconnect to enable my microphone. Can you see the screen?
Yes, and then you can change into a full screen. Okay, finally we are ready. Okay, yeah. Then let me first start. Welcome to this session. This session is for open source DB Azure service on the top of Azure. And then, this is a kind of workshop. So then we will walk through an overview on open source database Azure service on Azure by Brian. And then after that, I will explain how you can do your own workshop in 10 to 15 minutes. And then let me briefly introduce Brian again. So Brian works at Microsoft in GBB. GBB stands for Global Black Belt, which is one of very special teams in Microsoft who are specialized in specific technologies. And Brian is an expert on open source databases. So that's why I am now having presentation with him. So thank you, Brian, for your time for today's session. And then he will explain overview on open source database as a service. So I will hand over to him. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Ian. And thanks everyone for joining today. I'm in Brisbane, Australia, so it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, just after. So good morning or good afternoon to you, wherever you are. And as Ian spoke about there, today I'm going to walk you through our open source relational databases on Azure and give you an overview of the platform features, the how, the why, the where, and the when. And hopefully that sparks some ideas in your head about how you could take advantage of some of these services and make your life easier as a developer or whatever it might be that your job entails. So if you have any questions, please put them in the chat window, and we'll try to get to those at the end. So we'll leave some time at the end for Q&A. But yeah, feel free to pop a question in there if you have one. Okay. Alrighty. So I think just to sort of set the scene, we see a lot of shift in momentum towards open source databases, and this is backed up by the usual sort of the analyst firms. So to set the scene from a relational database point of view, we see great growth in Postgres and MySQL particularly. And those are the most used databases by professional developers. So in conjunction with that, we see a lot of talk around new applications being developed. And Gartner, in fact, reckons that by this year, 70% of new in-house developed applications will be developed on an open source database. So that's a pretty exciting number, and it clearly shows you that there is a growing trend towards open technologies, not only in front-end development or APIs or whatever it might be, but databases as well. And also Gartner follows that up by saying that by 2023, 75% of all databases will be running in the cloud. So that's another interesting prediction by them. So that's some serious numbers if you think about the number of worldwide databases. And of course, as many of you are no doubt aware, Postgres and MySQL continue to win awards for databases of the year. So you're not alone in choosing these technologies if you choose to do so. There's healthy communities and innovation in all aspects of these databases. Now, I might use the term DBaaS in this session, and essentially that's database as a service. So it's kind of like platform as a service, but we specifically call it DBaaS. And what is DBaaS? Well, you might think about the sort of three levels of where you can run databases, and this picture here shows you that on the left we've got an on-premises stack, if you like, and in the middle it's IaaS or VMs essentially, and then on the right we have the DBaaS or PaaS option. So what this highlights is how much responsibility there is on a developer or a user for the operational tasks. So on the left in the on-premises column, you can see that if you want to stand a database up in an on-premises scenario, you can pretty much be responsible, maybe not you, but the organization, for everything from a data center all the way up to protecting your data and everything in between, including hypervisors and hardware and networking and database provisioning and patching and high availability, disaster recovery, and so on. As you move to the right, if you take advantage of VMs or IaaS, your responsibility shrinks a little bit. It's less about hardware and data centers, but you're still responsible for everything, typically from the operating system up. When you move to DBaaS, then that shrinks significantly, because not only is it about the platform being managing hardware for you, but we also manage the underlying operating system, which a lot of time you don't actually know it's there. The database provisioning, the patching, the security, the setup of daily backups, all that those operational tasks. What's left are applications and data, and that's the sweet spot. And I'm sure that's where many of our people on this presentation today live in that area. So what you can do with these DBAS offerings is minimize the amount of effort you have to stand up, to maintain, to back up, to make available, to secure your data. And of course, that frees you up to do more with your applications. And that's generally where the value is. Okay, and I'll touch on the support in a second. All right. So in terms of an overview, all of our databases are fully managed and in line with those diagrams that I showed there. We use the community versions of MySQL, MariaDB, and Postgres. So we're not forking. We're not turning it into something that might be incompatible with where you want to go in the future. We handle the support and the liaison with those upstream open source community projects. So if there's an issue with MySQL or Postgres, you don't have to go and start to communicate with the community. You raise a ticket with us and we'll do that on your behalf. So it really is a single point of contact for everything. These databases also integrate with the rest of Azure, especially the data ecosystem, and that's in line with our commercial offerings. And of course, we're trying to make these developer friendly so that developers can stand up, migrate, integrate all of their applications and their solutions with the rest of Azure and take advantage of that ecosystem. At a high level, what are the services of the DBAS? So essentially scalability, so you can scale up and down, compute, storage, etc. We provide inbuilt monitoring, so you can set up alerts and integrate with third-party tooling to do notifications or use our platform notifications. We also provide backup and restore. That's part of the service. We have simple configuration to get high availability and disaster recovery options. We do that minor version patching for you, so that's not something that you have to take care of yourself if you deploy. Major version upgrades, that's customer managed at this stage. We also have tools for migrating from anywhere into Azure DBAS for our open source offerings. And as I touched on, we have the integration with the rest of the Azure data ecosystem, and we provide tools for provisioning and automation of services so that you can sort of infrastructure as code type scenarios can be catered for. Okay, now this slide shows you a sort of pictorial summary of that. Fully managed, we've got intelligent performance built in, we've got the scale, the availability, control from a configuration perspective. They're all open source. Postgres and MySQL are bulletproof open source databases that grew up in the cloud, so that's no different here. And obviously there's a rich feature set across all of those offerings. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll just touch on some of the deployment options we have, because there's a few for each different type of database. So for Postgres, we'll start with Postgres. For Postgres, we have 4 deployment options, and we'll start on the right here. We have single server, which is a cost-optimized sort of developer entry-level SKU, comes with built-in high availability and all of those features we spoke about up front. And it's a single-noded database, so you can scale it up to the maximum number of cores for a VM, which today is 64. Once you reach that 64 core limit and you're starting to push that limit, then you maybe got another choice to make in terms of whether you try and scale out, or you might look at flexible server, which is also a single noded database. That's the one on the top there. However, it's kind of like the new improved Postgres on Azure. So it now runs Linux as opposed to Windows on the single server version, which gives us more performance, and it also has some better performance as a result of a refresh of the hardware that underpins that service. We have enterprise zone redundant high availability, which I'll talk about in later slides. More exposure of the kernel parameter, the database engine parameters to the user to tune for varied workloads. And we have a custom maintenance window that allows you to fine-grain control when platform maintenance is scheduled. We also then, going to the left, we also have hyperscale Citus, which is Postgres on steroids. It essentially allows you to scale out Postgres. Now, this is using a open source extension to Postgres, Postgres being an extensible database. The Citus extension is exactly that. It is an extension that you can enable in Postgres, and it will then shard or distribute whatever tables that you might want across multiple nodes in a cluster. Now, the beauty of this is that it's still Postgres. So there's very little application rewrite that is needed to take advantage of this scale-out capability. I'll touch on that in some later slides. And lastly, we have hyperscale on Arc, which is the ability to run hyperscale in Kubernetes containers. So you could run them on AKS, you could run them in EKS, or you could run them on-prem. And that gives you a bit of a hybrid approach to running database, Azure, Postgres, bits, anywhere. Okay, now in terms of the use cases that we see around certainly this region, but globally, we see modern transactional applications built with, for example, AKS hosting applications. And there's an example there of the Finext offering or the application. We see real-time operational analytics, which is another really good use case for Postgres and in particular hyperscale. We see geospatial applications using PostGIS, which again is another extension to Postgres that allows you to tap into geospatial capabilities inside the relational database. We see time series data, especially when you've got large volumes of time series data. Postgres has partitioning as an option, which really helps in those sorts of scenarios. And we also see a lot of organizations choosing to modernize and move away from on-prem or legacy databases such as Oracle and modernize those apps and the data layer to take advantage of these open source technologies. Now, moving on to MySQL and MariaDB. Obviously, these two need no real introduction. MariaDB is essentially the open continuation of MySQL since MySQL was acquired by Oracle. And as we touched on before, there's a healthy interest and community around MySQL. It powers a lot of internet websites. A lot of the household names use MySQL databases for their underlying data stores. 9 out of 10 top websites worldwide are powered by MySQL. Now that's pretty impressive. And it's optimized for OLTP websites. However, we see it deployed in many different scenarios. And you might be familiar with the LAMP stack, which obviously MySQL was the excuse me, was the original database when LAMP became a common term. Okay, now in terms of MySQL, there's only 2 deployment options. So Postgres has 4, MySQL has 2, and those 2 are single server and flexible server. Now, single server, same as for Postgres, it's kind of entry level, cost optimized, single node. Flexible server, similar to Postgres, has Linux underneath, better performance, new features, and extra performance as a result of that. Just before I move on, MariaDB, we only have single server for MariaDB today. The numbers of people that use MySQL on our platform over MariaDB is quite significant. So I don't think that flexible server for MariaDB is something that will happen short to medium term, but watch this space. So for MySQL databases, what sort of use cases do we see? Well, for single server, obviously we've got a lot of happy customers on single server. I mentioned that it's got an entry level and cost optimized, has high availability built in for free. So that's quite a compelling part of the single server use case. Now we see online web applications, workloads that don't need the zone redundancy is another one. So if you just want the best sort of bang for buck, that can be something for single server. A lot of cloud native applications taking advantage of single server. Flexible server tends to be more about mission critical applications that you can protect with zone redundant high availability, and there's more performance to be had there. So yeah, those are some of the use cases that we see there for MySQL. Now, what is flexible server? So I touched on the single server, which was has been on the platform since 2019. And flexible server was GA in November of last year at Ignite, And as I touched on, it has performance enhancements, and I'll talk about these in the next slide. It has the option of zone redundant high availability, which can protect your workloads across availability zones on the Azure cloud. We have same zone high availability. Excuse me. You can add IOPS to a workload to get more performance. So you might have a small amount of data, but you need a lot of storage performance, and you can do that now on MySQL. We have that custom maintenance window, newer versions of MySQL database engine itself. We've exposed more of those configuration parameters to the user, and we've got private access through VNet integration, which allows you to, and not expose your services to an internet-facing IP address. How did we get those performance improvements in Flexible Server for MySQL? Well, we moved to Linux, number one. So we went from container on Windows to a dedicated VM on Linux, and these databases grew up on Linux. So no surprise that they perform better on Linux than they do on Windows in most cases. We've upgraded the storage stack so that, we've upgraded the storage stack so that all of the underlying storage is now premium storage. We've also removed the gateway. Now, you might not be familiar with this, but in single server, when your application, like in this diagram, when it connects to your database service, which is a container, it talks indirectly through a gateway. It's like transparent, but it has the effect of adding latency to database traffic. So we've removed that with Flexible Server, and you now talk directly to your database. So to your VM. So for workloads that are latency sensitive, that's proven to be quite significant in terms of performance there. As I touched on, we've got that additional IOPS capability, and we've also got the capability to use thread pools to manage a higher load of concurrent transactions. Alrighty, now moving on to Postgres Flexible Server, again, GA'd 2021, similar performance enhancements. We've got that zone redundant high availability across both MySQL and Postgres, same custom maintenance window. We've added platform managed connection pooling to Flexible Server. And previously on single server, you had to manage that yourself. You either stood it up in a container or a VM and installed a connection pooler like PG Bouncer, for example. That's now baked into the service. And it's simply a case of changing the port number on your connection string, and you'll be taking advantage of connection pooling and high concurrent user capability. We've also got newer versions of Postgres. So we now support 12 and 13 on Flexible Server, whereas single server tops out at 11. And there are no plans to go beyond 11 on single server. So really, I would strongly recommend if you want to deploy Postgres on Azure, that you strongly consider Flexible Server before deploying on single server. And again, the same sort of thing as with MySQL, more configuration of the database from a parameter perspective, and private access through VNet integration. Similar sorts of things here in terms of performance to get those performance improvements. Linux as the underlying OS, the gateway has been removed, the premium storage. We've also got V4 Compute on Flexible Server, which is a significant performance uplift. You can actually take advantage of local SSDs to cache read data. So sometimes that can benefit a certain type of workload. The PG Bouncer can also be considered a performance improvement because you can scale more concurrent usage. And as I touched on, Postgres 12 and 13 will offer more performance than Postgres 11, just due to the performance features or the enhancements they have made as part of the community releases of Postgres. Okay, so the Flexible Server architecture works like this. Like I said, it's a Linux VM with premium storage. Backups go to zone redundant backup storage. There are 3 copies of disk in an availability zone. That's a non-high availability solution there. But what you can do is you can, with zone redundant high availability, protect that data. And what we do is we actually synchronously replicate across 2 availability zones. And what this does is it guarantees that there's 0 data loss in the event of an issue with your primary availability zone. So we stand up a standby in an alternate availability zone and synchronously ship transactions to that, protecting your workload, and we guarantee that with an RPO of 0. So 0 data loss in the event of a failure. And the platform manages the failover, and typically that is less than 2 minutes. So from detection of failure of the primary to promotion of the standby to be the new primary is often less than 2 minutes. So that's really good from a mission critical application perspective. And that's the same across Postgres and MySQL. One feature that we have on MySQL today that's coming to Postgres is same zone high availability. Now this is the most performant because the latency to replicate between two servers in the same availability zone is less than across availability zones. So it's essentially the same architecture, but the primary and the standby are in the same zone. So obviously if you lose the zone, then you need to fall to your DR solution, but the performance will be better. Okay, now what I'd like to touch on is our hyperscale offering. And as I mentioned in the deployment options, hyperscale is a scale-out solution for Postgres. And how it works is in line with this diagram. The cluster is made up of one coordinator and any number of workers. Now we've got customers who have hundreds of worker nodes. Now each one of those worker nodes has its own dedicated compute and storage. And so what that allows you to do is get near linear performance increases as you add worker nodes to your cluster. The coordinator node is the connection point for all applications. And so applications don't know that they're talking to a distributed Postgres. Apologies for the dog barking. What happens is as the queries come in to the coordinator node, those queries are distributed across all of the underlying worker nodes. And in parallel, results get aggregated and returned to the coordinator. I think I got that slide the wrong way around, so bear with me. So how we distribute the data in hyperscale is it's sharded or partitioned, if you like, across separate worker nodes. What happens is when you choose to distribute a table and it's at the table level, behind the scenes, the Citus extension will distribute that table to the worker nodes. So it will spread it much like this example here where we have a customer table. It will spread shards across the underlying worker nodes. When queries come in to those worker nodes, then this is when the query is distributed and split across however many worker nodes are in the cluster, and that results in significant performance due to the MPP architecture. Now, it's all DML and EDL is distributed. So when the coordinator issues a command, that will be sent to all the worker nodes, and the coordinator keeps track of the ranges of data that live on each worker node. And it's all transparent to the application. You're just talking to a Postgres database. Okay, we also do shard rebalancing. So if you add a new node to the cluster to scale out, to add more performance, we have a feature that allows the data to be sharded across all of the nodes in the cluster, and it effectively does that by moving data between all of the workers and rebalancing so that you don't get hotspots on a particular worker node. Now this is non-disruptive, so you can actually add compute and storage and performance to the cluster non-disruptively. Okay, now hyperscale it's very similar to flexible server. There's actually a couple of nice things about it. One is we have a single node cluster available. It's called the basic tier. That combines the worker and coordinator into a single node and allows you to test and develop and take advantage and figure out how it works and how you can make your application take advantage of that. And then you can scale that single node out to be a multi-node once you want it to go live or if you wanted to test more scale. We've also got newer versions of Postgres, including Postgres 14. You can do a major version upgrade in the portal. So if you are on 13 and you want to go to 14, you can click a button to do that. Now, I would advise testing that in a non-production environment before you do that. We've got the shard rebalancer. We've also got columnar compression. If you highlight that, take a picture of that QR code, that'll take you to an article explaining how columnar compression works. We have read replicas. We have that inbuilt connection pooling. The custom maintenance window, it sounds the same as Flex, like I said. You can change shard keys on the fly, which you couldn't do in the old version. And we've also got a distributed metadata option, which if you grab that QR code, you should be able to figure out that's a pretty cool feature where you can actually talk directly to any node in the cluster. Okay, I think I'm at time. So hopefully that was very useful to explain to you what open source database options we have on Azure. And I'll hand back to Ian and I'll go and see if there's any questions in the chat.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Brian, for your wonderful talk. And then yeah, there are several questions. So yeah, I can also continue my session. While then yeah, it'll be great if you go to shared notes so that you can see the list of questions and then comment for some of questions. Well, I total saw 3 questions, but for the last question, then I need to prepare my session. So yeah, I couldn't answer, but hopefully then you can answer the final question. So meanwhile, then let me share my screen. So, okay. Yeah, screen sharing is always not easy. Yeah, I think I'm ready to share my screen. So, yeah, I think everyone can see my screen, right? Brian, then would you double check?
It's beginning to appear as we speak. Yes, we've got a navigation exercise, OSS, etc. Yep.
Yeah, thank you for double checking. So my name is Ian, and I'm a developer product marketing manager based in Korea, and I'm working with many developer communities in Korea and other Asia Pacific countries. And then yeah, I would like to elaborate how you can navigate and exercise open source databases with Microsoft Learn. So then, yeah, you can click this URL. The URL is aka.ms/learn OSSDB Azure Service dash FOSSASIA 2022, but the URL is a little bit long. So you can just take a screenshot here, or then you can use this QR code. And then, yeah, I will share this URL later, or then, yeah, hopefully yeah, you can see this URL later. And then once you click the URL, and then you should go to this page. Actually, and then if you go to the URL, if you go to URL, and then you would see that there are a number of resources. For example, let me click this URL. And then yeah, I collected a series of Microsoft Learn modules, which are super great for you to more explore on open source databases as a service on Azure, not only for MySQL and PostgreSQL Brian mentioned, but also there are great solutions like MariaDB, and also then Brian mentioned hyperscale Citus on open source database for PostgreSQL. And also then I think several attendees are for developers, so then you can also elaborate how to integrate PostgreSQL into your applications like Node.js or any other kind of applications. So let me click this MS Learn module, because then it is really easy for you to experience PostgreSQL on Azure for free, even for free. And also then all the detailed instructions and explanations are here. So then Brian kindly explained very details, but yeah, if you want to read rather than listen to Brian's presentation again, and then you just go through this MS Learn module. And then you can, if you click this exercise, and then yeah, you should see this kind of screen once you log on MS Learn. And then yeah, this launches a separate laboratory for free, so that anyone can experience this for you to experience how you deploy Postgre database server to Azure, and then how you can use. So I clicked Launch Lab, and then yeah, you will definitely see that lab will launch in a new window. And then if you click Start Lab, and then such kind of separate window will be shown. So once you see this URL that I already log on, but however, then there is a resources tab. So then first you would see username and password screen on Windows server. So then you can just click this to type username, and then click this for password. After then, and then you definitely can see the same instruction as exercise on Microsoft Learn. For example, then when I go to exercise again, And then, the instruction is same as a database administrator, and then connect to the lab environment and so on. All the instructions are the same on the right side. So then you can read and then experiment. So the first instruction is to go to Azure portal. So I can click this Edge browser, and then it automatically goes to actually Azure portal. And then I already logged on, but however, then if you see login screen, then you can just click this resources, and then you can click username and password to log on Azure portal. And then you can just follow the instruction. For example, then you can go to resources and you can type password, and also then you can deploy PostgreSQL database by clicking create a resource. And then you can navigate a number of Azure services, but you can search PostgreSQL and then enter. And then the search result will be shown. And then you can click Azure database for PostgreSQL. And then you can click create. And just one notice that this laboratory is for your skilling purpose or your deploy experience purpose. So that it encourages you to click single server basics rather than flex server. But then you can join on Azure portal, and then you can also experience flex server later. So then let me click single server, and then I will click. I will create single server. So I click. And then for resource group, and then it shows a default resource group, but however, then time can flow and change. So then you can click just a default resource group which is already created on Azure portal, and then you can put server name like PostgreSQL Azure, and username FOSSASIA like that. And then you can leave this as default. Actually the manual MS Learn seems to be a little bit old, but however, then PostgreSQL open source database is being upgraded, so then you can definitely click version 11. But for competent storage, please click configure plus server, and then you can change to basic, and also then you can change just CPU vCore to 1. And I saw some questions on that while Brian was presenting. So then how the question was how many databases you can create. Actually, then there is no limit. It is just a limit on PostgreSQL, but however, then for storage or vCore, then there will be some additional physical restrictions due to considering the size of server on Azure. And also then you can click, and then you can type lab admin and password. Like that. And also then you can click just leave and create, and then you can create, and then the resource will be deployed. So then after then you can test this PostgreSQL, and then it is really quick. While then I can also briefly explain how you can experience this PostgreSQL. Actually, then on this virtual machine there is a very useful tool called Azure Data. This is Azure Data Studio tool. You should see that this is something similar as Visual Studio Code. It's right, because it is built using Visual Studio Code open source. But anyway, then using this, then you can connect to PostgreSQL database once it is deployed. While then one issue would be that you need to enable connectivity to connect from this Azure Data Studio to PostgreSQL, because to connect to PostgreSQL, you require a additional network connection. So, but database connection should be managed with high level of security. So, to do this, and it might take some time. Ideally, it should be deployed very quick, but usually then it takes 1 or 2 minutes, within 1 or 2 minutes. So let's see. Then once it is deployed, then you can just go to the deployed PostgreSQL Server resource, and then select allow access to SQL services and setting yes, and then add this client IP, which is the client IP should be a virtual machine you are trying. And then you can connect to this database, the database with the password you put, and then you can test your query. So then hope that you can experience PostgreSQL if you are not familiar. Also, then if you are not familiar on Azure, and then domain, this instruction is really self-explanatory, so that you can just read and follow, and then on the right side, and then you should experience all the things. So let's wait a little bit more. So it takes a little bit longer than I usually I'm expected. But anyway, then also then this for Azure Data Studio, and then you should see the left side on some menus. So then once you click this connection, and then once the PostgreSQL on Azure is successfully deployed, and then you can just add the connection. And also then this kind of pop-up menu on User Visual Studio should work. So it is also a open source, so that you can search on GitHub/Microsoft/Azure Data Studio, and then you can see this repository, since it is also based in open source. So then you can also download and execute, or then you can contribute to enhance this Azure Data Studio. And currently then it supports Microsoft SQL Server and PostgreSQL, but hopefully then there will be more contributions, and then more database connection will be supported in future. So meanwhile then, it's still deployment. Deployment is complete. So let's go to the resource, and then this is a server name, so I can copy, and also I can paste here. But as I mentioned, and then you should enable connection on connection security, then you should add this client IP address for this virtual machine. So I will click this, and then I will also click allow access to Azure services so that other Azure services can connect to this database. So this is important, because without this, and the other Azure services cannot connect this PostgreSQL single server. So, and save, and then it should work very quickly. And then once it is done, and then let me go to this site, and then also I pasted the server address, and then username is let me also copy and paste. The setting was applied, so I can go to overview, and then I will use admin username right now, and then just right click and paste and password. And then I will leave database name and address as default, and then I will click connect. Okay, the connection was successfully managed, and then I can click database, and then I can see default 3 databases, and then I will just click Postgres database, and then it also supports a kind of notebook format. If you are familiar with Python, and then this is very similar as Jupyter Notebook. So then you can execute a query, like select from information data, schema data, and SQL features. Let me execute this query, and then select run cells, And then, it should run. Okay, the query is successfully executed. It is managed a kind of separate notebook, so you can save and manage a number of queries separately. This feature seems super great because most developers are now familiar, especially for Python, the open source contributors are very familiar with Jupyter Notebook format. So then, you can manage a number of queries and then your own executions through this notebook. So once you finish the exercise, and then you can click done, and then lab is complete, and then it goes back to Microsoft Learn. Then you can answer the quiz. So then hopefully you can answer all the quizzes, and then once you finish, and then you can unlock this module, so then you can complete this module. Like this, and on Cloud Skill Challenge, there are a number of great modules provided. So you can also experience other great Microsoft Learn modules. But today, then I just focused on how you experience PostgreSQL on Azure on MS Learn. And then hope that my session is useful. And this is the end of our session. And so hopefully then you can more learn and explore and your own learning path with Microsoft Learn. And then, okay, and then I'm now going back to the presenter mode. And then, Brian, are you there or,
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, great. So now then it's our Q&A time. So I'm wondering then, would you want to comment from some of great questions?
Yeah, look, I've answered most of the questions along with you, Ian, in the chat. I don't see any unanswered ones there, but does anybody have any further questions?
I think there was for that first question, Ian had suggested that you might wish to comment, Brian.
Okay, so how many databases? That one?
Yeah.
Yes, Brian.
Yeah, okay, so look, there's no real practical limit. Are you talking about, if you're talking about instances, like you can spin up as many instances as you want, but within an instance or a service, you can also create databases. Like in Postgres, you can create 100 databases or 1,000 databases. There's really what the limitation is the amount of storage underneath. You could spin up as many as you wanted. Same for MySQL, you can create databases or schemas, and there's no real sort of practical limit. But yeah, so I think you only pay for the one service. So if you spin up 5 databases in that, it's still the same cost, sorry.
I've never tried pushing either database towards its limits, but I assume, at least in my experience, the problem has been as much the provisioned I/O capacity and the provisioned CPU and RAM as it has the total amount of storage provisioned. But yeah, I've never seen a reason to say no, you can't make more databases. I mean, you can always make more databases or more tables or whatever.
I think we had a customer who asked about more than 1,000 a couple of weeks ago, and the response was yes, you can do it. I mean, obviously you'll reach a point where you, like you're alluding to there, Roland, is you might reach a point where it stops working from a capacity point of view. The other thing I would say is a best practice, rather than, for example, having a single 16-core database instance, it might actually and sometimes be better to have 2 8-cores and maybe have like test and dev on one and prod on another. And the reason for that is obviously you get that separation of compute, you get independent storage, you also get backups at the entire instance level or the service level. So if you want to do a restore, you'll end up restoring all of your data, even if you only need a little part of it. So, things like that, and to avoid the noisy neighbor syndrome where, you've got a dev database inside an instance along with prod, and somebody's trying some new code, writing some queries, and that query uses a lot of resources, whether it's I/O bandwidth or compute, that might negatively impact the neighbors. So there's not really a good reason to put too many inside a service, but obviously it depends on your use case, and just be aware of the potential pitfalls, I would say.
Perhaps extending the other way, I mean, I absolutely accept the scaling out horizontally does automatically limit the potential for one poorly optimized query to flatline the service for 1,000 other clients. What are the upper limits? This is more for a question for analytic workloads than for transactional, which I admit is not perhaps what Postgres and MySQL are best for, but what are the upper limits in terms of core counts, memory counts, and I/O per second?
So when you talk about scaling out, Roland, that's
scaling up. What are the limits for scaling up?
Okay, so today it's 64 cores on both Postgres and MySQL Flexible Server. MySQL will have 80 cores available within the next quarter. And in terms of storage, they're limited to 16 terabytes today and 20,000 IOPS.
And RAM?
RAM is kind of like linked at sort of like 5 gigabytes per core roughly. So if you have if you have a 64 core Postgres memory optimized, then that'll be almost half a terabyte of RAM. So it'll be 504 gigabytes, I think. So pretty hefty. I mean, I don't see a lot of customers who actually use more than 64 cores.
There are very few analytic workloads that would be challenging that. And frankly, if you're working at that scale, you start applying big data principles anyway, and you chop it into smaller pieces. So yeah, that
exactly. It's something I would have touched on in the presentation, but it's obviously I had to get it into 30 minutes, was that Hyperscale actually has an HTAP capability. Given that scale out nature of Hyperscale Citus, you can actually run HTAP, hybrid transactional and analytical processing on the same data set. Because you've got an MPP cluster, you no longer have to worry about a large query affecting all of your compute resource. So what we've got a lot of customers who combine that sort of OLTP and reporting or analytics on the same data store. Now, one of the real benefits of that is that you can get away with that ETL. You know, like you don't.
Commercially, I have reason to do this, where the ratio between sort of loading activities and query activities is unusual, and consequently, avoiding ETL into some sort of warehouse is desirable. But even at our scale, it's 8 cores, 16 cores maybe. You know, the idea that we'd get towards half a terabyte of RAM with 64 cores or 80 cores is not something we'd normally see. So I think it's a useful capacity to have, but if you're starting to touch the edges, then that's probably a sort of clue that maybe it's worth reshaping.
So great. From Roland saying that, I would like to comment that still then I see that many customers in Korea and also the other Asia Pacific countries are using on-premise open source database by installing by themselves. But in reality, then managing such open source databases is not easy. Installing
life is too short. Life is too short. I would much prefer outsource it to somebody who's automated it. I have no interest in paying administrators to do that stuff, on a sort of custom basis. It makes no economic sense at all. So no, the fact that I can go to Azure and pay for an hour's use of a thing that I would never be willing to build, that's fantastic. I have no, there's nothing to sell there. There was one other really interesting question here, and I acknowledge that we're now probably going to step outside of strictly OSS, but it's perhaps of interest to others in the room, so I will expand a little on Gurdeep's question. Are there any, call it serverless or sort of paper query type database offerings on Azure?
Yes, so from a relational OSS point of view, there aren't, but that may be coming. However, Cosmos DB does have a serverless option. So that's obviously a NoSQL database, but it has
typically
multiple
because they scale more sensibly. So that's sort of to be expected.
Yeah.
So
it's actually a pros and cons. Yeah, there are a number of databases solutions. So then, these open source databases currently available on Azure are for the open source database users, previous users like MySQL or PostgreSQL servers and users, and also the Flex server is really great because then you can also remove some kind of mind share on. You should also manage a number of cores, what I call limits like that. So this is also great, and so I'm also have been using Cosmos DB for serverless, and then it is a kind of some mind share difference between when you think on database and also then like 3-tier architecture on web server or some middleware database, and also then serverless architecture. So hopefully then more audiences can experience more on serverless architecture with Cosmos DB, which is also super great.
I mean, the same shift in thinking has had to occur for serverless app containers anyway. It's you're thinking about the problem in a different way to switch to a serverless mindset. And I note that Postgres and MySQL haven't gone there yet. So it's the fact that, and it's not just Microsoft. Obviously, there are other PaaS providers or DBaaS providers whose product lines end up with very similar characteristics. That there's a sort of serverless-like option that is not open relational. So it's I just wanted to expand sort of Gurdip's answer to say there is a way to do it. Just sadly and at present and embarrassingly, it's not available in open source. So that was but it is available from Azure. If a developer's in that situation where that's the right way to move forward, then it might often be an acceptable compromise to have all of the stack open except for a serverless database engine, which is not, so long as non-relational or NoSQL is acceptable. That seems to have covered all.
I recently shared the last question, and where can we best use Postgres database rather than other RDBMS? Brian mentioned great answers like OLTP, HTTP, also others. But I also would like to point that in reality, then there are a number of RDBMS users who have been using Microsoft SQL Server. We are usually saying MS SQL, which is based on TSQL, and also then some users are still using Oracle database, and then their skills are very accustomed. So then for the users on Oracle database, and then they are exploring also then PostgreSQL database very well. Which is supported on production, but why then they are worrying with the management issues on open source database. So then for those users, then they are considering PostgreSQL database very well. And then I also saw then some customers moved from Oracle database into a PostgreSQL database. So hope that such kind of insight is also useful.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, Ian. One of the key things, one of the key sort of factors in that migration from Oracle to Postgres is that their procedural languages are very similar. So if you have a lot of PLSQL code, that transforms fairly readily to PLPGSQL. And so that can de-risk migrations because it can be a simpler migration, and there's a familiarity from a developer perspective as well. So I mean, when you look at the TCO of Postgres versus pretty much any commercial database, you know, it's a huge difference to the bottom line, and that's driving a lot of the adoption. Plus, people don't want to be locked in. I think that's the key. The key trend is people, well, I don't want to go into another service that means I'm in the same position.
Welcome to FOSS. That's why we're here, guys. Thank you very much. That was interesting and informative.
Also, thank you, Ronaldo, for your great moderation. Okay, especially thank you.
Always a pleasure. Okay, so next up, my God, we're already at the hour. That happened fast. We have a panel. So Wei Yu, Clayton, Peter, Hong Fook, and Tit Ming. I invite you all now, please, to turn your cameras on. Unless this is pre-recorded. No, it's live, so hopefully you're all in the room. Please turn your cameras on. Hi, Wei Yu.
Hi, Roland.
Hello. Hi. Juggle the questions. Welcome
Hi,
to
Peter.
join.
Hi, Clayton.
Hi.
Do you have any slides, or is this faces only?
I don't have any slides. I'm not sure any panelists have.
Away.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you. Well, we're perfectly on time, right? So welcome, everyone. Good noon from Singapore. Good evening, good morning, if you're in other parts of the world. My name is Wei Yu. I am a social scientist working at National University of Singapore. I'm also the director of the Civic Tech Lab, hosted at NUS as well. I'm very honored and excited to be able to moderate this panel. Our panel has a very unique cross-sectoral layout of panelists. Our panel also focused on a cross-sectoral conversation between open scientists and open software and open software practitioners. So when I first proposed this panel, I was really inspired by two things. First, and my own civic tech projects always benefited from open source softwares. We always use those softwares in building our digital platforms. The second thing that really inspired me was how much in common the open scientists and the open source practitioners have in terms of our philosophy and the civic spirit embraced when we practice, right? So here we are. We have this wonderful panel of 4 speakers. Allow me to introduce everyone briefly. So our first speaker, I will follow the sequence we see in the calendar schedule. So our first speaker will be Dr. Clayton Miller. Clayton, you can wave to the audience if you want to. Actually, Dr. Clayton Miller is a colleague working at National University of Singapore. He is an urban scientist. He's also the director of the BUDS Lab, the Building and Urban Data Science Lab. So here we are, Dr. Clayton Miller. We have our second speaker, Dr. Peter Chun-Yu Yao. So Dr. Yao is a computer scientist. He works at the School of Computing Science, University of Glasgow, the Singapore campus. Right? He has expertise in managing changes in organizations and system development. Okay. Here is Peter. Our third speaker doesn't need extensive introduction. This is Hongfu. Hongfu, actually the founder of FOSS Asia. Many of you know that, but you probably don't know that Hongfu is also the founder of the Pocket Science Lab. The Pocket Science Lab project actually creates phone and desktop applications that allow you to turn your device into a complete lab in your pocket. So we'll hear from Hongfu as well. Last but not least, definitely not the least, right? This is Dr. Ling Tim Mong. Right, Dr. Ling is Chief Executive of Science Center Singapore. He is also my colleague at National University of Singapore. He is trained as a biological scientist. Right, so we have 4 wonderful speakers lining up here in the panel. What we're going to do is now I'm going to invite each of the speaker to talk about how they practice open science and maybe open source software and hardware in their daily work. After that, we will go through a few rounds of Q&A, and the audiences, please feel free to ask your questions in the chat notes function, right? So again, I will follow the sequence shown in the schedule. Let's first start with Dr. Clayton Miller. Clayton, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks, Wei Yu. Hi, everybody. Yeah, as was mentioned, I am an assistant professor at NUS. I'm actually part of what's called the Department of the Built Environment. And so our department is kind of this more technical sibling to the architecture department. So we're a lot of researchers that do a lot of work in computer science, engineering, the architectural design process as well. So it's kind of this convergence of different technologies for the built environment. And so in our field, it's really important to reduce the impact that the built environment has in terms of energy and carbon, and then increase the performance of buildings to provide safe and comfortable and places that we can work and live and be productive and happy. And so my team focuses on using mostly IoT data, sensor data that's deployed across buildings for energy and air quality and thermal comfort and those type of things, as well as spatial data. So the 3D models that you might see of buildings that are created in the design phase of the building life cycle, we're trying to leverage those for the construction and operations phases of buildings. And so, I mean, and also a little bit about my background. So I've been in and out of between industry and academia for the last 15 years. So I have been a practicing engineer, as well as been a part of startup companies that use data from buildings, as well as the academic side, obviously now as a professor and through my PhD. And so throughout that time, open source software and Python and all of these type of tools that I'm now using and teaching, these have obviously been a very big part of the development of our research. But then on the other side, which is what a lot of us will probably talk about in this panel, is the open science side. And so sharing and using open data sets that others have provided, sharing the data that we've created and that we've deployed has become a really big focus and big sort of mission, I would say, of our group for various reasons, which I'm sure we'll get into in the course of the discussion. And I'm happy to be here, and I'm really happy to share my perspective. So, thanks.
Thanks, Clayton. Thank you. So let me move on to Dr. Peter Yol. Peter, you can.
Yes.
Now.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. This is Peter, and I'm the assistant professor in computing science from University of Glasgow. My research interest is in fintech, in web development, and in software engineering. And one of my recent deployment is a smart tech laboratory in Hong Kong. That is the first unmanned smart laboratory in Hong Kong that we used for teaching, learning, and research use. Why we built a smart tech laboratory is because before I went back to academia as a full-time faculty, I worked in the industry as a consultant, so that I talked to the government, I talked to the investment firm, I talked to the MNC, and we find that they, yes, especially in this decade, in the last decade, they'd like to have lots of the cutting edge technology. They want some of the new young generation to join their workforce. But pity that because of some of the long research process, so that sometimes they have a little bit gap between the market, the real scenario, the web page, the society, and there's some of the gap between the academia to the professional field. So day back to the time where I do my doctoral degree, and my research is something about fintech. While fintech, this word is getting popular, if my memory is correct, should be in 2014 something. So that during one of the discussion, we talked about that. How long time do we need to have our down payment ready for the apartment purchase? So that in Hong Kong, we need to have 19 years. You don't drink, you don't eat, and then you have all your down payment to be ready. And I have a little bit studied on the internet and see what kind of the interesting discussion we can have in the internet. And wow, I would just say that when I look to lots of the figures, reports, discussion from the forum, my idea is just wow, there's a lot of the interesting idea and methodology of various kind of calculations. You just cannot think about this. We can do in this way. So that at that time, I try to engage more students and my industry partner and see what we can do to use this kind of the methodology, okay, by the general public, okay, so that we can do some of the, well, maybe interesting chemical reaction, who knows, okay, but we got some of the good starting on this area. Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll hear more from you about fintech and open source. Yes, here we go. Then we have Hongfu. Hongfu, yeah, you can start your sharing.
Yes, so my daily work on the lowest level, I'm using open source software myself on my daily life. So to start with, the computer is already like open source operating system. And the work that I'm doing with FOSSASIA, since the beginning, our idea is to enable people to solve their own problem and together collaborate on solutions that can tackle the global issues through open technologies and open source. One thing that you mentioned earlier about the Pocket Science Lab, and I think this is something that I want to introduce as it's relevant to the open science topic. I can't have the Pocket Science Lab here with me. So this project, we started a few years ago. So the idea of this project is to have a small, affordable and portable device that enable citizen science. So we want to hand the device over to the hands of a normal citizen who want to do experiments at home. The board basically an open hardware device with a multiple function built in, like oscilloscope, logic analyzer, multimeter, and have multiple pins where people can connect their sensor to collect data. And I think this is something that also, when you mentioned that when you do open science, you need to collect data, how to analyze data. Like Leighton mentioned earlier about the software that he used to teach in his university. And most of the software that people use to collect data, process data, are also written in open source. And I think this is the overlap in terms of sharing the outcome of each sector. For the Pocket Science Lab, we also engage with researchers and scientists from different universities to do experiment with the board. Yesterday at the FOSSASIA Summit, I think in the evening we also have 2 researchers from Germany, Berlin, to share their application in practice, how they use the Pocket Science Lab. But we can go into the detail later. So this is
that's great. Yeah, Hongfu, you mentioned a very important concept, citizen science, basically opening the black box of science to normal citizens, not just the scientists. I believe Dr. Ling's Science Center Singapore has actually done lots of such programs to open the black box to the normal citizens about science. So Dr. Ling, can you share with us what you have been doing?
Okay, thank you, Wei Yu, and thank you, Hong Fuk, for inviting me to this panel. My affiliation with FOSSASIA can be back to a few years ago when I first met Hong Fuk, and Science Center identified with what this FOSSASIA's agenda is and the vision and the mission, and therefore we have helped to, in a way, start the Singapore FOSSASIA community on a regular basis at the Science Center until we reach a point we introduced this platform to another institution, and now we are now online. So I've been on and off involved in this, and it's all because of what, as a Science Center, we believe in citizen science and engaging the community at large. Because open science has got many facets to it. It includes open science infrastructures, and we have done a lot on Makers Movement. We even helped many schools set up their STEM applied learning programs with maker spaces and so on. And we also moved into digital fabrication spaces. We work with our Ministry of Education. They funded us to set up such kind of resources, and we intend to grow it bigger and bigger. And that, again, will then benefit our people. Again, back to what we say is citizen science involvement, using digital tool as many of the platforms to really do meaningful things that can impact on our society and help our community to be a better place, addressing real-world problems, and so on and so forth. And Science Center is also into promoting science literacy, and therefore we are also into open educational resources. We run many of such programs. And of course, Science Center being a science center, we are into science communication. Therefore, again, aligned with open science concept is the openness to diversity of knowledge. And in recent times, we also engage a lot of social actors. So, in the open science, there's this part that is how do we openly engage social actors that can come in? Because otherwise, knowledge is just knowledge. If there are no actors, it cannot be actualized as impactful things. And I know many of you are computer scientists. As when you introduced me as a biologist, my basic degree was in zoology. And I was the first zoology honors student that published a thesis without working on real animals. I actually learned to use basic programming. Basic programming as using the language BASIC. You can see how ancient I am. And I learned it as part of the so-called using computer tools to solve complex problems. And in that year when I did that, I remember it was very hard because it took me 3 months to conceptualize and wrote the algorithm. In that 3 months, all my colleagues, my friends, my classmates almost finished the experiments. They're writing their theses already. And I was there really scratching my head. But because of technology, once I got the program all out and I tested that it works and can collect data for me, I told the professor, can you just give me 3 sets of computers? In those days, computers in the 80s is quite a luxury. So I remember having spent time in the lab. I key in all my experimental data, three laptops concurrently running, and I programmed it to make a ding-ding sound as an alarm. So I literally slept through in the lab overnight to every time the computer ding means experiment over, I key in and key in again. So within 1 week, I generated all the data I needed to catch up with all my colleagues. And I also recall when I presented my project, the examiner said, we didn't quite understand what you're talking about because computer science and biology was very new at that time. And I heard them saying, for the benefit of doubt, we shall give you an A. Then my professor said, let's not just take those as an endorsement. Why don't we send it for a publication? And lo and behold, it was very new to use computer programming language to look into biodiversity and environmental impact studies for index calculation. And my thesis showed that it depends on what kind of mathematical formula you want to test whether the environmental impact is yes or no to affect on the ecosystem. You can actually choose an index that's very biased towards what you want the outcome to be, because the mathematical assumption has got those things that unless you test out in a computer environment, real life sampling may not open up that kind of possibilities. So we sent that paper in, and lo and behold, my very first major publication in ecology. If today in NUS, if I say I publish in ecology, is first tier journal. I mean, all those impact factors kind of thing. So it is a very exciting thing. I'm showing this to you is because I'm sharing this with you is indeed, if you can open up the tools for research and all that, you actually open up a lot of possibilities. So I was the first thesis that used computer simulation, and throughout the whole project, I never touched a single animal because everything is simulated online in the cyberspace. So back to my role as a CEO of the Science Center, we strongly believe in the impact and the meaning of open science. And therefore, I'm sharing with you from my perspective. I'm not sharing with you as an expert, far from it, that I'm using all the kind of things that Peter, Hongfuk, and Clayton are using. I'm just coming in from the general science, open science communication angle to join in this panel discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Tip Mong. I totally agree with you that computing knowledge or programming knowledge is now fundamental to all kinds of disciplines, right? Not just computing science, the urban science, social science as well. We have to rely on such technology. Okay, and I believe Tip Mong also talked about basically what is behind open science. So mentioned infrastructure, literacy, communication, and engagement, right? this somehow answered our first question in the chat box. What are the 3 tenets of open science from Sahil Sharma? You know, I probably would like to add on that question and invite all the panelists to answer this question, which is basically, what does open science actually mean to you, right? So when we talked about philosophies, venues, and principles behind open science, what are these principles and venues behind open science that really, really motivate you or inspire you to embrace open science practices, right? So I guess that's a little bit philosophical, but very important discussion. Let me probably still start from inviting Clayton to answer this question, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Open science, to me, really focus. I mean, I'm very focused on the open data part of it. So the sharing of, if people publish a paper, they share the data that comes with that paper. And for me, the impact of that, when you start accumulating larger and larger amounts of data, the impact of that is that the techniques that we then try to apply to solve different problems in our domain become more and more generalizable in a sense. So the building industry is a bit strange because if you look at other industries that produce things like cars or mobile phones or whatever, it's very scalable. You have one design and you build 1 million or tens of millions of the same object, right? In the building industry, almost every building is its own prototype. So scalability is really difficult in our field. So it's really hard for a single researcher to get access to large amounts of data from a diverse number of buildings. And so people sharing their data sets, and then there's a lot of effort behind consolidating the different data sets that people have shared to create much, much larger data sets. And then my team does a lot of machine learning research. And so if you apply a technique to a single building, it's kind of interesting. Let's say that, okay, it's a case study, you can do that. But if you apply a technique to thousands of buildings, then it becomes a lot more meaningful. And the insight behind that becomes a lot more powerful. So that's something we're really we're struggling, because like I said, it is hard to get large, scaled data sets. But it's something that we find really, really important. And that's really just making progress and moving forward, and is really the thing that I focus on, that comes to my mind. So yeah, thank you.
Great. So opening the data set, we can increase the scalability of our building designs, right? Thank you.
Exactly. Yep.
Thank you, Clayton. Peter, what do you think about open science, maybe, and in the fintech domain?
Rather than about fintech, maybe I'd like to talk about a traffic light.
Sure.
Because when you talk about these questions, open science to me is the knowledge that we can access to all level of the society. I believe that this one is the beauty. I love open science and open source, whatever kind of this kind of the mix and match. What I mean is that just last weekend, when I do some of the grocery shopping, and then I stop by the traffic light, okay, because it is red light, right? So that I take a look to the traffic light. How can we make the traffic light more energy efficient, okay? And there is a road signage, okay, next to the traffic light, okay? There is a lot of studies saying that, okay, what kind of the font type, okay, is it good for the pedestrian or maybe the driver, okay? So now what I think about is that open science to me, it is very important that all this kind of the knowledge can be accessed by anyone in the society, okay? Especially that nowadays the internet and mobile devices, okay, electronic devices is, we cannot just live without it, okay, as a modern people, okay? So then what I mean is that I believe the beauty of this kind of the open thing is that how we can make everyone to access it, and they can make some of their contributions according to their expertise, okay? So that this one is quite important to me.
Sharing knowledge to everyone, right? So that drives your practice of open science. Thank you, Peter. Hongfu, you are the one really opening the hardware.
Yes. Wait, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly, right?
Okay, good. So open science to me is the practice of science that enable others to collaborate and to contribute. Research data and also research process should be freely available. And similar to open source, when I heard about open science, so I understand that it's possible to reuse, possible to redistribute, and possible to reproduce based on the work of other researchers and scientists. So for me, when it comes to the definition, I'm thinking of the way of working, the process of the process and the practice of science is similar to the open source way of working.
Yeah, Hongfu, absolutely, you're absolutely right. I think you pointed out, how opening the science practice actually would allow collaborations, right, among the different scientists. The reuse, reproduce, and redistribute of scientific knowledge, right, is indeed one of the key drive for this open science practice. Thank you, Hongfu. Can I now, Timo, you have already actually talked very systematically what open science means to you, but do you have anything to add on that aspect?
Yes, Wei. I think the open science is based on the common shared value and principles for the common good. And it is to bring citizens closer to science and commitments to really using scientific knowledge to better our world, so to speak, to advance our well-being, not just for ourselves, but also for the environment. I mean, look at biosphere itself. If our biosphere is not healthy, no matter how great we are, we may not even survive on this blue planet. So open science is linked to open access of information, literature, as what Hongfu alluded earlier. It's about freely available publication either in the internet, and then also permitting the users to read, to download, to copy, to distribute, to print, to search, and so on. Because knowledge is important. The free access of information and the unrestricted use of this kind of scientific discovery and publication will really help us. Because without dissemination, knowledge remains invisible, and the impact of scientific research will not be fulfilled. And therefore, the noble underlying principle is the more we know, the more we want to use the knowledge to improve on life on Earth. Okay, so to me, that is the key thing underlying what we call open science. So open access to knowledge in science and humanities is really to help us. But of course, there are also the argument of who pay for the scientific research and all that. So how can people just tap onto the hard work of people and then take the so-called discovery and run away and create their own business? So there is a balance. I think there is a very noble principle behind, and we all ascribe with it. However, there are some legal implications, financial implications. There are also technical barriers that we should be mindful of. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Timo. Yeah, so I think always helping me to drive the conversation forward. So we actually have questions from the chat, similar to what you just said, right? How do we actually strive a balance to keep science open, but at the same time, there are lots of other considerations we have to think about, such as copyright, right? Such as, respect other people and recognition of other academics' work. So I probably will just combine the question from the chat and one of my questions just to ask, there are all kinds of costs involved in keeping open, right? Keeping open is not actually easy. There are also different kinds of barriers to such kind of open science practices. For instance, Roland actually mentioned that scientists sometimes do not really want to share their data, right? Clayton mentioned that it's very difficult to build an open data set, right, among the building companies. Then what researchers might be worried that my data, you can find out all the mistakes I made when I did my data analysis, right? So these are all kind of potential concerns, right, or barriers, psychological, institutional barriers to making science open. So maybe my next question will immediately turn to this rather challenging side of open science, and invite all of you to probably help us to think through how we can strive this balance. Again, I'll start from Clayton.
Yeah, I think that's the challenges. Yes, that's something really good to talk about, because and I mentioned a few when I discussed my industry, and I think that some of those challenges. I mean, there's the challenge of data accessibility in the first place. Even if I have a study and I want to share the data, sometimes it's even difficult to get those data out of that system and that type of thing. That there's kind of the technical and accessibility type of issues. Then there's like the permission issues. There's the privacy issues. If any of the data has anything to do with a human, of course, if you release that, then there's a privacy concern. So I think that there's some sort of bottom up and top down sort of solutions to these challenges. Top down, at least in the context of science, would be things like funding agencies and government agencies or journals. The policy of a journal, for example, would be such that if you publish a paper, you need to share, if possible, unless there's privacy concerns, you should at all possible, you should share that data set. And we're starting to see that in certain types of venues. In the computer science community, it's very common for people to share their code and their data with their publications. It's becoming something that people are becoming more aware of, and the top down part of it is happening. And then bottom up, I think it's just like, individual researchers need to just have enough data literacy skills to know how to assemble and share their data sets. So in my field, I would say a large percentage of researchers use basically spreadsheets, and that's it. So their data sets are not maybe so big, or they're not so familiar with how to use a repository or things like that. So just increasing the data literacy and the skill sets of researchers through R, Python, you name it, JavaScript, whatever it may be, increasing those skill sets to include scripting and basic programming is something that I think is going to help drive people's willingness, because the more they learn these skills, the more they're going to value other open data sets that people have shared, and then maybe the more motivation they might have to go through that process. I kind of brought up privacy, but didn't really talk about it. I don't know if others want to. Maybe I think I've talked enough, but privacy is a big concern. It's a huge concern in our field. Especially when you talk about residential buildings. If you see somebody's energy consumption in an hourly way, you can see when they're home and not home and things like that. So privacy is a huge problem that we're trying to figure out. Like I said, I'll leave it at that. And if others want to talk about that as a challenge, I'll let them do that. So thanks.
For sure. Top down and bottom up approaches. Peter, you have anything to share?
Yes. Well, I believe that we used the term open quite a lot in the last decade. And the time before the last decade, that is talking about the 1990 something, okay, there's another word that we still use it, but we seldom use it compared to other the word just like open. That is a shareware. Okay, we quite often that we heard about shareware, freeware. This term in 1990. That is at the time that 1980 we used the Microsoft DOS, Windows 3.1. Okay, so that shareware is not about openware. Openware is not freeware. Okay, open source is not exactly openware, and there is lots of the different kind of the terms and definitions. Okay, Creative Commons. Okay, right. So that yes, my doctorate is in fintech. It is a little bit half technology and half business. So they're talking about how we can survive, or well, we need money to buy food, and we need to pay rent and electricity for the service, right? So that yes, I believe that there's one of the common models that lots of the startup company use it, and quite usually happening in the game industry as well. Freemium is one of the possible ways that how we can survive balance. Okay, how we make partly of the important things to be entirely open or maybe partially open. Okay, I don't know, just depending on the scenario. But yes, just like the smart laboratory I built a couple of years ago, I believe that the key how we can make the win-win-win scenario, that is the industry can get what they want from the R&D processes, and how our students can get have something add on their CV, so that it is sometimes a key that how a project manager and project director to direct this kind of the project and see. We got a term, right? Trade, okay, and see how we use this kind of the open things to be beneficial to all kind of the parties. We need a balance. Yeah.
So not always using maybe open software, open hardware, but be selective.
I would say that in the real world, or at least maybe the commercial project, or maybe the academic project I run, okay, we go for 90% of them. Yeah, because I still need to get some of the money for my students, some of the allowance, right? Yeah, so that's why I said we need balance and we need trade.
I see. Thanks, Peter. Hongfu, I guess you're not really an open scientist, but what you have done can definitely probably help the open scientists to tackle some of the challenges, right? How do you see that?
Yeah, so I just want to make a quick comment on what Peter just said. So I believe that like the business side of things, there are different angles to this, right? So they're not one way or not another. So when you publish your research, you become famous. Maybe you don't need to earn the income from your paper, but you can earn the income by offering consultancy, offering your knowledge. But this is another topic. But I do believe that there are different business model for when we open our work. Regarding the challenges, I saw that Roland actually mentioned something on the channels, and I want to second him on this. This is the misuse of data, the data that we release, because there's also situations that sharing data might not make sense. For example, there is a potential that people use scientific data to create biological weapons, for instance, or they misuse it for harmful purpose. So the misuse of data is something that I would see as a challenge of open science. There is another angle that Marco also put on the channels, and I also want to bring it up. This is the misunderstanding of research from the population, because people come from different backgrounds. So when you release something to the public, you can't be sure that the people who are not trained as scientists will have the same interpretation to or same understanding to the result. And as Marco mentioned, that the pandemic is an example. The government were not aligned with the recommendation from the scientists. Yeah, and we know on the internet right now, so the influencer, the people who have a lot of followers, they are not always saying the right thing. And if they use your research and spread in correct information to the public, or to the general citizen. This is something that might have a side effect for openness and open science. So these 2 points, I think this is really important that Roland and Marco also raised in the channels. Yeah.
Sorry for getting kicked out for a brief while, but I heard you saying, actually mentioning 2 other challenges that sometimes also worry me, right? You know, how the public really would use my open results, right? And whether my research would be misunderstood or misinterpreted, right? In some ways to serve, their own purposes. Right? I think these are real challenges for open scientists as well. I'm very glad to be back, and now can I invite Tipmon to share? You know, you probably.
I think yes. This is actually a very interesting topic because there are 2 sides to a coin. There are pros and cons of being open. What we heard from the previous 3, Clayton, Peter, and Hong Fook, I have some response to that, and also some concern about barriers. First thing that is. We are talking about knowledge-based, innovation-based economy. And it's driven by scientific research and development, and that then translates to technology for innovation and make economy. And behind this is a very heavy investment. And whoever invested in this would look for the ROI. They want to say that, what can I get back? Imagine if somebody put in a lot of money and then they don't have investment return because everybody start using the technology, run away and do their own business. So that is one thing of concern. How do you balance those who pay for it, and then how do you benefit in the larger community? Another thing which Clayton talked about, privacy and all that, okay, those are really very important, and Hong Fook also talk about how openness may lead to misuse or misrepresentation, and imagine that if I were to publish how to create a very deadly virus, and then people start doing it and go and create havoc in the society, other chemical weapons, all that. I think those are really totally irresponsible. And therefore, openness can be only opened within a controlled environment. Otherwise, it's chaotic, it's havoc. And I think that's going to be very disastrous. And openness doesn't mean that you share everything truthfully. And I'm reminded of a movie called A Few Good Men. And then in that movie, this Jack Nicholson's character versus Tom Cruise's character, and they were arguing in the court because Tom Cruise investigating something which implied the military force having something that they need to be accounted for. I remember Jack Nicholson in the court shouted at Tom Cruise and said this, which I always remind our people: don't think that you should openly know everything. So I quote him. Jack Nicholson shouting at Tom Cruise and said, "You want to know the truth? You cannot handle the truth." Okay. So I think that has implication for openness, and I want to end off by giving you this latest observation, which is actually being mentioned in a Nature review opinion. We've been talking about the COVID-19 virus, right? And people say, okay, we should do sequencing, and beyond sequencing, we begin to understand a lot of mutation and all that. So it became a very good thing to help us drive mitigation, come out with vaccine development and all that. But in recent time, the publication and open sharing of this data has become slower and slower. And one of the analysis is because by being very truthful to say that, okay, in certain region, we sequence a new mutant, it ended up that you become penalized. If you remember the Omicron mutation, and when Africa, I think it's in South Africa, when Africa say that we found a new mutant of this, they became labeled, they became ostracized. That, oh, you know, then your community is carrying a very contagious one. We will not allow you to come to our place and so on. So now people are very concerned and very careful about, should we publicly tell people that we found a new mutant? Because implication is I may get labeled, the mutant may be named after my community, named after my country or my region. You're being listed. I mean, you see how those things can become social biasness and mishandling of truth, so to speak. And that is very sad. It became like this, that when open sharing of new mutation genetic data is being taken against you then people will shut up. So this is a good example of, you want to know the truth, you cannot handle the truth. Thank you.
Thanks, Timo. You know, that's really a tagline. You cannot handle the truth, right? So it makes me wonder, when we say open, right, really we have to be aware of who we are opening this to, right? So as audiences who receive this knowledge able to handle the truth, right, or able to handle them in a proper way. So this really, it's something, you know, I didn't imagine before I started this conversation, but this really emerged. So this makes me wonder, then do you think how we should keep it a controlled environment, right? How do we set the boundary about who we should open this to? I can imagine as scientists, I probably will say, I'll just open this to my fellow scientists, right? Whoever have a formal affiliation with a research institution, I open it to them, right? Or I open owning certain parts of the data, but I keep the final say in how to interpret my results. You know, so I guess my question becomes really just a follow-up question on how do we control the environment? If there is a misuse, how do we actually prevent this misuse? Is this aimed to certain kinds of certain groups of users, or is this aimed to how we share, what we share? You know, do we have a nitty-gritty requirements regarding what we can share? So I guess it's not a question I prepared for the panel. If you're not comfortable answering it, it's fine. It's fine, totally fine, right? But you know, I just wonder whether any of you has any thoughts on that. You can this time. I probably just ask anyone who wants to say just to say. Right?
I mean, yeah, I've kind of a comment. I think I want to push back a little bit. I think on the premise that data is misused when it's open. I mean, if we had good examples of this, I think maybe we could discuss those examples. But just I mean, this is kind of behind the fear. When I find researchers who don't want to share their data, they kind of also have these kind of considerations like, what's going to happen? Is somebody going to misuse this data? And in my field specifically, there privacy of humans, that's one thing that could be misused. So if you're protecting that kind of information, you're ensuring that that's not an issue, then there is really no other reason, honestly. Like there is no mutant variant of a virus that's going to go be spread because somebody has access to the data. So there are very few fields where I think this is a big concern. If you're talking about the defense industry, the biology or virus related things, but these are two examples out of hundreds of scientific fields. I think that when it comes to really, malicious use of open data, I think there are very few scenarios. It's not every field has these problems. Our field definitely doesn't have these problems. No one's going to die because someone gets open access to some of the data sets that we have access to. So dispelling these fears of what's going to happen if I open data, I think is more important because the fields that do have critical problems with sharing data because it could be misused, they're very aware of that. Like there is no ambiguity of what's, dangerous or not dangerous, I think, in the scientific community. So I would push back. Like, I don't think we should control open data sets at all, because in the age of the internet, when you open a data set, it's open to the world whether you want it to be or not. It's very hard to control the use of data after you've opened it to, you can open it to one person and then it gets on the internet and everyone has it. So it's very, very hard to control. If that, I mean, I guess that's the topic. So
I like to respond. I'm not trying to say that the fear, I'm trying to raise the concern that indeed certain data is best to be open under a controlled environment, because we talk about biological weapons and genetically, now you can actually genetically create life forms in a test tube, right? This is called open biology hacking and all those things. Using all the molecular tools, you can create things. What imagine you release into the environment. I will quote you another example, that is, if let's say we are now going to a lot of genetic precision profiling of individuals, because it's linked to disease, linked to personalized medication and all of that. Imagine in the future, all the so-called insurance company wants to see your genetic profile before they charge a premium on you. Or if in future HR processing say, oh, before I promote Clayton, I must make sure that Clayton won't contract Alzheimer's disease early onset by a certain time. And all this has got implication, right? So we are not saying that we should have control, and therefore bioethics has to come in. We have to set the boundary of how much and who we can share the data with. Because the more you know, knowledge is power, and knowledge wrongly used as power to suppress certain group or manipulate certain people, I don't think that is the way we should go. And therefore, UNESCO is looking into open access in a big way. I think they just recently launched their open access portal. And in that portal, probably there's some kind of regulation so that they disseminate accordingly to those who will benefit from this open data. But certain things will be only on either special requests or only on really is going to benefit, which means you can get to the open data if you make yourself accountable, you're responsible, and you're not going to open up a Pandora box. Yeah, thanks.
That's a real conversation going on there. Any Hongfu or Peter, you want to share something?
Well, I would say that I'm lucky enough that maybe in my role, I don't need to concern much about this question because, well, basically I teach computing science, so that I teach some kind of the methodology, how we build software, the architecture, network, this and that, so that we all know that we can 3D print a gun, okay, 3D print some of the weapon that kill people, right? So that we thought about that, how the biochemical things can, maybe medical doctor, they are good, they are bad. It is all pros and cons, right? So then we also know about that open source, right? Linux, that being one of the distro, or maybe some other distro as well, that consider that kernel is very secure enough. We only find a bug in 10 years time, okay? So that one, the kernel is very secure. So that I believe that is talking about different kind of viewpoint, whether or not we can have enough, big enough, I mean that the interest group, okay, self-driven, self-motivated interest group in that particular kind of the knowledge, because we talk about open science, open source, something open, right? Knowledge sharing, so that how this kind of the interest group can self-regulate, okay? Self-regulate something that 3D pin, what can pin, what is not pin, okay? So that this kind of the topic is, the interest rate is, the interesting level is keep rising, so that we pay attention on what people are going to print, okay, about Linux things. People also criticize about that, whether or not Linux is the most secure operating system, because in some kind of the research, they argue about maybe Macintosh, some kind of the closed source proprietary software, right? So that they have enough money to hire people to make their kernel secure enough. So that I believe that, again, talking about the viewpoint, talking about that in which kind of the research perspective, so that I believe that when the group is large enough, so that we can have better kind of the, well, monitoring in this kind of the topic. Yeah.
Thanks, Peter. Speaking of self-regulation of an interest group, I'm going to throw a very difficult question to Hongfu. Hongfu, you have been basically FOSSAsia is a great example, right? There are so many software and hardware practitioners in your community using all these open source codes, right? How do you see this self-regulation thing going on in your community? Does that help? If there is such kind of self-regulation, which kind of, what might be some of the examples you see that are actually effectively, making open source more maybe ethical and not misused, right? So I guess open scientists, the community can definitely learn from open source community about self-regulation.
Well, to be honest, I don't think there is self-regulation, but I can I can share a little bit about our process. So as I come from, the open source community and background. So about, like, as you mentioned before, so when you open up the data, can everyone have access? Of course, I would say on my stand would be yes. And the scientists, the these are the concerns I just mentioned about misuse data. But for open source, we open the source code. Everyone can freely use and freely distribute, and they can also make on the money on the work of others. So the regulation, I think, it's not regulation, but in the open source world, there is open source licenses where they enable like different model of collaborations. For instance, there's some licenses that allow the user to create commercial or to make commercial project on top of the open source original project. And there are also other projects that restrict people that make sure that if they use the work of the other, they also need to keep the same license shared in the same way under the same compliance. So in the open source community, whatever we do, our channel, everything open, everyone can freely join. Yeah, and it depends on the project. We use the licenses as a way to enable collaboration. Yeah, and this is something that we have. We do not stop anyone to go from contributing. So like it's only about people who can come in and disrupt the collaboration and the work of the community. You know, there's also like bad actors sometimes with harmful like intention that if they join the community and we recognize this, and because this is a open collaboration, other people, not only like FOSSASIA need to control how people work, but they will get also the feedback from other community members. So basically what I want to say is in the open source work, collaboration can be enabled following like some guidance of collaboration that written in open source license, different models, and in terms of organizing the community, their process, their best practices, and we recommend people what they should be have in the community, what are the concern, and how to make our community more welcome to the outsiders. But it's again, each individual that their choice, so they have their choice how they want to practice open science or open source, and we rely on the power of the community to help to drive the openness and friendly, positive collaboration in our
Thanks.
profession. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, hopefully, at least I think the idea of the license, the Creative Commons license idea, it's quite interesting. You know, I'm starting to think about can I actually submit to a journal that adopts some of this Creative Commons license rather than absolute copyright to the journal publishers. Right? So I think your answer does inspire us as social scientists and scientists to think about such kind of open science practices. I'm mindful of time. I know there is a live session coming up in 2 minutes. So maybe, sorry, you know, I see Leslie's question. I see a Paul's question. I don't think we can go through another round of, you know, answers, right? You know, maybe I should just allow everyone to say 30 seconds concluding remark. If you have anything you promote, it's the time to say it, right? So please, Clayton, can I start from you?
Sorry, I was distracted. I was looking at the questions that you were mentioning.
Yeah, so, you know, for instance, how the audiences can find you for more questions, you know, what might be some of the channels we can reach you. Right.
LinkedIn and Twitter, if you just search for me in NUS, you should be able to find me on those, and that's a good place to connect with me.
Great.
So sorry about that.
Great. Peter?
Same here, my name and Glasgow, Scotland.
Okay, great. Hongfu?
Yeah, so check out the Pocket Science Lab, bslab.io. This is our open hardware for open science project. There will be more talks on the Pocket Science Lab happening tomorrow at the FOSSASIA Summit. So I hope to see you there.
I'm joining. Timon, right?
Well, you can find me in the Science Center Singapore website, and we do a lot of open science, open access kind of thing, using hackathon to solve climate change issue, UN SDG, and all that part and parcel of what we promote. I also want to quickly respond to Roland that I'm quoting that movie not because I cite him. I'm just saying that sometimes there are certain things need to be controlled. Okay, I think we need to be accountable and not take open freely, because freedom sometimes create problem. If you take freedom as there's no traffic light control, you can anyhow go and drive the way you like. That is not what we like to see, right? Without rules and regulation, a football match will never take place as it should be. So there should be control environment for us to be the best we can be to serve the society and the world. So that is what I look at open science. The open access and has got a lot of good benefits, and they want to strengthen the benefit and not create potential havoc. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think our panel really opens more conversations than closing the conversation. Again, thanks to my wonderful 4 panelists. We'll see you in the next live session. And bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello.
I think Mario was going to introduce you. Would you like me to introduce you? Mario is still in headphones mode.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I'm happy to for you to introduce me.
Okay, very good. So next up we have Ricardo Suarez. Thank you for arriving on time, Ricardo. This is much appreciated.
No worries.
Here to speak to us on cloud and open source, the future of IT and open source at Amazon. And oh, you're going to love this. I've got the bio for Italian Vignoli in front of me. How did that happen?
That's the problem with live shows.
Let me see if I can redeem myself here. Yes, aha, now I have your real bio. Okay, Ricardo is a principal developer at Amazon Web Services, works with builders, tech leaders, and enterprise execs to help transform their businesses. Over 20 years experience leading open source, emerging technology, and innovation programs, passionate about cloud, innovation, and open source, excited about how they combine, as am I, to accelerate and amplify customers' ability to innovate. Ricardo, take it away.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone. Very fascinating listening to some of the sessions there, especially the mention of football without rules, which is definitely got my interest there. So yes, it's very early here. Apologies for the very bright light, but that's the best lighting I could arrange. I'm actually not at home at the moment. I'm away talking about open source. But today I'm going to talk about open source at Amazon. But first of all, just to set in context, for over 20 years, open source has really been helping builders to innovate and develop solutions, whether it's the tools that we use to develop, the libraries that we combine to make our applications, or the runtimes on which we deploy applications. And so I want to share how we think and act with open source at AWS, and how we work backwards from our customers to provide the builders with kind of greater choice in how they develop and run their preferred open source technologies, and share hopefully how cloud and open source, I think, is the future of IT. Now, to understand how we think about open source at Amazon, we first have to look at our culture. At Amazon, we have 16 leadership principles, and these form the basis of everything that is done within the organization, from hiring and finding builders, from our day-to-day interactions with each other, how we get our work done. These leadership principles enable us to better understand how we can work together to serve our customers. And these also influence how we interact with open source. So I'm going to take a look at some of these. The first and the most important leadership principle is customer obsession. But what does this actually mean? So as a company, we are customer obsessed. We don't lead with the coolest tech. We don't focus on what competitors are doing or what delivers short-term results. We aim to build relationships with customers that outlast any one of us. And it means we start with the customer and we work backwards to understand what their needs are, their pain points and their frustrations. But it also means that we look between the lines and we try and discover opportunities to delight our customers. Now, in the context of open source, this means a few things. Now, many of our customers are enthusiastic users and creators of open source software. And we listen to our customers when it comes to what products and services to create. 90% of the AWS roadmap, for example, is driven by customer feedback. And this is also true of open source. When customers tell us that they love open source technologies, but they would like to benefit from the integration to the other AWS products and services, we listen and we work hard to create managed services for those open source technologies. Customers tell us that they love the choice available to them when it comes to how they want to run their open source workloads. Now, for some workloads, they actually want to take on the responsibility and manage those open source technologies. Other times, it might be they just want to use one of the many hundreds of open source products available in the AWS marketplace. Customer obsession also means that we want to understand the pain points that customers have when it comes to using open source software, and then helping them to tackle these pain points. And one of the common pain points that customers have when it comes to running open source workloads is how to remove all that undifferentiated heavy lifting involved. So the installation, the configuration, the patching of security updates, the scaling up and down, how to do upgrades, those kind of things. They love the open source project and they want to focus on using that to help their customers. And I want to take one example of this using a project that I've been very deep into the last sort of 12 months. In 2014, the engineering team at Airbnb open sourced a tool that helped them build their and scale their data pipelines. Apache Airflow is a workflow orchestration tool, and it helps you to create and manage complex workflows. And it's been adopted by many businesses and data engineering teams. It became a top-level Apache project, I think, back in 2019, and it's been growing in popularity ever since. And it's something that I've been working with over the last 12 months, including my first contribution to the project a few weeks ago. Now, we have customers who prefer to actually manage their own Apache Airflow environments, and they want to deploy this into AWS. And so in order to enable that, they want choice and flexibility in how they deploy that. So for some customers, it might be deploying on virtual machines. For others, it might be deploying on container services such as ECS or EKS, or maybe even their own Kubernetes environments. But customers ultimately want the ability to integrate with other AWS services such as S3 for storage, or some of the data and analytics services such as Amazon Redshift and Athena. Now, there are a number of challenges around self-managing Apache Airflow. The first is around setup. It's typically a very manual process, so some of that the customers end up developing their own environment creation tools, and there are lots of choices that aren't always easy to understand when and how to make the best choices. Scaling can also be a challenge, and this can be done with some of the AWS services, such as ECS, EC2 auto scaling, or with Kubernetes. But when you do that, that brings its own complexities as well. Now, for security, supporting role-based authentication and authorization typically involves the process where you have to authenticate in one place and then go into Airflow, into the Airflow user interface to authorize that particular person to have a specific role, like administrator or viewer. But sometimes what we find is customers make everyone administrator and don't even worry about it. And it's pretty easy to make mistakes accidentally, like opening up the web server to the world. Upgrades and patches are also challenging as there are hundreds of Python libraries and other dependencies to keep a track on. And so knowing which ones are stable, which ones are required, and which ones maybe have security vulnerabilities can be tough. And on top of that, upgrading Airflow can be a challenge when you perform an upgrade. And sometimes things don't always go the way you expect. And so it can be painful to roll back. So in December 2020, Amazon released a managed service for Apache Airflow called Managed Workflows for Apache Airflow, or as I like to call it, MOA, that provides an upstream version of Apache Airflow that's already integrated with the AWS services that I've talked about, and does all of those things for you, allowing you just to benefit from the use of Apache Airflow. Now, for other customers, they may want to use one of the managed services that some of our partners and users of AWS Marketplace have deployed. So as we can see here, there are a number of options you have, including from Astronomer, who are one of the kind of main contributors and drivers of the Apache Airflow project. And so you can easily start using Apache Airflow by using Apache Airflow via Astronomer through the marketplace. And then we also contribute new projects that actually helps builders to easily locally develop and test their Apache Airflow workflows before actually then committing your workflows to your production environments. So that's just kind of like an idea of kind of the spectrum, really, of how customers might want to go from one end, self-managed, to the other end of using managed services. Now, over the past years, we've worked hard with a number of open source ISVs, including Confluent, Databricks, HashiCorp, Redis Labs, and many others, to help them build their own cloud services with that open source technology. And our partnership, for example, with Confluent is really representative of how we obsess over our partners and our mutual customers' success. AWS also works with customers to help them effectively build and operate their own open source projects, whilst we also contribute to those projects in the process. For example, AWS has partnered with Intuit and Weaveworks to develop Argo Flux, which provides a single tool chain for continuous deployment and fleet scale autonomous workflows via GitOps. But you see other projects there, such as Spinnaker from Netflix and Envoy from Lyft as well, which we've contributed and actually are part of some AWS services in the case of Envoy and Atmesh. Now, another leadership principle is insist on the higher standard. AWS services are built to meet the needs of very high scale multi-tenanted operations. And when we build a service based on open source, we provide customers with a fully managed, highly scalable, multi-tenanted service. Now, here's a look at some of the AWS services for open source across just a few of the categories, such as data, analytics, compute, machine learning. Now, these managed services allow customers to quickly get started using these open source technologies without having to worry about how to run them. And when we do launch one of these services based on open source projects, we make a long-term commitment to support our customers. And part of that long-term commitment means contributing bug fixes, security, scalability, performance, and feature enhancements back to the community in the project. Now, for example, the Amazon EMR team have been making contributions to the Hadoop ecosystem for many, many years. And the Amazon Elastic Container Service, the EKS, for Kubernetes team has been contributing Kubernetes code, both code and broader contributions as well. I want to dive into one other example. Now, we've used Apache Lucene internally for years, and I think it was around 2019, the Amazon.com search service decided to move 100% to Lucene-powered search. Now, at the scale Amazon runs, we pushed Lucene to its limits, but we felt confident that if we worked together with the community, we could jointly ensure that it could meet our needs. And in pushing Lucene to the limits, Amazon developers uncovered some rough edges, some bugs, and some other issues, according to Mike McCandless, who's one of our senior engineers and a long-time contributor to Lucene and other related projects. Now, AWS has always aimed to take technology that it was traditionally cost prohibitive or complex and difficult for organizations to adopt and make it accessible to a much broader audience. Open source is just one of the ways that AWS makes technology more accessible to everyone. And that's kind of core to Amazon's mission of helping make open source easier to use. Now, thanks to the 4 freedoms of software, customers are able to access many thousands of open source projects. But just because you can access the source code, does that mean you can use it? Well, not really, because for many open source projects, there is kind of work that you need to do to get it required in a state where it can be useful to you. And when you think about it, what you typically need to do is you might have the source code, but you might need to install it. You might need to provide instructions and examples so you can get started quickly. You might need to actually spend some time to learn the project and how it works, especially if there's lots of moving parts. You're going to need to deploy this project onto some kind of infrastructure, and then you're going to need to do that in an optimized way. You're going to need to do and configure security, and then you're going to need to make sure you can scale up and down to meet your needs, and many other things. And here on this little graph here, you can see some of the activities that typically is involved before you get to the top bit, which is actually being able to use and benefit from the open source software. So when you dive into the details, we can see that operating open source technologies is actually a lot of work. And we do surveys with at some of our events from time to time. And 88% of our customers, 88% of customers surveyed to one particular survey said that open source leadership was really important or very important to them in determining who they went to as a technology provider. But when we asked them what they defined by leadership, what they said was making it easy for customers to use open source and run their preferred open source was something that was important to them. So at Amazon, we hire builders, we hire pioneers, people who like to challenge the status quo, people who like to invent, who want to build the future, people who look at kind of different customer experiences and who assess what's wrong with them and iterate and reinvent them entirely. And people who get that launching is just the starting and not the finishing line. And many of those builders are also users and contributors to open source software. And so this influences how we think about open source as we aim to build relationships with open source projects that outlast any one of us. And we draw upon the expertise and experience from folk we have working from the likes of Red Hat, the Apache Software Foundation, and other open source communities, as well as Amazonians who contribute to a diverse range of open source projects. And this is just a small selection of those contributors and the projects they contribute to. Now, we have a distinctly Amazonian term for the way we organize people to optimize for innovation and execution. And we call this our 2-pizza team model, meaning that no team should have big enough or be big enough that you can't feed really with 2 large size pizzas. Now, this concept is fundamentally around creating little startups of no more than around sort of 8 to 10 people. And this small team size allows you to minimize the matrix communication and unnecessary meetings and bureaucracy. And so it helps accelerate decision making, but also it helps increase autonomy and drive innovation because they're freer to experiment and create tools and move rapidly really on their customers' behalf. And many of these teams develop open source technologies, open source projects, and this is a small sample of some of those projects, some of which you may be not familiar with, but I think are really super interesting. So I just want to take a look at a couple of them. Particle is an open source project that allows you to provide a single query language across all your data sources, and it allows you to easily and efficiently query data regardless of where it is and what format it's stored. And you'll find that Particle is actually integrated in some of the AWS services as well. S2N, or short for signal to noise, is a open source transport layer implementation that we use. So every time you access AWS, for example, S3 over SSL, it's using that under the covers. Amplify is an open source development framework for building secure, scalable, and modern mobile web applications, and it makes it really easy to add capabilities such as authentication and machine learning and more. And so here are some of those projects, but I want to dive deep into a couple of them. So Bottle Rocket is a Linux-based operating system that's purpose-built by us for running containers on virtual machines or even on bare metal. Now, most customers today run containerized applications on general purpose operating systems that are updated package by package, which makes OS updates difficult to automate. With Bottle Rocket, updates are applied in a single step rather than by package to package. And this single step update process helps reduce the management overhead by making OS updates easy to automate using kind of container orchestration services. By providing a single step process, and that helps reduce the management overhead, making it easier to automate that through your kind of container orchestration service. Now, that single step update also means that you can improve the uptime for your containers by minimizing the update failures and enabling rollbacks much more easily. Now, the other benefit of Bottle Rocket is it also only includes just the essential bare kind of packages required to run containers, which which both improves resource usage but also reduces the attack surface. Firecracker is another great project. Now, before Firecracker, when you were working with containers, you had to choose between containers that had fast startup times and high density, or by using VMs, which had strong hardware virtualization-based security and workload isolation. But with Firecracker, you can have both. And Firecracker is a virtualization technology purpose-built for creating and managing secure, multi-tenanted micro VMs. And it underpins our serverless computing, but you can use it for other things such as containers as well. And we've got customers who are using and innovating and building on top of this open source project. So Weaveworks, who I've already mentioned, it's a startup software company that make it fast and simple for developers to build containerized applications. And they use Firecracker when they built Ignite, which is their GitOps managed VM solution. Kind of on a different kind of spectrum here. Last year we open sourced Open 3D Engine, and it's a real-time multi-platform 3D engine that allows developers and content creators in that industry to be able to create AAA rated games, without any fees or commercial obligations. AWS has been one of the top contributors to open source for many years, and no other company really has done more to foster the rise and success of open source. Our participation extends beyond just the open source projects, but also the co-contributions to other projects, the financial support of them, of foundations, as well as I think one of the important things, which is having a force multiplier, the force multiplier effect. Of the cloud provides to open source projects. It's hard, it's easy to forget. I've been working in open source for 20 years, but today open source is embraced by most organizations, but that wasn't always the case. And in the early days, open source organizations needed validation for open source. And when cloud came along, cloud was built on open source technologies, and cloud became an important way to show that open source could scale and was ready for the most demanding workloads. And so cloud was a force multiplier enabler. And on top of that, we've been working with customers to help provide tooling to help them move away from proprietary software into open source tools. So we've open source tools such as .NET Framework, the porting assistant, to help them shift their .NET workloads to .NET Core, as well as move from proprietary databases to open source databases. So just to conclude, there are kind of 3 key points to take away from this presentation about how we think about open source. We're building strong partnerships with open source customers, partners, communities, and we're increasing our activities, whether that's code contributions or other contributions that together help grow the open source pie. Across both consuming and contributing to open source, the cloud is that force multiplier effect, and it's the tide that lifts all boats. It enables customers to focus on and get the benefits of open source software they love, and allows open source software to win. And by combining the best of open source and cloud to accelerate business outcomes, enabling innovation, empowering digital transformation, I think this is what the future of IT looks like. Make sure you keep up to date with everything that's happening on open source and AWS by using these valuable resources. I do a weekly newsletter. We have a very active social media, and we have a blog that features some great open source content. I'm always looking to hear from builders as to what projects they're working on. And with that, thank you very much for your time. At Amazon, we value your feedback and how we can continue to improve the work we do with open source. So if you have got the time to complete this very short feedback, I'd be much appreciated. And thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. It is sort of apparent that Amazon has been engaged in open source all over the place, but it's
yes, it
is. To
is.
see it in sort of a cohesive presentation. So that was perhaps more than I understood was going on, which is great. The questions are.
Okay, I haven't had a chance to look at the.
I'll invite you to use some discretion.
Okay, right. So, how do I see the questions?
Click on the shared notes section.
Okay, shared notes. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Got it. Okay. We have a great relationship with MongoDB. We recently actually announced, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we announced a new kind of strategic relationship with them. Whilst MongoDB is no longer open source, it's SSPL. Obviously, it has its origins and roots in open source, and so yeah, we like many other kind of open source kind of technology companies, and I mentioned that in the presentation. Key to this is really building strong relationships with them, because it's not a zero-sum game. There's enough business for everyone, and so it's how we work with all these companies to the mutual benefit of our customers, really. And I think that's what you'll find that we do, and with announcements like what Mongo did. And I used to work with Matt, who now works at Mongo, and I used to work with Ian, who's in the developer relations team. So there's a lot of shared love between the two organizations.
Oh, sure. No, I fully accept that. It's more that the I don't know if they've actually ever publicly stated it, but certainly the widely understood rationale for the switch to SSPL was specifically Amazon and DocumentDB. So I guess if there's a way, firstly, if you can say, I don't know, I apologize, I haven't seen the announcement, and I therefore perhaps am missing an important fact. But if there's a sort of a sentence or two answer, can you describe, because this is relevant for a whole lot of other companies, right, that have decided they want to go to do operations rather than development support. Can you describe where the sort of common ground has been found between yourselves and Mongo with respect to how you jointly deliver more value to customers? What is it? What's the split of responsibilities?
Well, I mean, I can't comment specifically on Mongo, but what I can say is that I think the kind of the shared pain points, what I talked about, and how we think of as a company, is that open source software and the kind of source code you have in the repository requires a lot of work before it's useful in any meaningful way to customers. And I think the value of open source is you have the choice, right? You can take that code, you can take that project, and you can run it yourself. And for some use cases that makes a lot of sense. But I think what I found is that a lot of customers who want to use open source software don't have the skills, the expertise, or maybe even they don't have the appetite for it.
Absolutely. This is, but I'm sorry, it was kind of why MongoDB in particular, because MongoDB's venture capital investors made exactly the same observation. And so sort of put themselves in a situation where the only way they could survive was by going into head-to-head competition with Amazon as operators, which is an awkward choice of business model. So it was, the question was not open source generally, it was in fact for companies that are developing open source and wish to or have sought to sort of run a business selling operations, selling exactly that set of services and finding themselves in direct competition with yourselves. But it's, if you can't get into the specifics on
yeah, well, what I would say is that Amazon competes with lots of customers. I mean, Disney, for example, plus they compete with Prime. If you look at in the retail space, there are many retailers who are on AWS, and their core business competes with us. I think really ultimately, if these customers are obsessing over their customers like we do, then really it's about making sure that you continuously innovate on their behalf. You look at their pain points, their frustration. I think if you focus on your customers rather than being competitor focused, I think that's where for me I see that the benefit for everyone. I don't believe that we want a single provider for open source software, right? I mentioned I work with Apache Airflow. So Amazon has a managed service for Apache Airflow, but then you have Astronomer who also have a managed service for Apache Airflow. And when I speak to customers, sometimes using Astronomer is the right choice for them. Okay, based on what they're trying to do, the kinds of use cases they have, but other times it may be that the Moi service is the right choice for them. Okay, I think one of the things that I see is helping customers understand what the questions they need to figure out, and then help them move. And I think Astronomer do an amazing job there. They're great contributors to the Apache Airflow project. They're constantly innovating for their customers, and therefore they're being very successful. Okay, and so they're always going to be able to provide Apache Airflow to their customers. But that doesn't mean that we're going to stop providing Apache Airflow to our customers. Okay, and I think both of us can coexist very happily. And I think really
there's more one service model.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the way that I prefer to think of it is it's not a zero-sum game. And I think people who try and put it from the point of view of competition and competitors are kind of going down that zero-sum game road. And
these things I want to do beyond a certain point.
Yeah, of course.
You addressed, you sort of brought out what I was hoping you would be able to to suggest. Thank you very much. I know we've now gone very slightly over. So once again, thank you, Ricardo.
All right, thank you very much.
You're in the room. Can you please turn on your camera and microphone? Give you some additional rights. Oh no, you already have the right rights. So while you are doing that, I will introduce. So Gagan is from Oracle. He's going to talk to us about how Oracle develops MySQL database service on its cloud infrastructure, which I think perhaps is an example of what Ricardo and I were just talking about. Gagan is a senior development manager at Oracle's MySQL database technology group with about 20 years experience in software development, including in high availability, deep packet inspection, packet processing, compute blades, and so forth. Wow, I've had a long list of excellent technologies. I won't give you the entire list. He's leading the team responsible for features like MySQL redo log archival, compressed backup. There'll be a headphone button. If you click on that, there should be an option to add microphone. No, you actually have to, you've got to turn on, you've got to come in with a microphone enabled. At the moment you are in the room as a viewer listener only. Ah, that looks helpful. Say something? Nope. Nope. Lost you completely. Do you want to try again? You are still a presenter. You should be able to unmute and speak. Nope. We seem to have lost him completely. There he is. Make presenter and unmute. Right, Gagan, if you should now be able to turn on your camera.
Hello,
All right.
Roland.
Is it any better now? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but I can't see you. Interesting. What's happened there? Have you? Ah, there we go. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you? Okay, great.
I can hear you and see you.
Confusion,
So
let me-
take it away.
Please let me know once the screen is up, the slides are up, and I can start from there.
Yes, we're now looking
do you
at
see
my
the screen now?
on the OCI with a cool sports car.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. On behalf of the MySQL as a service team, I would like to welcome you today. Thank you for joining us. My name is Gagan. I'm the development manager for the team responsible for various modules on the MySQL database service on Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. I'm looking forward to talk with you today about implementing database service on OCI and using the MySQL database service as a reference, as an example to get into the details of how these kind of services can be hosted on OCI. The safe harbor statement, yes, I would like to remind that this is for information purpose only. The content may change and the sole discretion is with Oracle. Now, over a period of past couple of decades, there is a lot of traction for cloud computing. A lot of people would want to migrate their on-premise systems to cloud for increased efficiency, lower operational cost, and all the other maintenance around upgrades and how they want to patch their service. In and around that, a lot of people have migrated from on-premise to cloud. And as complex as simple as it may seem to migrate, there are a bunch of things that one has to take care. It's not an easy initiative to migrate to the cloud and ensure that the things are going to scale as and when more and more customers start using your service. And apart from that, the other latencies on the network. And there are various aspects that one has to consider when you're hosting this kind of solution on cloud. Nevertheless, I mean, with the power of the open source engineering team that MySQL has at Oracle, it has been a great success so far, where we are able to host the entire MySQL as a service on OCI Cloud, which I'll be talking in more detail in the coming slide. So the intention of this slide is not to showcase a bunch of components that helps in building the OCI service. It is just to show you the roadmap and all the various components that I'll be touching upon in this presentation. I'll be going through each and every individual component that is listed on this particular slide and get into slight detail about each of them and how the entire MySQL as a service is orchestrated on OCI Cloud, and how each of these components play a key role in making the service safe, secure, resilient, and highly available for the customers. So the first blue highlighted component here is the user tenancy. So in the most simplistic term, this is what a user would see when he creates a Oracle Cloud account. The very first, there are a lot of free trial available. I'd really encourage and recommend for you to try out the free account and see the various services that are provided by Oracle Cloud. And the user tenancy is your home tenancy, where you could choose a particular home region and go on from there. The next, this slide depicts the console screenshot. It shows all the various screens and the wizards that are available on the web console when you create an account and have a look at you setting up a VM, setting up network, and those are very intuitive, user-friendly wizards that will enable you to do that. The MySQL database service itself leverages on most of these cloud-provided services, the VCM, the storage, and the compute. And if you plan to implement your own cloud service on OCI, these things are available at your fingertips to develop your entire service on OCI Cloud. This screenshot is again a sneak peek of the MySQL as a service on the left hand side bottom, where you say the wizard popped out, where you as a user one can create a DB system. You can create a standalone DB system or a highly available DB system with multiple nodes. The backups can be configured in a manner that you would want to schedule a backup automatically every day, or want to take a manual backup at will. Those things are supported. Channels enable you to migrate data and have multiple DB systems interconnected using these channels. And configuration, MySQL provides a vast set of configuration to tune for performance and various reasons that this configuration enables the end user to do. Moving to next slide. Here we spoke about regions, the home region whenever a user tenancy is created. But apart from that, a user can also subscribe to various regions across the globe. So region is basically a localized geographical area, such as Ashburn, Sydney, Mumbai, or Tokyo, where customer creates the tenancy. And these regions, they comprise of availability domain. So availability domain can be seen as one or more data center within a particular region, within a particular city. And these ADs are further have broken down into a fault domain. And the fault domain are basically grouping of hardware for high degree of protection towards unexpected failure or computer hardware maintenance. So those kind of things are taken care by fault domain. So MDS is built on such a robust system where it is spread across various ADs and FDs to ensure the availability to the end customer. Moving to the next slide. The compartment is basically, it's a logical container. You can encapsulate all the OCI resources that are used. So the storage and the VCN and the compute can be grouped into a particular compartment. This additionally enables you to create certain policies and user accounts and policies as to which resource can be accessed by which user group or a particular individual. This enables you to do that. So all the physical resources are encapsulated in this logical compartment. So coming back to the main slide, the overall architecture of how MDS is kind of orchestrated. The key component highlighted here on this slide is the control plane. So far we have been discussing about user tenancy and a few aspects around it. Now we shall move to this most critical part, which is the control component. All the OCI resources that comprise of the MDS service itself, the component that are required to run the service, the administrative interface, the API service, or any kind of task management which has got to do with initializing storage, initializing compute to make the DB system and make it available to the end customer, is handled by the control plane. The control plane also takes care of storing the metadata. It has the overall blueprint of the entire system, where whatever DB systems are created or backups are created or channels are created are stored in a very safe, secured metadata store, which is used and accessible at any point of time. This defines the overall across for all the customers, their entire information and the blueprint is stored in this store, metadata store. Apart from that, another important aspect that the control plane performs is the health monitoring of the user DB system. Whenever user creates a DB system, all the kind of health checks, whether the application is working fine, the server is up and running, the various entities that support the servers, how is the infrastructure of the Oracle provided cloud is behaving, to take the right corrective measures if something is below the threshold that we have set for a particular service. Some of the very important design consideration while coming up with the control plane is definitely the availability. We want to ensure that at no point there is a single point of failure. We provide multiple instance MySQL server, highly available server, where user can configure more than one node and you have primary and secondary nodes which kind of switch within sub-seconds, and your service is highly available. Scale is another key important factor, where as and when more and more people adapt to this particular technology and we have more customers, it should not so happen that the other customers are impacted and the bandwidth is compromised. So scaling of the service and having the same latency and the throughput is essentially the key factor for designing the control plane. Resilience is another important aspect, where whenever we do an upgrade or modify a code in the server or the administrator or the control plane code itself, we have to ensure that there are no outages. It is seamless to the user. It just happens behind the background. User does not have to worry. The service is up and running. And resilience is definitely one of the key factor. Security, I think this is the most critical aspect, where the user are definitely paranoid about where the data is stored, who can access it, and who can view it, who can read it. So from the security aspect, there is utmost care taken in terms of where this user data is stored, what is the amount of privileges that is granted to the service. There are no user data that can be read at any point of time, and we ensure that in control plane we provide the bare minimum privilege to any kind of an internal service or the instance, so that it has just enough privilege to do what it is meant to do, but not beyond what it is supposed to do. For example, if an internal user has to only read a particular metadata, we only grant the read-only permission. There are several permissions like read, write, manage permissions, but we ensure that at any point of time we carefully examine the operation that is to be performed by a module and give the bare minimum privileges. So in certain sense, a lot of care has been taken to keep this data secure and safe. And apart from that, we also take care of data jurisdiction, about data not leaving a particular region when you're doing a cross-region migration of data, or backups that are stored in another region is only by user permission and configuration. It is not stored randomly at any region. It is with the approval and the inputs provided by the user. Monitoring is another key aspect. So apart from the things that we can handle reactively, if something goes wrong, we proactively keep probing the various aspects of the service, trying to find the issues even before the server goes down. This enables the backend operators and the SMEs to keep the service up and running even before the issue occurs. So for example, if there's an infrastructural burden or some brownout at the underneath set of OCI cloud infrastructure services that may impact the MDS, we take necessary measures to keep the service up and running in those cases, and try to move to a different AD or fault domain and make the service keep up and running for the users. The next critical aspect of the overall architecture is the data plane. So here the entire provisioned, this particular data plane will provision the OCI components like compute and the storage, where exactly the user data is physically residing. It's completely separate from control plane, and the design consideration is the instance principle available on this data plane should have minimum blast radius. For example, if one of the data plane nodes are kind of compromised, we ensure that it cannot impact any other data plane or any other customer or any other DB system for that matter, nor can it interfere with the functionality of control plane. So the entire data plane is architected in a manner that the blast radius is bare minimum, restricted to the only that particular node on which something may go wrong. It doesn't have the ability to bring down the overall service or impact any other customer in any manner. That's one of the main key design consideration for the data plane. So there is this particular interaction between control plane and data plane is key for the overall service. So whenever user wants to create a DB system, there is a bunch of interaction between the control plane and data plane, a lot of data and configuration related data, and the credentials for that particular server are also shared between the control plane and data plane. This channel is extremely secure. It is encrypted, and all the data can only flow in unidirectional, where the control plane provides all the information to the data plane of how and what are the resources that it needs to allocate to bring the entire DB system. So this channel is secure and individual for each of those DB systems that are created at any point of time. The DB itself, we spoke a little bit about the metadata storage. So the entire blueprint is stored in the it's a persistent transactional key valued store where all the information about various configuration that user has set for a DB system and other aspects regarding the networking, the shape of the particular compute, and the storage size. All those details are stored in a very secure manner, persistently in a key value record. These things are regularly backed up, and it is almost close to the live data for the overall infrastructure. So it has a very strict concurrency control, which implies that we ensure the commits are serialized and snapshot isolation is provided and guaranteed. So apart from this, there are a lot of things that one may get out of the box by adapting the OCI services, the audits and events, the API HTTP request, authentication and authorization, the security zones, the tag validation, quota and limits. So these are some of the out of the box available services from Oracle OCI. Same has been adapted by MDS, and any other user who plans to implement something like this on the OCI cloud can definitely leverage on these services instead of trying to build it from scratch. You have a head start and a bullet code from where you can start off. Tenancy is another key aspect. The identity and access management policies leverage on this compartment and tenancies whenever you want to define a user group or user that can access a particular resource or not access a resource. So this is just an example of principal granted to one of the users and not granted to another, and what they can access and what they cannot. And how these permissions are granted are using policies. So these are human readable policies where you can define a set of rules as to which user group can access what in the particular overall service. So another important aspect that the API service provides is apart from only the public facing API where it enables the user to create and monitor the DB system, we have a bunch of internal APIs that we've created that enables the operator and other internal users to monitor the health of the particular DB system. There are various admin related APIs that are provided to monitor the dashboard, the CPU disk usage, which are both publicly available and also available to the internal operators who and keeps the show up and running. These internal APIs are not exposed to the end customers directly. These are primarily to do the monitoring and auditing of how the system is behaving overall. And there are a bunch of metrics and logs that are periodically monitored in order to ensure that the service is healthy and there are no issues at any point of time. Another important module of the overall control plane is the control plane task itself. So there are certain APIs which are short-lived where you want to get an information about a configuration of a DB system where you can fetch it from the database by querying it. However, there are some long-running process where you initiate a DB system and there are a bunch of operations that it has to perform behind the scene where it has to allocate memory, storage, compute, network, and attach them and then hand over to the customer. So these kind of long running tasks are performed by something called worker nodes in the control plane. This enables offloading all the particular heavy lifting by another bunch of worker nodes that scale automatically based on the number of requests that are coming in. So as and when the user grows, the number of worker nodes that support this kind of long running tasks scale automatically and seamlessly. So this is a key component of the control plane that handles all the important operations behind the scene. Health check, we spoke ample number of times in this particular presentation. The health checks are not just confined to see whether the node is up and running. Apart from that, we also do the service level, the database level checks, where we have dummy queries, which ensures that the server itself is up and running and responsive, not just the process is alive. So this kind of probing is done in order to ensure that the health check happens at the deepest level and take necessary action if something is not as per expectation. So in the monitoring, there are definitely 7 most important user parameter or metric that we monitor regularly. the user satisfaction in terms of how the system is behaving. Is it responsive? What is the latencies? Are the queries getting completed within time as per expectation? What is the kind of traffic that is getting pumped into that particular server? Are there multiple error rates? Are there queries which are failing for any reason, particular reason? And how it is scaling? I mean, when there are when there are spikes of load, how the system is behaving in terms of scaling, whether the queries are responded within the well-defined latency time, and how loaded is the CPU and the disk usage. Those things are monitored very, very closely to ensure the best customer experience for the database. So apart from the functionality itself, a lot of care has been taken in order to make this particular service up and running for the customer and provide the best performance available. It is backed by the MySQL engineering team itself, and any kind of tweaks in terms of IOs and things like flush table read log, how to eliminate those usage on cloud, and how it can double write buffers can be optimized. So those kind of things are in fact fine-tuned and optimized to the core by the engineering team to work at the best possible manner on cloud. Events and notifications are mechanism where the operators get notified if some things are not working fine based on the health check input. The various logs and the metrics and alarms have been configured in a manner that if something fails, we are immediately notified and take the necessary action to bring it live. And auditing of the logs happen on a very frequent basis. We see that whatever we have defined as the thresholds are met time and again on a daily and hourly manner. So backup and restore, one of the key factor where user can define how frequently they want to take backup, and they can also choose an option of migrating these particular backups to another region completely based on the data jurisdiction that is defined by the user, so that even if there is a regional level failure, the end customers can bring it live again in another region and continue from there. So backup and restore is another key aspect of the overall setup. So all in all, in short, this is how the entire MDS is implemented, trying to make it safe, secure, available, well monitored and managed, and powered by the engineering team of MySQL. And yeah, that's it. That's all I had. Any queries, please let me know.
Fantastic, thank you. I think it's probably the most thorough deep dive we've had on this, at least this conference in previous years. I notice we're a bit close for time, so I'll just sort of summarize. So essentially 3 classes of question. One is roadmap, sort of what our customers are asking for, what's coming. One is differentiators. How does MDS and OCI, what does it offer over and above? Are there particular situations where it's a better choice than MySQL in the other large hosting providers in particular? And thirdly, sort of career type questions. How is it working for the MySQL team of Oracle? What's the career path, that sort of thing?
Okay.
We have about 4 minutes, so at your leisure.
Sure. So coming to the first question about the roadmaps, I mean, this is only for information purpose. There are no tight deadlines and other things that can commit. But things that one definitely look forward is the read replica, where you can horizontally scale the read operations across 15 plus nodes. So that is in the pipeline. There is a point in time recovery operation where a user can do a restore until the previous 5 minutes of kind of a disaster. So apart from the backups, the bin logs of the MySQL server will be uploaded every minute, so that in terms of restore, you could be as close to the live data. That is an upcoming feature. And there are a bunch of other exciting things in terms of making which happens behind the scene, where you have online upgrade, where the patch can be applied without seamlessly interfering the entire query operations that are performed by the server. Not directly exposed to the customer, but very important functionality that goes behind the scene to keep the service up and running. Upgrades happen very aggressively here. We try to migrate to the latest server as and when it is available. And there are a lot of functionalities that are developed in and around that. And yeah, sorry, the next question was about, could you please?
So sort of competitive positioning. What does MDS and OCI do better than the MySQL offerings for the other certainly the larger hosting providers.
Okay, so a lot of things I think will become definitely evident as and when you use this. There are free trial versions available, so I would really encourage somebody to try it hands-on and see the difference for themselves. It is firstly, it is powered by the engineering MySQL team. The kind of optimization they've done in terms of I/O operations, because most of the storages are on a network. There are a lot of I/O related optimization that enables the read and write queries to be much faster, and it seamlessly blends well with another very key feature that we are coming up with, which is the heat wave. The heat wave, where the analytics can be done like 20 to 30 times faster than what the currently available in the market analytics query speeds are. So this blends extremely well. The MDS technology blends with this heat wave technology extremely well. That is something is kind of a key differentiator as compared to what is available in the market.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Adam. Next up, I'm not sure whether I'm handing over to Hong Fok or whether I'm introducing.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see
Shall I
me?
give it to you? Yes, we can see you as well.
So,
Take it over.
yes, Gagan, I just want to say thank you for the keynote. Very informative presentation, and thank you for Oracle as well for again sponsoring the FOSSASIA Summit. Harry, you are here already. Okay, so everything set up. Could you say hello so I can see your test your microphone? Let me give
hello.
you the.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and you already have the presenter, right? Are you gonna upload your slide?
Sure. Give me a second.
Yeah. Okay. So please go ahead while I'm introducing you. Okay. So Irene, welcome back, by the way.
Thank you.
So the session today is extending MySQL Server using component services. Our speaker is Harin Nailin Vadodaria. Harin has been working as a software developer with MySQL engineering team for the past 10 years. His primary focus is database security features such as user management, authentication, communication security, database firewall, and database auditing. Harin, you are ready, right?
Yes,
Okay, cool. So the floor is yours.
you can see my slides, right?
I can see your slide. Everything is good.
Okay, awesome.
I just wanted to do a quick double check with the audience, with the viewers. Can you also hear Harin well?
Sure.
Everyone, if you can hear him well, please put a thumb up. Okay.
Okay,
So
I see Roland's. Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Harin Bodaria. Today I'm going to talk about how you can use MySQL's component service infrastructure to extend MySQL and plug in the customized feature which meets your need. And I will also showcase a toy component which I developed to show how easy it is and how useful functionality you can provide using this infrastructure. So, without further ado, let me just dive in. So this is standard safe harbor statement. Please treat this as information only. Right. So the main topic is how component infrastructure is better than MySQL's plugin architecture. So MySQL has been allowing users, developers, customers to extend functionality provided by MySQL through plugin interfaces. Plugins are predefined types, which has hooks at various places within the server. There are predefined set of APIs registered with each plugin, and using these APIs, one can extend MySQL's functionality and provide something that's not there by default, or something which is specific to a user's own requirement. So to summarize what plugin infrastructure provides is, you have a MySQL server binary, which provides different plugin APIs, and plugins will allow you to extend the functionality. if one plugin wants to talk to another plugin, there is something called plugin services. It's kind of an infrastructure which is provided by MySQL Server binary, which allows plugin to talk to each other and leverage on each other's functionality. However, there are two main drawbacks of MySQL's plugin infrastructure. While it's been there since long, probably 5.5 or 5.1 if I'm not wrong, there are only fixed plugin types. It is very difficult to extend plugin types because a lot of plumbing work is required within the server binary itself to provide new types of plugin. And if a user or if a developer wants to do something which was not there before, the code changes can be quite substantial. So it's very difficult to extend. That was part one. The part two is that plugin cannot directly talk to each other. There is an interface called plugin services, which basically is required, and it's sorts of act as a middleman. It has to be there. These plugin services are part of MySQL Server binary, and they are very expensive in terms of performing operations. So again, depending on which plugin should talk to which other plugin, this plugin services needs to be extended as well. So introducing a new plugin type becomes a really challenging operation. Now, the MySQL plugin infrastructure is heavily used even internally by MySQL developers to provide functionality in a way that the design is very modular. User has control over which all modules user can enable or disable. So whichever limitation applies to a developer outside of MySQL applies to a developer within MySQL, probably manifold, because well, we have a rich set of MySQL plugins available, and we want to add more and more modular functionality with predefined set of APIs. So to basically remove these limitations, to have a better architecture, we have introduced MySQL component infrastructure. In very basic term, you can treat MySQL component infrastructure as a kind of a producer-consumer model, which is a service-oriented architecture, to be specific. So we have a registry which basically serves as the hub for both producer and consumer. A consumer can come into registry and ask whether a particular type of service is available or not. You can define various services, and defining a service is as simple as defining a header file, nothing more. Once a service is defined, there can be multiple implementation of a service. For example, if you can see in this diagram, service A has been implemented by component foo, component bar, and component, oh well, I made a typo. It should say component bars. So 3 different components can implement same service, which means that, okay, if you have a functionality for, let's say, password validation, different customer or different developer can write their own way of doing password validation and provide the functionality on their own. Now, all these components are loaded to something called dynamic loader. It basically allows a shared library to load its code and attach itself with MySQL server, and it registers all this implementation with the registry. So the components are producers of services, whereas if a consumer wants it, for example, on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see that there is a consumer service which wants to use the service B. It can request service registry to provide a handle to an implementation which provides service B, in which case this is component bar. A consumer can also request an implementation, not just a service. So consumer can say that I want an implementation A provided by a particular component, let's say component foo, and registry will return the handle to that, and it can be used by the consumer. So this is an overview of the MySQL component infrastructure. Now, as I said, it's a service-oriented architecture. The registry for service discovery is a very lightweight process. It tries to minimize logs taken in order to search a service or to add a new service, because this can create a serious serious problems in terms of scalability and performance. There are no predefined or hard-coded types. So because of that, it is very easy to extend and add new services. So, and the key point is registry is type agnostic. It doesn't care which type of services are stored with it. Each service is recognized by the name, that's all. So anyone can add new service and ask registry to provide a reference to an implementation which implements that service. So it becomes really easy. And this allows MySQL engineering team to create highly modular code, provide small modules, small shared libraries, which can be optionally enabled at the time of with the MySQL server, and provide little extra functionality needed by the user. And this is again, since it's open source and it's available to everyone, everyone can use it and create their own component and provide, or well, they can create their own services for that matter and provide the functionality. Now, little bit of terminology here. So MySQL server uses something called a persistent dynamic loader. This is important because it allows MySQL server to load services across restart. So you just have to do an install component once. Once it is done, the path to that particular implementation is stored within MySQL server, and then every time you restart, your component will be available for use. So that's called persistent dynamic loader, which interfaces with dynamic loader, which again in turn helps you load a service, load a component. Now, all these components which are loaded by persistent dynamic loader are registered with registry. So whosoever wants to consume this service can look up these services in registry and search for it and ask for the handle to those things. So some example of the services are user-defined functions, performance schema, system variables. All these are implemented as services in MySQL now. So this is how MySQL server binary looks now. So there is something called server component, which in itself is a component within MySQL server binary. This component houses something called minimal chassis. Minimal chassis is nothing but the bare minimum blocks required to support the MySQL component infrastructure. It comprises of service registry and dynamic loader, just the two things. And using this, server component provides certain services by default. For example, error logging, THD management, query execution service, persistent dynamic loaders. All these services are part of the server component, and they are loaded with the help of minimal chassis. Not only this, if any plugin or if any component is loaded alongside MySQL server, they can use this infrastructure, the infrastructure of minimal chassis, to ask for a different component or a different service and use them in itself. So we have made every attempt to make it more and more, easier and easier to use this infra. So even the plugins can request and use new component services. So it makes transition from plugin to component easier. You can without really changing the code much, you can utilize new services in your plugin, and then at your own pace, you can convert your plugin into a component. So let me just now talk about how much service inventory we have. It's very mature now. We have 90 plus services within MySQL, ranging from service registry to error logging, services to get or set system variables, security context creation or modification, password validation, key rings, table access, and whatnot. And we are constantly adding to the service repositories. We are constantly adding new components, new services types as we see fit when we are developing new modules within MySQL. And these are available for everyone to use and extend MySQL as they see fit. Some of the key features that we have introduced recently are keyring backends. MySQL used to provide keyring as a plugin. It still does, but we are now moving to a component-based architecture because it provides much more flexibility. It allows this keyring backend to be used not only in MySQL server binary, but other binaries as well, because all they need to do is just support component infrastructure, which is really, really lightweight, and they can use all these libraries. So keyring backends allow access to keyring data, and it seamlessly replaces our existing keyring plugin architecture. We also have a service which allows you to set system variable values within the server. So a component, if deemed fit, can set certain variables, and the behavior of server will change depending on the new value. We have something called a query attributes, which provides access to the query ability of a running query. And well, it needs to be called from within the server session, when you're running the query. It can read, let's say, a value from an UDF or an audit log event handler. It's pretty useful. The table access, a component can read or write data directly to and from a table. Perform index scan, handle the table structure and whatnot. So it provides a good way for component to process or change their own data if they require it. Now, right, so to demonstrate the power of this component structure, I created a toy password validation component service, which checks whether the password appears in any data breaches. So just a fair warning, this is for demonstration, it's not production ready. So if you are looking at the code later on, make sure that you are aware of consequences and you use it at your own risk. So some basic idea on how it works is, so MySQL Server binary provides a password validation APIs. These APIs are called when a user is created. So at that time, the password is supplied, and we can check whether the password satisfied certain criteria. When a user's password is changed using alter user or set password, at that time, this APIs will be called to check whether the new password also satisfies the criteria. And there are a set of functions provided which can let you know the strength of a password. So the password breach component that I'm demonstrating supports the password validation APIs. So it can be used when you are creating user or changing password of a user. In addition, it provides something called a password breach check function. It is over and above the password validation API. It registers this function with the server. And if you provide your password, it goes, checks. So Have I Been Pawned is a really good resource to know whether a password has been appeared in any breach or not. So this password breach component uses Have I Been Pawned APIs. And if you supply the password, it will go check the password on Have I Been Pawned and can tell you how many times it has appeared in a data breach. Rest assured, it doesn't really send your actual password. It hashes the password and sends only partial hash information to the Have I Been Pawned server. And there is a whole bunch of articles explaining and proving that this is secure. It will not basically allow anyone to infer what password you are using. So it should be okay. All right, so let me just switch my presentation here. Okay, so right, so there's a small demo. Right, so there's a MySQL client which has connected to the server, which doesn't, it's a vanilla server. We will try to create a user now, right now. This user is using a very basic password, a very insecure password. But since there are no password validation checks installed on the server, this operation will be allowed because, well, hey, we didn't find anything offending with this password. So now, when the user U1 is created, now let's go ahead and install the component password breach check. It's as simple as executing a single statement. There you go. And once it is installed, all the password validation checks are in place. They are in force. So now, afterwards, when you try to create a user, for example, we will now try to create user U2 with similar password ABCD. So now what it will do behind the scene is it will take the ABCD, create SHA-1 hash of the password, pick out the first 5 characters from this hash and send it to have I been pawned to check whether this password has appeared in any data breaches or not. So let's see. So there you go. So it says that your password does not satisfy current policy requirement. And at the same time, if you take a look at the server's error log, it will say that the password breach check component tried to verify the strength of the password, and it has appeared 70,435 times in various password breaches. Naturally, this is not a good password. I mean, come on. If you are using ABCD, you might as well just use a blank password. So this information is printed so that admin is aware of what type of passwords are being used and how many times they are appearing on data breaches, for example. Now, this is just one part, right? This is just a create user, and you can actually use one of the functions which is provided by this component, which is called password breach check. Now, it is very it's very annoying when when you're trying to create a user, when you're trying to change the password. Each time you receive this, okay, your password doesn't comply with policy, password validation policy, blah blah blah. So, but it doesn't give you more details. So for that, enter password breach check function. So when you execute this function, it will return the value which indicates the number of times this password has appeared in the breach. So it's a clear indication to a user that whether they can use this password or not. So for example, if we change it to 1234, that has appeared even more. I mean, close to 1.5 million times on the password breaches. Let's check for some more. Let's say instead of ABCD 1234, we try to be a little bit more creative. We try to use QWERTY, essentially the first character line on the keyboard, and see how many times it has appeared. And surprise, surprise, it has appeared almost 1.9 million times. So it's not as secure as you might think about. Well, let's try a few more variations. Okay, let's try to make it a little bit more challenging. We now have we now try to check a password which will have uppercase, lowercase, numbers, symbols, everything, right? These are typical password criteria. Well, guess what? The QWERTY1234 exclamation has appeared 165 times. So people are, I mean, even if there are password constraints, people are usually using bad passwords. And of course, all this detail will appear in MySQL server log so that one can check how many times a password has appeared. And again, this doesn't really record the actual password, just the first 5 digits of the hash, or first 5 characters of the hash. So it's not revealing the actual password at all. Not only that, if an existing user whose password was weak to begin with, for example, the U1 we created with ABCD, if you try to use another password which is even weaker, it will not let you change the password because it's not satisfying the criteria of password validation. Now, all this information and more is available on GitHub about this plugin. I have given, I mean, in my presentation, there is a reference to this code. You can take a look at it, play around with it as you see fit. And it also has instruction on how you can compile, how you can install this component. It works with MySQL 8.0. I'll keep updating it as we go forward if there are any compatibility issues as well. So feel free to take a look, see how it goes. So that's all from me, folks. Thank you for your time. Let me see if there are any questions I can answer. Oh, no. Okay, so that means my presentation was self-explanatory.
Hi, Harin. Yes, so let's give the audience a moment to see if there is any question coming in. Please say something. Okay. Yeah. So, and the slide of the presentation you will share with us at the end, so we can upload to the audience.
Of course.
Okay. So, if there's any question, please put in the share notes. Was clear and interesting insight. Okay, good. Okay, so thank you, Roland, for the feedback, and yes, thank you, Harin, for this insights.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So coming up next, we have Mayank Prasad. Mayank, if you are in the room, let me see.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, Mayank. Did you turn on your camera?
No, not yet. Let me do that. 1 second.
I haven't seen you yet.
Can you see me now?
Yes. Okay. So now I can see you. Welcome back. I can hear you well. You see, I give you the presenter, right? Can you check if you can share your slide? Now you disappear. Okay, so we are waiting a moment for Mayank to get back on.
Yeah, okay, I'm back now. I think I touched something and I got out of the room. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you fine.
Okay.
Okay, here we are again. Can the audience see and hear Mayank? Audience.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you for that. So I will do a quick intro before you go into your presentation. So Mayank is gonna present about InnoDB storage engine, what's new and exciting in MySQL 8.0. A little bit about Mayank Prasad. Mayank is working as a consulting member technical staff in MySQL InnoDB development team in Oracle. He is 11 and a half years with MySQL. Earlier, he was working as developer in IBM India Software Lab in DB2 database development team. So altogether, he has more than 15 years of development experience in database servers. He has 2 patents on his name, and one of them is in database technology. He also has 1 invention disclosure during his time in IBM. Okay, really impressive, Mayank. Are you all set to go for your presentation? Is it just me or Mayank disconnected again?
He does seem to have disappeared, yes. No, he's there. Make him a presenter. He has his microphone on by the look of it.
Okay, let me try to share my screen. Just a second.
So to share your screen, you see a few icons in the center of the slides.
Mm-hmm. Can you guys see my screen now?
Yes, we can see. Could you please make it full screen so it's better for you? Okay, perfect. So I'll leave that to you then.
Okay, so shall we start? I guess we are 12:02. I think I should start. Okay,
Yes.
so good afternoon, everyone. This is Mayank Prasad. I am working as a developer in InnoDB development team in MySQL. And today I'll be talking about what new we have introduced in InnoDB in MySQL 8.0. Okay, so this is the safe harbor statement, which says whatever I'm presenting over here is for informational purpose. Right. So this is the agenda of today's talk. Brief about InnoDB storage engine and how it fits into MySQL architecture, and then we'll jump to the latest features which I've delivered in 8.0, MySQL 8.0, and how these features have helped us to improve the performance and scalability. And then question if you guys have any. Right. So let's go. So this is the MySQL Server architecture. So the orange box you see in the center is the MySQL Server, which have multiple components, and there are multiple clients or database or the connectors using which the applications are connected to MySQL Server. And inside this MySQL Server, we have this pluggable storage engine API interface. So basically, anybody can implement this storage engine API interface and plug its own storage engine to MySQL. We have multiple implementation of these APIs, like we have archive storage engine, we have memory storage engine, performance schema, etc. And one of them is InnoDB, which is the default storage engine for MySQL. And this InnoDB is the guy which is responsible to take the application data and store them on the disk, and take the data from disk and present it to the user or application whenever it is asked for. Right. So let's go to the new features in MySQL 8.0. Okay, this is okay. So this InnoDB storage engine is a transitional storage engine. As I said, this is the default storage engine for MySQL 5.5, and it is ACID compliant. This InnoDB storage engine provides row-level locking. It provides crash recovery. It provides MVCC, multi-view concurrency control, and then it has foreign key referential integrity constraint also. And as I said, different storage engines are used for different purpose, and InnoDB is the default guy in MySQL. So let's go to the new features in MySQL 8.0. We have been working for quite some time, and we take feedback from the community, and we take feedback from the customers and understand their pain points, and then decide upon the features which we are supposed to put in InnoDB. So in 8.0, we have worked on more than 67 work log of features, and everybody has their, or each of the feature has its own importance and complexity. But because of the constraint of 25 minutes, I have tried to pull the most important one and which are more significant to the customer. Let's see. So the first thing which we have important one in InnoDB in MySQL is the data dictionary. So data dictionary has the metadata of the tables stored inside it. So before this feature, the data dictionary was spread across at multiple places. So every table which is there in MySQL has its FRM files on disk. So these FRM files keep the metadata of the tables, like the column names and the column types, etc. And then the InnoDB or the storage engine have their own copy of data dictionary. So if at all any DDL is happening, which is causing the change in the data dictionary, so that both of the places have to be updated and should be kept in sync, and which was a very difficult and tedious task. And it was not crash safe also. So I have put down a link here for the listed issue, which we have listed what issue a customer can think. What we did in 8.0 is we came up with a single source of truth, a single place where the dictionary information is stored, which is DD tables. And these DD tables are part of DD table space, which is stored in MySQL. So now, because we have single source of truth, there is no need of making multiple places to be in sync, and no more FRM files on the disk. And because we have a single place, we have introduced a new locking mechanism, which is meta lock, using which we can update this dictionary information. And then we have, so somebody might have a question, right? I have a table in 5.7 or I have database in 5.7, and you say you have new dictionary in 8.0. So how is the upgrade? So we have made sure that upgrade is smooth when the user is upgrading from 5.7 to 8.0. The information is ported into these DD tables, and at the end of the upgrade, the legacy InnoDB tables are dropped. So at the upgrade, we have a single data dictionary and MySQL server running with that. Then apart from that, we have introduced something called serialized dictionary information. This is basically the redundant copy of the data dictionary, which we embed inside the IBD file itself. The main purpose is to make the IBD file self-descriptive. And whenever we do any DDL which causes the dictionary data to be updated, this information is also updated. In the table space file, we have a specific page where we store this information. And how it could be used, I will explain in a couple of slides. Okay, and then we have introduced an IBD to SDI tool. Using this tool, a user can see what is the data dictionary information stored inside an IBD file. Let's see how we can use this IBD to SDI tool in practice. So let's say I have a table created test.t1. It has two columns, ID and name, and ID is a primary key. And I run this IBD to SDI tool on this table, table space file, which is t1.ibd. And this is what I get. I get, okay, this is a table which the name is T1. It is created on MySQL 8.0.19 version. The time when it was created, the last time it was altered. It belongs to schema test. It has the column name ID, etc. Right. So where we can use this SDI information. So let's say we have a MySQL server, but somehow some unfortunate incidents caused us to lose the DD table space, which has the data dictionary information. So now we are left with an IBD file, but we don't know the metadata of this file. But because we have this SDI information embedded in the IBD file itself, so we can use this SDI tool to get this metadata information or the SDI information out of IBD file. And then using this SDI information, we can import this table space file into another running MySQL server and use the table metadata, table data. And the import using this SDI is in work in progress, so we are working on that. The next thing which we introduce in MySQL is DDL log table. So this table is an internal table in MySQL. It resides in DD table space, and the user DML and DDLs are not allowed on this table. So the main purpose of this table is to basically store or keep a track of physical operations which are happening on the disk when a DDL is running. So let's say when you are running a create table, so a new table space file is being created on the disk. So this DDL log table will record this information that the file has been created on the disk. The main purpose of this DDL log table is all these physical operations which are happening on the disk when the DDL is running. And if at all there is a crash on MySQL server during the DDL, these physical operations we are not able to roll them back just because we don't have any information about those. But with the help of this DDL log table, this information is persisted on the disk, and when we restart the server, we consult this DDL log table and we see, oh, there is an orphan entry left or an orphan physical file left on the disk. So we are supposed to get rid of that. And when the server is restarted, we have MySQL server without any orphan file left or any file left behind. And the next thing which we have is the instant DDL, the add column was. So this was a very big pain point from the customer point of view. So if customer has a very big table and it wants to add a column in that table, so because of the row format dependency in InnoDB, each and every row has a number of column information embedded in it. So the number of columns are changing. Each and every row is supposed to be modified. So when we do add table, we basically rebuild the table completely. And if a table is big, it takes a lot of time. The more the table size is, the more time it takes. And as I said, we are doing full table rebuilds. Table have brought off a pool, so a lot of I happening. So this was very tedious for the customer. So what we did in 8.0 is we came up with this algorithm is equal to instant. So now what we do here is instead of going to each and every row and modifying the metadata or the header of the row, we keep some information into the data dictionary. And using this information, we present the user row data in the format which should be after the add column has been done. So it saves time because no row is being touched. It saves spaces because no copy of the table is being made. And it space resources also because there is not much IO is happening. So let me give you a pictorial view how this thing works. So let's say we have a table in which there are multiple rows. And now on this table, we are doing alter table add column with algorithm is equal to instant. When this thing is happening, what we are doing, we are just storing some metadata information into data dictionaries. And we are not going to touch any row on the table. So that's how it is instant. So irrespective of the size of the table, if table is too big, then also it takes the same amount of time. If table is very small, it takes the same amount of time. It's an instant column. Okay, so we have a few limitations in this instant DDL or add column implementation. So as of now, the column can be added only at the last. So only the last column can be added instantly, and only the dynamic, compact, and redundant row format are supported. And if the table has full text index, the add column is not supported there. And the DD table spaces tables are not supported, which is obvious because they are not the user tables. And we are working to improve it, and we to get rid of the limitations. So stay tuned. We might have something coming up in future very soon. And then we have, oh, it's going ahead. 1 second. 1 second. I don't know why this presentation went back. Give me a second. Okay, so similarly to add column, we have rename column, which also has dependency that when the rename column is done, it was causing the table to be rebuilt, which doesn't make any sense because rename column is just changing the name of the column, which is a data dictionary information. So we implemented that also in 8.0. So now the rename column is done with algorithm is equal to instant. And our aim is to make more and more DDL to be instant. So stay tuned. Okay, something new might be coming in near future. And on the security front, we have encryption implemented in 8.0. So now the redo and undo logs, which are basically the user data, they are encrypted now. We have introduced two global variables, InnoDB redo log encrypt and InnoDB undo log encrypt. Using them, we can encrypt these logs. And then we have a board. Something is wrong. 1 second. Are you guys able to see the presentation? Anybody can say yes?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, okay. So we have implemented and for shared table spaces also. Now table spaces can be an encrypted table space, or at later point of time they be made encrypted with this single SQL command. And then the double-edged buffer, which is nothing but a mechanism to make sure there are no torn writes on the disk. That is also encrypted now. So if we have a table which is encrypted, and when we are flushing a page of the table on the disk, the double-edged buffer, which is getting the page of that table, is also encrypted now. The undo log. Okay, so the undo log also we have made improvement here. So earlier, 5.7 undo log was part of system table space. So when the undo log increases, it takes more and more space on the system table space. And it was not possible to shrink the system table space when it goes very huge. So what we did in 8.0 is we moved undo log out of system table space now. So now they have their own entity on the disk. So, and we provided SQL interface also to manage these undo logs. So if user wants to have more and more undo logs, it can create them using create undo logs. And if you want to see, want to drop the existing undo logs, they're not more used, it can drop them. And the truncation of undo logs is also happening automatically behind the scene. So, and by default, the 2 undo logs table spaces are there. And when the server is running, at least 2 undo table spaces should be there. The next thing which we introduced in 8.0 is the dedicated server mode. So this is for those customers who have resources, but they are not sure what should be the value, what the value should be set to the buffer pool size and the redo log file size. Because this redo log file size and the buffer pool size plays very important role in the system throughput or TPS. So what we did here is the user sets this NURB dedicated server is equal to on. So MySQL automatically calculate the best size for this buffer pool and the redo log file size based on the physical memory available. And then, yeah, it can run that. So here is the algorithm to calculate this value. So one is for the InnoDB buffer pool size, and the next is for InnoDB log file size. So it takes physical memory into consideration, and based on that, set the values. Okay, the very important thing which we introduced in MySQL 8.0 is the parallel scan of table. So earlier, when the table is being scanned, each and every row of the table is being scanned through a single thread, and it might take some time. But now what we did in 8.0 is we divided this entire range of the nodes of the tree into multiple chunks, and we have one thread for each chunk which is reading the data. So this scan is happening in parallel. We have this configuration variable InnoDB parallel thread count, which can be set from 1 to 256. Default is 4. So these many threads will be used when the scanning is being done. And as of now, it is working only for the cluster index. And we have already few scenarios where we are using this parallel scan. One of them is when we are doing a select count star to report the number of rows in the table. And then we have we have this add index mechanism in which the cluster index is being scanned. So there also we use a parallel index. Let me explain you in the next slide how we use it in adds index. So whenever we are doing an AND index, we do through the index entries and to put those records onto template files and them based on the key use or the text value which is being added, and then put these records into the tree. So everything was done in a serial order, but now cluster index being done in parallel, that everything is writing into it. So the tree file, these records, and at the end, when we are doing loading the tree, only that is being done in a single thread. And now the work in progress to that part also in parallel. So making these records and them into a single tree is also being done in parallel now. This is contention aware transcript which introduced in 8.0. So this was an idea being researched by the research in the University of Michigan. Idea is so now in my database coming, the resources allowed in first serve basis. So whoever is asking for resources will get the resource. With the scat idea, we give the resource a transaction on which the transactions are waiting. So let's say there is transaction 1 for which there are 5 transactions are waiting, and transaction T2, 6 transactions are waiting. N comes first, and T2 is behind T1, but T2 will get the resource first to make the more and more transactions can finish and the system throughput can improve. So the analogy I give is the cab and the bus driver. So let's say the cab driver and the bus driver are passengers, and the cab driver has 4 passengers, the bus driver has 70 passengers. Both of them ask for the coffee on the way. Cab driver asks for the coffee first, and driver is standing behind it. So that will FIFO, the driver will get the coffee. But cats, because driver is taking 50 passengers, so first driver will get the first, and cab driver will get the later. So that driver can finish it and then go to the destination with 70 passengers. So this no configuration required to be done by the user. Internally, from people to automatically more and more container system, we go cats to the system throughput. And here is the performance which we have got from CAT implementation. So if I want to climb in a very
Hello, Mayank.
yeah.
Yes. So your audio is breaking a bit. We cannot hear you so well. Could be the headphone. It was good before, but now it's really choppy.
Is it fine now?
It's still choppy. Could you say a full sentence?
Okay. Hello. 1 2 3 4. Hello. 1 2 3 4.
It's
Okay,
not.
let me do one thing. Let me remove my earphone.
Yeah, perhaps it would be better. I think you need to set the audio from the system again, to set the input again. If you remove the headphone, this application did not pick up the internal mic right away. Still cannot hear you. Perhaps you can refresh the browser. We cannot hear you now. Mayank, can you hear me still? I cannot hear you anymore, even though your microphone is on. Perhaps you can refresh. I think that the system now does not pick up when you unplug the headphone. And hello. Cannot hear you.
Guys,
Yes.
I can see the microphone also going up and so I think
Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me now? Okay. 1 second, let me go to the presentation again. Okay, so can you see the screen properly?
I can see the screen. How about the audio?
Can you guys hear me now? Are you guys not able to hear me now?
I can hear you, but still breaking. Perhaps the connection is not so good from in India.
I do know.
Okay, so it seems that everything is fine now. Yeah. So please, could you say a sentence? Something with the earphones. So Mayank, if you're using can you say something, Mayank? Now I can't hear you. So I guess that you are using a Bluetooth microphone. Normally, after you remove the microphone, you need to set in the system that to take the input from your internal, the input from your internal machine.
I'm seeing input audio is still microphone. My box can see the voice going up and down, and I don't know why you guys are not able to hear me. Is it audible now? Shall I rejoin?
Yes. Yes, rejoin would be a good idea. Yeah, we can try that.
Are you guys able to hear me now? Hello.
That seems quite a bit smoother. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me continue. So 1 second. Okay, so this CATS, the performance number which we have got is for 512 clients, we have gone from 4,000 to 15,000 TPS. And I have put the blog link here also, just in case if you guys want to get more information about this algorithm and how it is implemented. And then next we have redesigned the lob infrastructure, the way lobs are stored in MySQL. So lobs are basically the data which is stored outside of cluster index record. So we have multiple pages which are linked together in a single linked list, and we have a reference from cluster index record to the first page of the blob. But in this way we store that blob, if you want to access
Hello,
the last
the screen is not shared anymore. Your screen.
Screen is not shared. 1 second. I forgot to share the screen. I'm so sorry. Let me.
No problem. So the share button is at the bottom of the slide center. Okay, now it's up.
Now you.
Yes, we are going.
Now, okay. Right. So the way the current blob, the storage design is, if you want to access the last byte on the last blob page, you have to go to the cluster index record, get the reference, and go to the first page and scan through the entire blob and go to the last page. So when I say scan through the entire blob, that means you are bringing all the blob pages into the buffer pool and then going to the next page. So this was very IO consuming. So what we introduced in 8.0 is we introduced the lob index pages in between. So there's an indirection which we have introduced. So now with this lob index pages they are storing the index entries for the lob pages. So we say, okay, from this offset to this offset for this particular lob, on which page this data is stored. So from the cluster index record, we take the reference to this lob index page. We go to that page, read the entry, and then we see, okay, for this particular offset, the data is stored in XYZ blob page number. And then we bring only that page into the buffer pool. So only the lob index page and that page we are bringing to the buffer pool. So IO is very less. So this is the performance number which we have got after this change of storage storage architecture of blob data. So for 500 thread, we have gone from 10,000 transactions per second to 110,000 transactions per second. I have also put the blog link here just in case if somebody wants to get more details about this feature. And then similarly, we have this compressed lob design also changed the way we stored it on the disk. So earlier, when we are storing the compressed blob on the disk, we are taking the entire blob data and compress them together and store them on the disk. The problem is if you want to modify the last byte on the last page or any byte on any page, you have to bring the entire stream into the disk and uncompress it and go to that particular page and then modify it, recompress it and store it. Very IO consuming. What we did is we did something similar. We introduced a zlob index in between. So what we did is we divided the entire lob data into multiple chunks and each is compressed separately. And then in the zlob index pages, we have stored this information from which offset to which offset of this blob data is stored in this particular blob stream. So whenever there's a request to read or modify the data on that particular offset, we go and bring only a small chunk of compressed data into buffer pool, uncompress it and modify it, recompress it and store it. So this is the performance number which we have got after this modification, the way we stored the compressed blob. And I have also put the blog link here. Here you can go and see the details about this feature. And the second last feature which I wanted to talk about is the log-free redo log. So whenever this is the write-ahead log design, whenever a transaction is happening and before it can flush the data pages on the disk, the redo log has to be flushed. So this redo log is generated by the multiple mini transactions which are running, and each mini transaction has to take a lock on the log buffer, and then only it can write data on the log buffer. The problem here is there are multiple transactions running, with each of them is creating multiple MTRs, and each of the MTR is waiting for this single mutex, the logsys mutex, to write onto the log buffer. It was a single bottleneck point. And what we did is we made it log free. So when I say we made it log free, the way it works now is that each MTR knows how much data it is going to write on the log buffer. And when it comes to the writing the data on the log buffer, we allocate a specific region in the log buffer to that MTR. So every MTR has its own region assigned, and they are writing into their own region. So there is no MTR interfering with any other MTR. And once the data is written on the log buffer, it is being flushed or being written to the file system cache using log writer thread, and then it is flushed to the disk using log flusher. And if at all there is any MTR or any transaction which is waiting for it to be persisted on the disk, there is a log notifier thread which notifies this information that up to this LSN, the data has been persisted on the disk, and yeah, the transaction can commit. This is the benchmark or the performance results which we have got. So for 256 connections, we have gone from 60,000 TPS to 240,000 TPS with this feature. And the last feature which I wanted to talk about is the clone. So clone is a simple and very efficient way to create a MySQL replica. It's a physical snapshot of running MySQL server, and it can be used by a replication setup or in the group replication cluster. If you want to add a new node, it could be very useful. So the way it works is now we have two servers. One is the donor server from where the data is to be cloned, and we have recipient server where the data is to be cloned. And both of them should have the clone plugin installed. And then there is a client which will connect to the recipient server, and it will run this clone SQL command. And it will pass on the information about the host also, or the donor also, from the data as to be cloned. Then the clone plugin comes into picture at donor, and it tries to, or it takes all the data from the donor server and transfer it over the network to the recipient server. This data includes everything, the IVT files, the redo logs, everything. And then it goes to the recipient server, and then the recipient server flushes everything on the disk and restarts. And the regular recovery mechanisms, and once the recipient server is restarted, it has the exact data which was there on the donor server. So it's an exact replica of donor server now. So in the clone, we are not cloning the configuration parameters, because the port might be different from the recipient and the donor server. But there are some configurations which must match, like the page size of InnoDB page size should match both on the recipient and the donor server. Also, they should always be on the same MySQL versions. The cross-version cloning is not supported, and we do not clone binary logs. And as of now, the clone is supported only for InnoDB tables. If you have tables in any other storage engine, that is cloned as a temporary or as an empty tables. And concurrent deals on the donor was not supported when it was introduced, but in the last year, I guess we did this feature which supports concurrent deals on donor server when the clone is going on. And yeah, that's all I had. And this is the link for the blogs where all the MySQL developers writes about the features which we are developing, and you can get more details about the new features coming and what features we have delivered.
Okay, Mayank, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for your patience. You try to come back and make sure that the audience can hear well. So thank you very much for that. I think we have time for one question. So I think there is an interesting question asking if you could share about one security incident in the past and how MySQL approach this security issue in general, like how MySQL approach to security issues in general. If there's any example that you can share.
So the question is if there was any security issue faced in the past and how MySQL resolved it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't remember any specific security incidents which has happened in the past. Perhaps getting this request from the customers to encrypt these logs, like the redo logs and the undo logs, and the buffer pool, the double-add buffer, which we are supposed to encrypt. So this was one of the requests which customers has been asking for. So we implemented that. I don't remember, or I'm not aware of any specific security issue which we have come into MySQL.
Okay, no problem. Do you have, so do you see it in the share note? Yeah, so just a very quick one. How was your experience with working with the team during Corona? And are things back to normal again in India? When will you be back to Singapore?
Okay, so this is a question that how my experience was when while working with the team in the Corona.
Yeah.
Okay, the experience is, I mean, I like to meet people in person. So for me, the experience was okay, but not that good. And I'm eagerly for offices to open and meet people in person and have discussion. And over the Slack and over the Zoom meeting is also fine, but meeting in person has a different experience. And I missed going to the Singapore in person also for the FOSSASIA. It's been, I guess, 6-7 years I have been going to FOSSASIA. Missing for the last 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah, so we hope to resume FOSSASIA Summit in person next year, and
Okay.
yeah, we are looking forward to welcome you again.
Okay.
Once again, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I am just to tell you, I am wearing this T-shirt of 2015 from FOSSASIA.
Wow, that is so nice. Awesome T-shirt. Awesome.
Yeah.
So let me take a photo of that.
Okay, you can take.
Yeah, so let me take a screenshot of that. So the T-shirt, you were nice. Can I do a quick screenshot? Very good. We need to send you a new one.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. If you guys have any questions, my Twitter handle is @manku. You can post your question there. And we also this bugs.mysql.com. If you have any feature request or any bugs, just go there and file it, and we will take care of it.
Okay, thank you. So look up. So more information on my app also available on the speakers page. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So coming up next, another colleague from MySQL, Ivan Ma. If you are here, could you please turn on your camera?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Ivan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I haven't seen you though. Looking for your camera.
Yes.
Setting up your slide, you have the presenter, right? You can start to share your slide already.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can
That's
see
good.
your screen.
So,
Mayang,
thanks.
Ivan, so let me do a quick intro so that the audience get to know you a bit.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, hello everyone. So the next section would be easy to manage the MySQL deployments. And our presenter here today is Ivan Ma. Ivan Ma is the lead of MySQL user group in Hong Kong. He has over 20 years of experience in enterprise system infrastructure and software technologies. He has certification on MySQL database admin, MySQL developer, MySQL cluster database admin. He is currently MySQL Master Principal Solutions Engineer in the Pacific, Asian Pacific with Oracle. He's responsible for pre-sales consulting, technical education, and product promotions. And before that, he actually joined Oracle from Sun Microsystem acquisition. Okay, Ivan, again, very happy to welcome you back to the FOSSASIA Summit. Now I give the stage to you.
Okay, thanks, Hook. It's great. I can be here, okay, to talk about this topic. So thanks everyone, okay, for joining this sessions. It is from MySQL, and the topics today, as mentioned by Hook, it is about how we deploy MySQL and in an easy way. And there are so many ways that we can do this deployment, and people has been doing this from time to time. Who am I? My name is Ivan Ma. I'm from Hong Kong. So I have been involved in this software deployment architectures, okay, over the last 20 some years. And today is actually the MySQL deployment topic. So let's go ahead and what's today. So the agenda is like, so what kind of deployments we have been seeing? Okay, it can be the master and slave, and today we use the terminologies called source and replicas. And there's also something to make it easy to deploy through the replica set. And it is a MySQL shell InnoDB cluster and doing this, and we'll explain later. And there's also a very open and out-of-the-box deployment using the group replication, or we say that MySQL InnoDB cluster is a very hot topic for this day. And how we bridge a production site and the DR with the InnoDB cluster. That's what today we have the so-called cluster set. Okay, that is very helpful for us to like click, and then we can build the replication across two or more cluster. And people also telling they like the Kubernetes. So how does that work, okay, in MySQL deployment? So what today I will also share, okay, the latest, okay, the preview of MySQL operator for this Kubernetes, as well as people like to see something in actions on cloud. So there is MySQL database service, and as well as the really hot topics, the machine learning for the heat wave, which it can be, you can find it on our Oracle Cloud infrastructures. Okay, let's get into it. First of all, when we look at this diagram, so basically it is quite typical. It's like master and slave. People deploy applications and MySQL in just one standard, okay, as like standalone server, and getting a like standby server, okay, on the other machine or actually on the other site. So basically, this is like logical applications from one site, one MySQL, and sending data across the network to the target, which we call this replicas, or in the old terms, we call this slave, master and slave in the old terms. And today we use source and replicas. That can happen to be with one-to-one, that can happen to one-to-many. So with this, what we are talking about is the applications connect, okay, through certain, okay, middle tier, okay, to connect to MySQL server. It can be the VIP, virtual IP. It can be something, the third-party components, okay, like SQL Proxy SQL or HA Proxy, MHA, and something like this. Okay, that's the very basic, like how does the application can connect to the server and switch over to the other if that one fails. So for some incidences, if we fail over to another standby server, which can be active, and afterwards, we want this server, okay, to get data back to the original server. We usually call this like dual replications. So the replications is unidirectional, but we can set up two, okay, from A to B as well as from B to A. So when we kickstart with the server on the machine B, and the data which put onto the server B as in the replicas at previous time, and now it becomes the primary and the source, and data can actually be replicated back to the original server. So when things happen, we need to switch back, we can get the primary server back to the original machine one server. So that's why we can actually have the like dual replications, okay, together. So there is also by default, when we talk about the replication, it is asynchronous. So let's look at on the right-hand side. This actually is the source to sending data to the replicas. So it's actually, we call the semi-sync in here. So basically async, we may get data loss because the other side actually stop, okay, the data still continues to update. But what happens to this? We can enhance this, okay, to the so-called half and half, semi-sync. So in here at the bottom, we try to actually showing the state status, okay, or replica status in here. So the source is continuous per second. We update and insert a record. So in here we have the GTID, and all this is actually data is written, okay, through the slave or the replicas. Now the command we try is to stop the slave, okay, the IO which getting the data. So when we stop it, you see on the source, the data, okay, cannot be any more data to getting in. So it is just 1, 2, 3. Okay. So on the other side, because we stop the way to getting data from the source. Okay, both sides at this time, we have the 1, 2, 3, okay, 123 rows of data. Now we try to start the IO again. So the IO continues to start again on the source. So that's why this actually protects the data as like, okay, whenever we insert data, we guarantee the data has to go to the other side. Okay, so as on the left-hand side, the wordings in here is like, by default, replication setup is asynchronous. All this like transaction when it commits is just, okay, tries to write to the source bin log and then finish. But what happened, okay, if this is like the semi-sync, there is an IO thread on the replicas that try to pull the data from the source bin log dump thread, okay, to the release log. And the SQL thread is trying to apply that kind of data to the database, okay, from the relay log and sending back to the database. So application, okay, can actually read the data. So in this, like the demo on the right-hand side is trying to what? To stop this pulling data from the source, and the source cannot commit the data. So we guarantee whatever we commit the data at that point, okay, it has to commit to the relay, okay, data on the other side. Okay, there's no data loss. So the configuration and implementation has to get the semi-sync plugin on the master and as well as on the slave, or we call this replicas. And we have to enable the master and enable the slave. Okay, we can actually set like the timeout, where if the master on the source side, which tries to write and then it hangs because the IO thread is stopped or whatever, the network is disconnected. So at that point, after the timeout, it will bring the replications to asynchronous. As long as the connections get back, it will goes into the semi-sync again, will tie to the IO thread again. So this guarantees the data has spontaneously to be written on the other side and no data loss. So what happened? Okay, any tools that we can actually make it easier, okay, is to enable this like replications. With today we have the MySQL shell and InnoDB, which is the storage engine, and we can use this MySQL InnoDB replica sets. And with this MySQL shell, it is like a tool, it's a client, it's a CLI, so that we can use this JS JavaScript, okay, connects to the source, the host one, and then create a replica set, okay, named as myRS. And we use this to add the second instance and as well as the third instance in here. So you can see this, okay? That kind of the creation using the shell is easy, and bring this all together, okay, forming a 1 to 2, okay, replications, okay, easily, without getting like change master, all these things. This is just very simple in MySQL shell and typing in a few commands. In here, you can see 3 command lines, okay, to bring these 3 instances to be a replica set, a replication architecture. Okay, for sure in here, the timing, okay, because it is the asynchronous replications, data still maintained in the source, and the pulling data, okay, is something next step. So it is asynchronous. So there's a chance data is written on the server A may not be able to catch up into the server B and C. Okay, this is asynchronous. So this is tool. So what next? After we actually have the innovations to get into the InnoDB cluster deployment. So with this InnoDB cluster deployment, you can see, we have the free MySQL server, which is the yellow color in here. And the application connects to something in the middle, which we call this MySQL router. So the MySQL routers is like a transparency tier. And the application connects this like a proxy server. And that proxy server will know where is the MySQL server active. So it connects transparently to the backend, the server, even if it's 3 nodes. So whatever that's bring down the server, it will actually switch over to the others. It's like fade over, but the application is transparent. It doesn't know. It doesn't need to know. So this is kind of the deployment in here. But people also may create another topology, which we have the routers just sitting on the server. And the applications, for example, this is like Java and JDBC URL, and it can get into the multi-host connections. And when it connects to the router, which the router 1, it fails, it can connect to the router 2. And the router 1, 2, 3, basically they are stateless. Okay, no matter which one you are connecting to, it's actually connect to the topology of the three InnoDB cluster. So it knows where to talk to. So this transparency is getting very easy for deployment. So let's look at how we create this InnoDB cluster on this right-hand side. So firstly, we can actually provision 3 nodes. Okay, the very basic one from the fresh, clean, and newly created instances, which is the demo on the right-hand side. Okay, it is still blank. And there is possibility people have been running a single node server, and they just want to adding 2 nodes, okay, to bring the server into HA, which we call this 3-node InnoDB cluster. Okay, it can be backup restore or whatever, MySQL dump and MySQL actually loading the data back. Or the other side is people has been doing the replications using master and slave, and this means they have the 2 nodes already and running with the data. So basically, the 2 nodes we assume all data is exactly the same, and we provision another new node. Okay, bring the data. Okay, as like the replicas, so 1 to 2, and 3 nodes at that point, and then we can bring this to InnoDB cluster and config and create the administration users as well as config properly for the my.cnf, the configuration file. And for sure, when we say this actually a cluster, meaning the data in for all these nodes, they have to be the same. Same by what means? It is like all this, okay, we do not compare line by line, okay, data by data, okay, but we compare the GTID, global transaction ID, with A server, B server, and C servers to be all the same. That means, okay, they are the same data. So we have to guarantee, okay, all this GTID on all these servers to be the same so that they can bridge them together. And we provide this, okay, with the assumption, or actually it's a requirement. For all this table, we need the primary key to identify all specific rows, okay, to all the data. And so whenever we update a specific row, and we know where it is, and it can actually perform quickly. So the demo's right here on the right. So now, first of all, we create the 3 instances, okay? We call this the port number, 3310, 3320, 3330. And they, once we create, as pointed out in here, the 3 directory is actually the data directory. As the demo, we put this onto 1 single box. So for this, the 1 single box creations, after this, you will see that, okay, we try to change the configuration, my.cnf to append certain specific configurations, okay, like the repository table, GTID must be on, and also the checksum, okay, using what is the SCH64. So after all this, actually the very basic configurations, we can start it up. So once we start it up, so what the next is, so right now, all this startup, that startup can be using the system D or whatever you feel it is good for you. So right now, I'm using the tar package, which has the MySQL dsave, and the 3102030 port number, okay, they are running. So for this, it's a brand new server. So the GTID, that means they are all empty, and they are all the same, because they are just the same. So what's right now? I'm actually getting into the connections to the MySQL shell, and then connects to the server. So what that is, it has the JavaScript, Python, SQL way. And what next is we create an administration users, GR admin users. And by configuring these users, we also check whether there is actually missing configuration. It does. Okay, the MySQL shell tries to configure the server and restart it if needed. So all the server is created properly, and we check it. And what next is we log in through the MySQL shell, okay? And in here is just to execute the select statements to query the GTID, As mentioned earlier, they are brand new server, no transaction at all. Even we create the users, but it's actually hidden as like user transactions. So the GTID is all empty, okay, for all the server, meaning they are all the same. Okay, when the cluster is built, okay, it tries to compare. So what next is we try to create this cluster by create cluster command. This command is, okay, we set certain parameters, consistency, how it detect the timeout, and also what's the cluster network and subnet. So all this together, and we create a cluster. So right now the cluster on the server 1, which has, okay, a 1 node server as the cluster. And we try to add the second and third node, okay, which is how we do this. By recovery, it can be cloning, mentioned earlier in the last sessions, or it can be incremental. As right here, all this empty, they're the same. So we just use incremental, that's the fastest, okay? So to bring data here and back. So meaning there is actually no data changes at all. So we try to use this, and also it tries to use the local host and other port number, where we try to use this as like the local cluster network. And as long as we do this, we actually create another node, which the cluster has 2 nodes, and we do this again for the third node, and we create this InnoDB cluster. Okay, so let's move on. So what about if we deploy this to the DR? There are some other alternative. So for one thing here is we can create a cluster and cluster on 2 data center. And with this, meaning we have to send the data from one side to the other side. So we bridge this in through the async replications. So we can actually use the cluster sets. Okay, it's actually a new features, okay, out from the 8.0.27. And as of today, it is actually 8.0.28. So basically, this like the replication connections, it has the failover capability, no matter this is on source or no matter this is on replicas, meaning there should be actually like point-to-point connections. The point-to-point, when the point has outage, what happens? The point actually on one side, we have 3 nodes. Okay, one of these fail, it actually fails to the others. So the source data will actually be another node to sending data across, and the same way apply. Okay, the same way applies to the replica side, meaning we have 1 node actually on the replica side on that data center is receiving data, but what happens is fails. So it also will fail to the other nodes receiving the set of the data and bring the data in always, okay, available. So it can be just 2 data center, or in the middle, we can be 3 data center, okay, or 4. So this is like the replications can actually be scaled to multiple data center. And one important thing is there is maybe a chance the data center does not have, okay, that much capacity. We may actually host just one single node InnoDB cluster as like standby, okay, because we have sufficient, okay, power for the data center 1 and 2, so we don't need extra more, and that's actually just for something as like backup. Okay, so that's what we call this cluster set. It is quite easy. So right now, as actually the demo on the right hand side, we have, okay, the 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 as cluster as we built earlier. And then now we try to extend this to actually 4.0, 5.0, and 6.0, and with the 2 cluster, assuming they are actually sitting on 2 VM or sit actually on 2 data center. So what's right now, you can see, right now, when you look at this, so basically, you can see this. We try to create the 3 nodes, okay, 4, 5, 6 as brand new, or we can actually back up and recovery. And now we start the 4, 5, 6, and again, and what next is we try to get into the create replica set. So what this means, we create a replica set is we use this, okay, to create a replica set, okay, as you can see, we run this create replica set, and that actually works. And what next is to query the status. What happened to this replica set? We try to get the replica set, cluster set, which is, and the status is showing there's 1 cluster to this cluster set. Okay, and the primary instance is 3310. What next is we create the 3340 as the second cluster, okay, replica. So in here you can see we create this replica, and now my cluster 2 is up and running. Okay, the 3340, as well as with this my cluster 2, we can just do it the same way. Okay, to add the instance, and all this together, meaning we have 2 clusters. Okay, by having this MySQL shell, and the deployment is just easy, and the 2 data center is now bridged, okay, together. So we have the command to show the cluster again, and it will show you they are actually 2 clusters running. So you can see this actually my cluster is the primary, my clusters 2 is the replicas, and they both have 3 nodes running. Okay, so what next? Here, somebody may actually ask, what happens to right now, people using Kubernetes? So as Kubernetes right here, I will just do it quick. So the 3 nodes, actually, we can easily to create a stateful set, and actually the router set, and there's actually custom resource definitions, put in the InnoDB cluster as the resource in Kubernetes. And there's also service, okay, which we can deploy as a name, say my cluster, which point to, okay, the routed here, actually this is the status replica set. Okay, so whatever, which one is failed, it actually automatically points to the others, and the application is transparently to access the routers, okay, through the service. So this is more detailed, okay, diagram, and showing in the MySQL operators, which you can install and perform all this operation, which is quite easy, and with all this, like how we do backup as well. Okay, so what it means to us is this actually operators is now in beta, and you can actually find it in the github.com MySQL operators. You can easily deploy this, okay, CLD, custom resource definitions, and as well as deploy operators, YAML, which you can find it on the operators. There's also Helm chart. Okay, if you look at this operators, okay, page, you will see how we can actually install in another way, use Helm chart. So here, I just to show you using the kube admin, okay, is to deploy kube control. So basically, I have this like our Kubernetes environments. Okay, so with this Kubernetes environments, so what next is we can actually have this web page, and there is actually a way you can copy, and you can deploy this to here and run it, kube control apply that specific CLD as well as the other YAMLs deploy the operators. When we deploy the operator, meaning there is also a namespace called MySQL operators running, and we can use that, okay, to deploy our custom resource, which it is IC InnoDB cluster. Okay, so once we have this, we actually have this namespace, and the port is running. So right now on the screen, it is trying to show you there is a new namespace, and the one is actually being deployed, and for some seconds, and we will see that it is running and it's ready. So let's get it, okay, quickly to another one, how we deploy InnoDB cluster with that deployed operators. So let's get to this step, okay? So here, you can see that, firstly, we need to get to the username password for the MySQL database. So we define a secret, okay? By applying this secret with the name, my password, okay, my root as users and password welcome one. And what after this is to apply for sure. And then we deploy the InnoDB cluster by having the YAML, and the kind is the InnoDB cluster. Okay, the type of the resource is InnoDB cluster. Okay, it is something new, which is the operator. When we deploy, we create the CLD, which has a new name, InnoDB cluster. And right now in here, we actually get a name, my password for the resource about the username password, and 3 instances for the nodes. We can actually spawn 5, 6, whatever. And also the routers, how many actually we need that, and also 3. And we may actually change time zone from specific, okay, the US time zones back to something else. And we actually can enable some other configurations as well as the storage, how big your storage size you need to. So once we do all this, the things is we provision, okay, and provision getting to time, and around 2 minutes, and it has one server running, and another minute. So after around this like 7 minutes, we get to the MySQL server up and running in a very easy way. So you can see this. The InnoDB cluster with this is actually up and running now. All this actually you can see my cluster online, 3 online, and it has 3 instances, and routers actually 3, and the edges actually over like 6 minutes, okay, are provisioned, okay, in my specific environment. So you can see onward, we can deploy applications to access and actually get to know how we can access to it. So let's get it easier and then start it for like how we deploy PHP admin, for example. So in here, so you can see we have the cluster up and running. We can scale it. Okay, by originally we have 3 nodes, and we added and then changed the number of instances from 3 to 5. And after this, we apply, and then we get 3 instances and getting to 5 instances. Okay, it's still in the process of provisioning additional one online. So after a while, we actually see this. Okay, my cluster is getting more and more, and 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. Okay, 4, and the cluster servers is there. So what next is we actually provision the PHP. Okay, the PHP admin can actually be running and connecting to it. So what in here is we actually provision the PHP admin, and the PHP admin can actually be running easily, and then we just wait for the load balancers, the external IP, or we can use the ingress, okay, controller, and then have the ingress rules, and to make sure that the routing from the externals to the Kubernetes to be up and running. So after that, we can actually use the PHP admin and connect things to the InnoDB cluster. Okay, next, let's move on. So having said that, HA, the high availability with this, meaning we can have the single, okay, we do our own with the InnoDB cluster, okay, or we can use the Kubernetes, okay, MySQL operators, as well as what about the next game is, okay, on cloud, MDS. So let's get a quick look on what is available on our Oracle Cloud infrastructures. We can provision a standalone service as a click, as well as we can define HA models, which is the 3 nodes running as like InnoDB group replications running, as well as a high performance and very speedy. Okay, we call this heat wave, and we have today machine learning enabled for this heat wave as well. So we have different shape, okay, to accommodate the requirements of the users. Okay, what they want for this, and it's managed servers and applications around on the OCI will actually be created and easily be used. So as the many data center, okay, even on the cloud, we need to be fault tolerance. And what it means in here, a machine or a data center, we have availability domain, we have the fault domain with the machine. So we deploy, when we click the HA models, meaning the node actually deploy a specific machine or specific data center. When the region has more than one data center, they will try to deploy this across data center within the region. So we make sure that we get maximum reliability in here. So what about heat wave in here? So as managed server, MDS is like, okay, you provision it, you can use, okay, we have the people, we have the service automatic, we have the interface that you manage, you can actually monitor the MySQL delivery service, as actually we see that earlier from our, okay, previous speakers. And the heat wave service right here, it can be the online database and just running, okay, the MDS, MySQL delivery service, and it's just write data to the InnoDB. And the heat wave is actually a cluster of memory engine and intelligence to actually dictate the SQL statement. And all data actually from the InnoDB can actually patch into this memory cluster. And data will be very speedy, okay, to correspond to this SQL engine. So it can be the OLAP applications running and with the single interface. So in the past, people actually is doing ETL, doing a lot of things, different databases, skill set, ETL, effort, okay, all this, okay, meaning the cost to you. So right now, with this single interface as SQL and MySQL as the frontier, okay, to your application, meaning it's simplified. No ETL again. application is like the same skill set, again, running this and perform much faster. Okay, it can be extreme fast. Okay, 400, 5,000 times faster than the original what you are running. Okay, with your applications. What today we have machine learning applications to be enabled. So think about this. Okay, as heat wave machine learning, meaning okay, in the past you may use Zeppelin interpreters, okay, running pandas, and actually extract the data and then and put it into somewhere, and you have to use the training data and finding what actually predictions, and you want to explain and infer, okay, to the end result. Just like, okay, we have all this like travel and things, we want to find the shortest path, okay, to somewhere. How we can do this? We learn from the experience and then we project, okay, this may be the shortest path, and then we find and explain what kind of attributes in your model should be good enough. So our MySQL HeatWave is here, also give you the capability to run this, okay, in just SQL interface, SQL interface. Okay, this is like the first part, okay, for us to explain. We have this. Okay, I hope today is about time, okay, for the sessions, and this gives you a summary for today. And see if you have any questions for today. We have the easy deploy, okay, for MySQL. It can be the source replicas, replica sets, and InnoDB cluster, as well as running on the Kubernetes. As well, I explain for others like how we do this, the MySQL database service, as well as HeatWave and machine learning. And the shell, which is actually today, we use this actually can be to supervision, okay, can be actually migrations, okay, tools. Okay, questions?
Thank you, Ivan, for the presentation. Did you see in the share note there are a few? Do you want to pick one question? I think we have time to answer. You see in the share note.
There is one question in here: how to solve deployment developed as Light.NET with the data grid very well. So basically, I believe first of all, if you are talking about Windows.NET application ASP, the way is, yeah, it is like .NET connectors. So you still connect to like .NET connector, and you can find this .NET connector development guide, and you can actually connect to the database and then use, yeah, exactly the same way. And as well, there is people will ask for, what about the asynchronous .NET interface? It's still there, it's there. So I would say that it's just almost the same. So there is nothing more than this, I believe. If you are talking about deployment issues, okay, so if you can actually give some explicit, okay, maybe, yeah, we can take it offline. Okay, let me know. Okay, we take it offline and then discuss with you. How's that?
Thank you, Ivan. Once again, happy to see you at the FOSSASIA Summit. Yeah, I hope to welcome you in person next year.
Yeah, sure. We have been, yeah, talking this, yeah, Singapore, or actually in Vietnam, or actually in Thailand last time. So happy to see you again.
Happy to see you. Hopefully in Vietnam next year then.
Yeah. Cảm ơn.
Xin chào. Cối.
You.
Chào.
Okay. Thanks.
So let's get back to our program of today. So up next, I have Trista Ban. Trista Pan from China. She's gonna talk about PostgreSQL distributed and secure database ecosystem building. A little bit about Trista. Trista Pan is a AWS data hero, the CTO and co-founder of SphereX, an open source software as a service commercial startup. Previously, she was a senior database admin at JD Technology. Trista focuses on distributed databases, middleware ecosystem, and she is strongly committed to open source. She is serving as a mentor with various other Apache incubating projects. And she was a recipient of the 2020 and 2021 China Oscar Open Source Pioneer. Okay, so I did not know that China also have the Oscar Award for open source, but congratulations for this. So I'm gonna now show you her talk.
Hello everyone. So today this talk is about how to create a distributed and an encrypted database solution based on your PostgreSQL cluster. That's something about myself. I'm the Sophia's co-founder and the CTO. So my area, it's about the distributed database and about the database AI management platform developing, something about that. But apart from that, actually, I get involved a lot in open source. So I'm an Apache member, Apache incubator mentor, and now give some guiding and helps to 3 incubator projects to help them create their open source community and project. And about today's slides, if you have any questions or want to learn more about myself, about this project, you can follow me on my Twitter or connect me on the LinkedIn. Anything, any way you can contact me. Yeah, so that's the background about our talk. That means, yeah, you and me are a fan of the PostgreSQL. It's very powerful. And when we put it in our production environment, we will consider use the primary and standby nodes or cluster of the PostgreSQL to improve the availability and make the performance become wild. But today the topic is about how to make your PostgreSQL cluster become distributed database and make your data stored in your PostgreSQL instance become the encrypted data, I mean ciphertext, that will help us to protect users' information and privacy, right? Yeah, so that's the solution of today. And then I need to introduce about the Sharding Sophia project, because by leveraging this project, it can help us to reach that goal I introduced before. Apache Sharding Sophia, it's the Apache top level project, and actually it's a large and active project and the community, because there are a lot of the statistical number can tell us about that choose. Over like 200 million lines of this coding, this project, and on GitHub get 15,000 plus stars and 5,000 folks, and also have more than 300 contributors of this community, and it actually has been open sourced for more than 5 years. So all of the data will tell us that if you want to use it in your production environment, that will be safe, that will be okay, because it open sourced 5 years. We receive 117 plus listed corporations or user cases. And it's the function about this project all around about database. So if you have any questions, you can receive the feedback or the helps from this community. That's the charming of this active and large community. Yeah. So the slogan or the definition of this project, it's an ecosystem to transfer any database. Wow, that's the goal we're striving, right? Into a distributed database system, and enhance this distributed system or sharding system with many useful features like skill out, elastic skill out, or skill in, or encryption, or SQL audit, and more in future. Yeah. So if you have some like the interest about this database, these features, and you also want to join this community, you can just go to the GitHub and try some good first issue. Okay. So that's the overview, or that's the function list of this community, this project. I have no time to introduce every one of them to you today with the limited time, but I want to point here is architecture here. That means at the beginning or before using it, your application or the end, your CLI to visit your PostgreSQL instance, right? But now when you use Sharding Sophia, it's like a proxy or agent, and your application's a statement from your application or queries from your CLI will firstly reach to Apache Sharding Sophia, this project, and then actually this project named Sharding Sophia proxy. Yeah, this proxy will do some like improvement or do some calculation, and then resend your statement into one of your distributed database cluster. Yeah, so that's I want to say it's like a proxy or agent. So it can pass your SQL, understand what you want, and do some modification and resend that SQL or statement into the target PostgreSQL instance. Yeah, so that's the how do you deploy it and how do you use it? It's like a mechanism, right? So today we just use this project to help our users to create, build, set up a distributed encrypted database. Yeah. So in this solution, this like yellow part, this one, and in this area, you can regard it, all of them, as a distributed database, a new database. In this new database, the Sharding Sophia proxy, it's like computing node. The function of this node is just to do some calculation or do some analysis and receive user statement or requests, and then connect to your storage node. Storage node means your actual PostgreSQL instance or cluster. Maybe the storage nodes have many of your PostgreSQL instance. Like here, I can give an example. Like in this new distributed database, your Sharding Sophia proxy, your the entrance, there is a table named T underline user. That means the logic table name. And this logic table, actually, it's made of 4 subtables, or the shards, because it's a sharding architecture, right? And T underline user 0, T underline user 1 in demo DS 0 PostgreSQL instance, and same here, right? And so when your application send the request to the Sharding Sophia proxy, the proxy will calculate which PostgreSQL or which table is the target for this statement, right? That's the sharding part. Because our solution also includes encryption part, then our Sharding Sophia proxy, it's a computing nodes. It also has the ability to encrypt your information or data, and decrypt the information, the data, and all of them are automatical. That means your application don't care about the process of its computing part or processing, and just visit the sharding proxy, and the sharding proxy will help you shard your database and encrypt your data, decrypt your data automatically. Yeah, so now your duty, or what you need to do, is to light your sharding Sophia proxy, know more about what you want it to do, and the metadata of your storage nodes, about your rules or your metadata about this part. So you need to write some configuration or use the distributed SQL to drive the sharding Sophia proxy to let you know about all your PostgreSQL instance, the table, your sharding algorithm, sharding column, sharding rule, and about the encrypted rule, encrypted table, encrypted mapping between your logic column and your cipher column. So all of the configurations or metadata or rules, you need to tell the sharding Sophia proxy. And how? There are two ways to help you to drive the sharding Sophia proxy. First, it's like a YAML file. Here right now, that's the actual configuration. The second way or approach is use or distributed SQL. Distributed SQL actually it's born for Apache Sharding Sophia, this ecosystem. You can use the SQL-like language to tell the sharding Sophia proxy what you want it to do for yourself. Yeah, you can see here like there is the logic table. Maybe here is the TU there, and the what this logic table made of, and the sharding column and algorithm, something about that. And the theme here, if we want to use the SQL to give the input about your needs, about the metadata, we can just write the specific SQL and to let your sharding Sophia proxy know about your needs. Yeah, so you can learn more about this part by the following links, because today I really have no enough time to tell you all about this part, but you will know that by configuration or distributed SQL, you can let the sharding Sophia proxy works well with your sharding and encrypted database needs. Yeah. So here is a specific example I show you and let you quickly know about this process of how to use this distributed and encrypted PostgreSQL database. First, before that, you also need to deploy sharding Sophia proxy and then log in sharding Sophia proxy. See here, it's the same as your PostgreSQL instance login way, right? Second, tell the sharding Sophia proxy about your PostgreSQL instance. That means your storage nodes or metadata. And here is the introduction about what's the distributed SQL. And then create rules and tables. Here you need to create a sharding rule and encrypt rule. Sharding rule help you shard your PostgreSQL instance. The encrypt rule will help you encrypt and decrypt your data into your PostgreSQL instance. Yeah, so create table and insert, and then you can select the data from this new database. Here, the telephone number, just the plain text, right? But when you log in your storage PostgreSQL instance, you will find the content of the telephone number it's decrypted into a string, right? That's the magic of sharding Sophia proxy. Yeah. So, okay, I just finished my part, and if you have any questions, just contact me on my Twitter, LinkedIn, or this project on Twitter. Yeah. So, see you next time. Bye.
Okay, so that was the last session for the database topics of today. And up next, I would like to introduce John Wei-Yu, the associate professor at NUS. She's also the director of Civic Tech. She's gonna give us an update, not an update, an introduction on Civic Tech, an Asian perspective. So, Wei-Yu, I saw that you are already in the call. Happy to see you. Yes, and audience viewers, if you have any questions, you can put in the share notes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk, Civic Tech and Asian Perspective. My name is Wei-Yu. I am an associate professor working at Department of Communications and New Media, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences at the National University of Singapore. I'm also the director of the Civic Tech Lab. The lab had a long history dated back to 2008, but we only recently launched its website thanks to the generous support from two grantors. So here I'd like to acknowledge their support. First is NUS ODPRT Collaborative Grant, which enabled this Civic Tech in Asia project. I also want to thank NUS, University of Sydney Partnership Grant, which allowed us to explore Civic Tech from an Asian Pacific perspective, adding Australia to our research sites. The Civic Tech Lab, as I said, has been there for a while, but it was only recent that we were able to come up with this website. You're welcome to check out our website and see whether some of the research projects we do interest you, and you're welcome to contact me for any potential collaborations. Other than our website, we have two other channels where you can find interesting content. One is our Twitter channel, Civic Tech L, and the other one is our YouTube channel, the Civic Tech Lab. There have been some very exciting, and I think, videos uploaded to this channel. For those of you who don't know this web, allow me to play a short video to introduce our lab to you.
What is Civic Tech? Civic Tech refers to solutions that involve information and communication technologies to benefit citizens. Who are we? We are academics researching and facilitating civic tech processes and technologies. Our vision: we envision taking an interdisciplinary, cross-sectoral, and collaborative approach to tackling civic challenges. Our missions: generate the highest quality research about civic technology, strengthen the civic core of public sector, private sector actors and citizens, design critical processes and technologies for the public good. Our team, Civic Tech Lab at National University of Singapore, is a research hub. Our team includes social scientists, computer scientists, and digital cultural analysts. Our history: the Civic Tech Lab, formerly known as the Media Psychology Lab, was established in 2008 as a central location for research projects on civic engagement and information communication technology. Our focus: civic tech in Asia, citizen science, online deliberation, digital culture. Our home: www.civictechlab.org.
So before I start, I'd like to first introduce the concept or the term of civic technology. The definition I introduce here is not necessarily academic nor normative. So civic tech here, the understanding of it comes from how the practitioners who claim that they are doing civic tech understand this particular term. So in this term, there are two words. The second word, technology, is actually quite straightforward.
Technology here often refers to information and communication technology that became readily available to the public in the later half of the 20th century. So this basically refers to the internet, mobile phones, and all kinds of technologies built upon that. What seems to be controversial is actually the definition or understanding of civic. So what is a civic? I tried to layer the understanding of the word into a hierarchy, right? A three-layered hierarchy. On the bottom of the hierarchy, you see that the people who are doing civic tech think that as long as the tech is for the citizens, then the tech can be called civic tech. For the citizens seems to be straightforward, but it involves some disagreements point as well. For instance, who are citizens? Are immigrants, especially illegal immigrants, citizens? Are public servants citizens? How can we define who deserve or qualified to be called citizens? Well, when we say for the citizens, most of the time we assume that we are trying to benefit the citizens. We are trying to bring something that is good for the citizens. But the controversial point is who can define what is really good for the citizens, right? Who can make the decisions? Well, the second layer of this hierarchy of the concepts focused on by citizens, the engagement of citizens in building and developing civic tech. So when we talk about engaging citizens, right, the natural question is how do we engage the citizens? In what manners? From which kind of channels, right? So at the top of the pyramid, right, we see democratic engagement. It refers to a particular way of engaging citizens. Well, even we say democratic engagement, there are different kinds of democratic models as well, right? In electoral democracy, most likely means that the citizens will elect the delegates who can represent their views in making the decisions regarding civic tech, right? We also have other models of democracies such as a deliberative democracy, whereas the citizens are expected to actually rationally discuss with each other in order to reach the decisions. So as you can see now, civic tech, regardless whether people disagree with the definition of civic, well, we have seen a lot of civic tech practices or civic tech initiatives across the globe. So the phenomenon is truly global and cross-sectoral. If you look at this aggregation site, civictech.guide, the site already collected over 4,000 civic tech cases or initiatives. And these initiatives actually come from different kinds of actors. Through our research, we decided to rightfully categorize these civic tech initiatives into first GovTech, basically technologies built by the government to interact or to engage citizens or to serve citizens. Second type of civic tech is CSO tech, so civil society organization tech or NGO tech, techs used to help CSOs to do their job. Lastly, we have civic tech entities. So these are organizations that primarily use civic technology tools to solve the problems to reach their goals. Okay, now it's time for me to introduce to you several interesting examples that represent each of the three categories of civic tech. All right, so we actually held an ICT for Good in Asia workshop in November last year. And in this workshop, we featured a number of very interesting cases to illustrate the variety or the diversity of civic tech initiatives. So I drew my examples from this workshop. The first kind of civic tech is definitely GovTech. So governments actually have designed numerous pieces of civic technology. Some of these technologies are aimed to help the government agencies, the government departments themselves to run faster and more smoother with better coordinations among different departments. And in our workshop, Yang Ling, the director in digital design and development from Singapore's GovTech, has introduced several great examples. For instance, here there's a system called Booking SG. This Booking SG is a booking system that's open to government officials. So the government officials can book facilities in different parts of the governmental offices to share resources, right? To make the best out of the existing facilities. Well, some of the other GovTechs are actually facing the citizens and directly engage with the citizens, providing services to them. This example comes from the so-called series of information websites called XGoWell, right? So in Singapore, these information websites tell citizens where to go for different kinds of resources, such as where to go for masks, where to go for vaccinations, where to go for clinics that treat COVID diseases, so on and so forth, right? So GovTech apparently has been doing a lot in the space of civic tech. Now let me continue to the second type of civic tech. CSO tech here refers to technologies that can help civil society organizations, right, such as NGOs, charities, to do their job better. In our workshop, we have Dong Xie, the Secretary General from NGO 2.0.cn. So NGO 2.0 is a typical example of CSO tech. NGO 2.0 helps in promoting ICT usage and implementations in NGOs in China. The entity was established by MIT professor Wang Jing as early as in 2009. So NGO 2.0 is a national organization. It helps NGOs all over China to adopt and use information technologies. So those technologies NGO 2.0 has promoted included, building NGO data sets from the entire country, drafted a digital map featuring different kinds of NGOs in this big country. And NGO 2.0 also developed digital tools, provided training to more than 3,000 NGOs from China in learning how to use these so-called 2.0 tools. NGO 2.0 also were involved in running hackathons to help NGOs to get their problems solved. Right, so this is a typical example of a CSO tech. The last type of civic tech entity, I call them purely civic tech entities, right? So if CSO tech still aims to empower CSOs, right? These civic tech entities primarily rely on a digital tool, right, to solve the problems. So they often do not really exist before the tools are designed or completed. So in our workshop, we had Nashin Matani. She is the director of Yayasan Tata Bencana Disaster Map Foundation. So this Disaster Map Foundation was based in Indonesia, and their main work is to develop software infrastructures for community-led disaster co-management. So in this picture, you see the platform they have built for real-time reporting about floods, right, in Indonesia. Ordinary people can actually use this platform to report the severity or instances of floods in their neighborhoods. So they can upload pictures, they can leave comments. There will be also a team of people verifying these inputs. So this kind of map has been helpful, very helpful in saving lives during these sudden disasters. The map was now used in Philippines and Vietnam. Well, if you still remember the live streaming Excel sheet during the Henan flooding last year, you can imagine if those people or volunteers who can have access to a map like this, to a tool like this, maybe their life-saving efforts can be even more efficient and successful. Okay, so that's another type of civic tech entities. Other than these specific organizations aiming to solve particular problems, we also have what we call the community building civic tech entities. These are also very important type of civic tech entities. So FOSSAsia stands for Free and Open Source Software Asia, is such an organization. In our workshop, we invited the co-founder of the organization, Hong Fadang, to join our presentations. So Hong herself is from Vietnam, and since she founded FOSSAsia in 2009, FOSSAsia has organized numerous events, including the yearly very influential summits for the community members. They also organized workshops, projects, programs to basically help the community members to know each other and to work with each other. The most important thing is whatever they do it through open source tools. Even their biggest event, the FOSSASIA Summit, is completely organized through open source platform. The event actually features hundreds of talks, so the open source platforms was actually quite effective. All right, I think I have given you some senses about the definition, the practical definition of civic tech and different types of civic technologies you can see in the practice space.
Hong Fook, we can't hear you. We can see you talking.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, got it now.
Okay, so great. So I think that there is a question for you on the chat. If you could address that question on the chat, perhaps.
Yes. Definitely. Roland, thank you for your question. A quick answer. Yes, GovTech actually has a branch just focusing on using free and open source software in their technologies. And you know who is leading on that? It's the Prime Minister's son, Lee Hong-yi, right? So you should definitely check it out. I will post the link in the chat notes so you can have a look. Right.
Yeah, thank you, Wei Yu. So I hope that you can continue to type on the chat. You can try to answer the people on the chat. Thank you very much. And I see now Italo, our next presenter, is already ready.
Hello.
So hello, Italo. Let me see if you have the presenter right. I will give you the presenter right so you can start.
Yeah, I can share. Yeah.
A moment, please. Okay, so now you can share your screen, and while you're doing this, I will give an introduction.
Yeah.
Okay. So coming up next, we have Italo Vinoli, and his presentation will be LibreOffice Technology, a FOSS platform for personal productivity. A little bit about Italo. He is a founding member of the Document Foundation and the LibreOffice project. Open Source Initiative Board member. He co-leads LibreOffice Marketing, PR, Media Relation, co-chairs the certification program. He is a spokesperson for the project. He has contributed to several class migration projects to LibreOffice, and he is a LibreOffice certified migrator and trainer. Italo, very happy to have you here, and welcome back to the FOSSASIA Summit.
Thank you. So let's cover this topic. which is about LibreOffice positioning in the market. When we started LibreOffice, that was 10 years ago, but even before, when OpenOffice was started, and you know that LibreOffice is the successor or the heir of LibreOffice, the documents had to be printed to be shared. But then with the arrival of internet, there was an evolution from totally analog, which means only printing, to digital, which means interoperability of documents. The first example of this was HTML, because HTML decoupled software and contents. So it was possible to read any website from any browser, as it is today, without thinking about the tools that you were using. Yes, there have been attempts to make HTML proprietary, but luckily the W3C forum consortium avoided this. And the next step was starting the cloud solutions. So between 2005 and 2010, the trend to interoperability was, there was an answer with the XML-based document format, and the standard was developed. The standard is Open Document Format. Of course, being the document format a very important component of the solution, Microsoft presented a pseudo-standard document format. Office Open XML is basically not a standard. And there was a war of the formats. Unfortunately, given to the market power of Microsoft, the Microsoft format was accepted rather widely. People ignore completely the advantages of ODF and the disadvantages of Office Open XML, which is the cornerstone of Microsoft lock-in strategy today. Then after 2010, several freeware Office suite entered the market. They are basically clones, reverse engineered clones of Microsoft Office. They do not solve the lock-in problem. Actually, they increase Microsoft lock-in strategy by sticking to Microsoft formats, document formats. The market for Office Suite, as you can see, these are analyst figures. The market is rather big. In 2022, we will be around $27 billion, which is a huge figure, and we will exceed, by 2025, we will exceed $31 billion. Of course, controlling this market means a lot of money. And so this is what Microsoft and Google are doing. They are the two largest players at the moment in this market. They are using a global strategy to embrace the users. The users are not knowledgeable about the issues that are attached to these problems, to these products, which are a lower security of documents, a lock-in strategy from Microsoft. And it's funny to realize that Google is supporting Microsoft lock-in strategy. But this is the reality. If we look at the growth of the market, as you see from 2020, after 2020, where there was a sharp drop, from 2021 to 2025, it's rather stable as plus 5% per year. When we announced LibreOffice, we 10 years, or now it's 12 years, almost 12 years ago, we wanted to relaunch the innovation. So OpenOffice was, there was the risk of abandon of the product. And we wanted to have the product that was independent from large corporations. So we try to develop a self-sustaining project. And actually, the project is self-sustaining. Of course, we are also trying to improve the sustainability of the project. Sustainability of open source is another big topic to discuss, and I've made some presentation on that, and if people want to get more information, I'm happy to share those with them. And during those 10 years, LibreOffice has undergone through several development cycles. So the first release was the 3.0 to be aligned with OpenOffice. It was focused on code cleaning. The 4.x release was refactoring the code. So we basically renewed most of the old components that were still and are still in Apache OpenOffice. Then with the 5 family, we worked a lot at the user interface to provide users with several options. With the 6.x family, we extended to different platforms. LibreOffice, which is available today for cloud and mobile, and different flavors of cloud and mobile. And with the current family, 7.x, we are working, focusing on document compatibility. Unfortunately, not being a standard, compatibility with Office OpenXML with the Microsoft Office format is not a trivial objective. The format changes, although the user doesn't see this because these are internal. Code changes at code level, changes every couple of months. Actually, the standard is still the standard as accepted by ISO, but was not, as said, that was not a standard, is still the 2008 version. But after that, there have been at least 40 different evolution of that. There have been the evolution happened in a totally obscure way. The documents are published on the Microsoft Office website, but they have not been submitted to ISO. So basically, the format and the standard are two different things. To grow LibreOffice, the community created a development infrastructure. You can see here the different tools we use: Gerrit, Tinderbox. We use Bugzilla for bugs. We use other tools, Weblate for translation. We use Git for development. We have a crash reporting tool. We analyze performances. So this is a global infrastructure which is managed by the Document Foundation and supports the development of LibreOffice. To make it easier for developers to start hacking LibreOffice, the developers have also added a simpler tool. There is the main tool is the Uno. Uno is basically all the code behind LibreOffice, but there has been the LibreOffice Kit is a smaller tool which allows to access LibreOffice functionalities using C and C++ without the need to use UNO, which is, as I said, rather complex. So this is a thin API for LibreOffice, and people can write external apps without to compile or link LibreOffice and learn other complex languages. And in addition, it allows rendering of documents for any applications. This is something which maybe is not very well known by developers, but I encourage you to look at the LibreOffice Kit. It makes your life easier if you are a developer. In addition, it has been a huge localization effort. LibreOffice is shipping in 120 different languages. Is the software localized in more languages as a global in the global software market, twice as many as Microsoft Office, and even 25 more than the next one, which is an open source project. So we basically serve in their native language almost 6 billion people in the world. To improve the quality, we are using a static code analysis tool. The main one is Coverity Scan. The defect density of LibreOffice was reduced from 1.1 at OpenOffice time to 0.00 and which is today's defect density. The density is measured every 1,000 lines of code, and LibreOffice is over 6 million lines of code. And the density for similar size project is 0.71, so is several order of magnitude, although we are we are talking of a very small number, is several order of magnitude bigger than LibreOffice. We are also using fuzzing tools, fuzzing to spot vulnerabilities as soon as possible, and hopefully before they get to the user. So far, crossing fingers, no vulnerability has ever reached the user. The user that is regularly updating LibreOffice. Of course, if you use an old version, vulnerabilities may be there, but if you use the last available version, the vulnerability are not there. And in terms of vulnerabilities, LibreOffice is several orders of magnitude lower than any Office OpenXML based Office suite, starting from Microsoft Office, which is the worst one, but also other ones like OnlyOffice on WPS Office. The number of vulnerabilities is strongly related to Office OpenXML, which is a very extremely unsecure document format. In terms of user interface, we have announced the notebook bar in different flavors. This is to provide users coming from Microsoft Office something similar to what they are used to, and there is a main, let's say, a large version, a compact version, and also a grouped version that provide different approaches to the same issue, which is to have something that is similar, is not the same, because we have tried to provide something which is better than the ribbon, the Microsoft Office ribbon, and so we have the approach has been to develop something to address the same issue, but not using totally the same approach. And in terms of interoperability, for documents, as I said, we work we have many people focus on this topic, and the tool is what we call the round trip test. We get a document, Microsoft Office document, we import it, we check that the result in LibreOffice are exactly the same. And we re-export it from LibreOffice, and we want that the situation in Microsoft Office is exactly the same as the starting document. We do this for several thousands of documents on an ongoing basis with automated tools. And of course, this helps engineers to spot issues and to work at issues. If you have used the last version of LibreOffice, you have probably realized how the level of improvements we have made to the software. But of course, we still suggest to use the ODF format. And also we have provided ScriptForge libraries for macros that are these libraries are ready to use libraries and allow people to create documents with macros in a simple way. A little bit about ODF. ODF is, as I said, is an ISO standard. It's the only real ISO standard. Is a solid and robust document format. Is consistent across operating system, which means that if you develop the document in one operating system and open it with another operating system, the document is exactly the same and is truly interoperable in the sense that you don't have to tweak anything to have the same document on different machine and operating system. And it's predictable, which means that if you create two very similar documents or you create the same documents on two different machines, two different personal computers, the underlying code will be extremely similar, if not absolutely identical. So ODF is truly the best standard file format for user of personal productivity software. Unfortunately, Microsoft Market Power has pushed the users to use Microsoft document format. This is a big issue in terms of security, in terms of cost, in terms of robustness of the documents. Many people lose their contents because of the weakness of Microsoft Office formats. So LibreOffice is in general the best Office suite, has a strong community and a strong ecosystem, and is the best of open source, has professional support available for enterprises and community support for individuals. The product has evolved. In 2010 was available only for the desktop. Today there is a version for the desktop from the Document Foundation. There are long-term supported version optimized for enterprise from ecosystem companies. There is a LibreOffice Online for the cloud, mobile for Android and iOS, and LibreOffice for Chrome OS. These products share the same engine we will see in the next slide, but they are from different companies. So they may have different names. From the LibreOffice website, there are different sections under the product section where you are able to reach all the offerings, either the one from the Document Foundation or the other offering from these ecosystem companies. So you are invited to test LibreOffice on the different platforms. As I said, LibreOffice has a common productivity engine. This is a really huge advantage because using the same engine on the desktop, on mobile, on cloud, we produce documents which are extremely consistent, and so they are really interoperable. Of course, the user interface may be slightly different because there are specificities for platforms. The desktop user interface cannot be as the same as a mobile user interface, but the productivity engine is the same, and this means that we produce only one flavor of document. All the other Office suite, as I said, they have a different engine for the desktop, for mobile, and for the cloud. And therefore, a different engine will generate a different, slightly different, or a different, completely different document. Of course, the user interface will be different as well. But what is the issue is if you generate a document on a mobile, that document may not be the same on the desktop or on the cloud, and vice versa. While with LibreOffice, any version of LibreOffice will allow you to open any document generated from LibreOffice in the open document format without any issue. So LibreOffice, we say that today LibreOffice is more a technology than a product because it's a platform for to develop personal productivity applications. Is tightly integrated on the desktop, mobile, and cloud, and the development is consistent. So you will always have, if you use this last version, you will always have the same engine independently from the platform you are using LibreOffice on. We have also created a logo for the LibreOffice technology. We are using it. Ecosystem companies are starting to use it. This logo shows that the product may have a different name, but is based on the LibreOffice technology. And the software that we have today is on the desktop. We have it from the Document Foundation, Red Hat, and SUSE. We have enterprise long-term supported version from Collabora and Allotropia. We have online and cloud version always from Collabora and Allotropia. We have Android version from Collabora, iOS and Apple Store version from Collabora, and Windows Store version from Allotropia. As I said, in some cases, this software has the LibreOffice name. In other cases, as not the LibreOffice name, is called Collabora Mobile, for instance, but the reality is that it's a LibreOffice technology-based product, so the engine is LibreOffice. Thank you for listening, and if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. I will unshare my video now and take back the control.
Thank you, Italo. Hello, Roland. I saw that you have a question in the chat. Would you like to open your camera and ask Italo directly?
Yes, hi, Italo.
Hi.
You mentioned a C/C++ C++ interface layer that was now made available in order to avoid the need to have a developer learn their way around Uno.
Yeah.
I'm wondering whether a C and C++ interface would now be considered easy. Is there scope for a Python or JavaScript or Ruby type?
So if you have to deal with the LibreOffice source code, the application source code, that is mainly in C++. So there is no alternative than dealing with C++. Of course, that is due to the fact that the product was developed when C++ was the main development.
Sure.
If you, on the contrary, LibreOffice supports Python, for instance, for macros. So you can use Python instead of using Visual Basic to develop macros, and we actually suggest to use Python for macros because it's more solid, it's newer than Basic. Basic has my age. So in the technology, would you ever use a 68-old component? I don't think so. So it's like using Italo Vignoli to make macros. You know, it's I start to lose pieces just because of my age. So I would not suggest that to anyone. Python is a lot more modern, and that is we start to see people developing Python more and more. And in fact, if you look at SourceForge libraries, they are both compatible with Basic and Python. But if you talk with their developers, they will definitely tell you to use Python and not C++. We are working at improving the accessibility of LibreOffice main source code, but you have to consider that is rather the code is started in a different era of technology. So changing it completely, redeveloping it completely, is probably something that is beyond any chance today. We are trying to improve the accessibility for developers. At least having mentors available that will guide you and through the software and provide pointers, which can make your life easier. I'm not a developer, so I cannot go into details, but I know that the situation is improving.
Yeah, so we are actually at time, Italo, but there is, okay, so the question just disappeared. So thank you very much.
Thank
Italo. You. Yes, I would like to hand it over to Roland. You're gonna take over.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Italo. Thank you, Hong Kong. Hopefully, Elmar Gies is in the room. Have a look. Does not appear to be in the room. Oh dear. Well, I'm going to start with an introduction, and let's see if the speaker appears while I'm introducing. This is a recorded session, perhaps? Oh, it's recorded. I beg your pardon. Okay, so our next speaker is recorded rather than here. His name is Elmar Gies. He'll be talking about Christmas time with Log4j. Elmar works with open source projects, companies, and organizations for many years, currently an executive management role at Greenbone, who makes the world's most used open source vulnerability management software, I guess, which some know as OpenVAS. And yes, I quite like OpenVAS myself. He believes that open source is not only the better option and an innovation driver, it's also more fun, which again, I agree entirely. So, let me do some magic. Christmas with Log4j. And away we go.
Christmas with Log4j. The vulnerability problem using the example of Log4j. Why Christmas with Log4j? That's what we could ask ourselves somewhat desperately when the Apache Foundation reported a serious security issue on December 12, 2021, which was immediately rated at the highest risk level. Around Christmas time, the company where I work is already very busy anyway. When then, on the top of that, on a weekend, an impact like Log4j comes along, it makes especially much noise. In the modern world, where complex systems and system components are essential to the functioning of society and business, it is increasingly important to understand and manage the risk that these systems and components can pose to the task they support. What's certain is that nothing is certain, so I'm suspicious just in case. Any person who has been involved in information technology long enough knows, however, that nothing is really secure. Many problems surrounding the topic of security are unsolved and will remain so for the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, we want and need security. That sounds a bit paradoxical. Therefore, the correct term should be we must try to create more security until it is secure enough. The paradox is often we only know if something is secure enough if it wasn't, if it somehow broke or, in the case of an attack, was cracked, or when somebody finds the bug and publishes the result, as with Log4j. That's why this much maligned incident is also partly a success story on how helpful it is to deal openly with vulnerabilities. There is no such thing as perfect security. Perfect IT security would only be possible if every single component was error-free, and in addition, the system assembled from the components would be perfect. Log4j is a good example how difficult this is. Log4j did not contain an actual error in the sense of a bug. The aggregation of different functions and their risky application made Log4j toxic. Even though there are many ways to better manage such risks, we have to admit to ourselves something like this can happen again and again. We have to learn to live with this uncertainty. Talking about security, therefore, always has something dystopian about it. It's like the end is near. But there are certain things we can do. Therefore, I would like to introduce an obviously useful pattern of action for dealing with given uncertainties. It helped the teams in our company to deal with the Log4j incident, and the incident in turn helped us to improve. Creating security is a circular process that is carried out uninterruptedly, serving continuous improvement as well as a consistent attention by preventing habituation effects, possible weaknesses and your priorities, reduce your attack surface, be capable of action, practice crisis situations, learn through retros, and again be prepared as for short. It is a generic pattern of action that always helps. Of course, we can and often must improvise. But in a crisis situation, this is often more risk than opportunity. In short, security can be increased in a planned manner and processes can be practiced. Conclusion? The Log4j, Log4Shell incident was something special, but not that special. We can learn from the incident and be better prepared for the next one. During the hot phase of Log4j, we at Green1 kept a kind of diary that, in retrospect, offers a lot of useful information and insights into how more security can be created with and through open source and a few good processes. Here we have summarized the topics from this diary and supplemented them by aspects that make the content more understandable. We, and presumably many others who have had the opportunity to deal with the subject, were primarily concerned with three questions. Are our infrastructures protected? Are our products or projects affected? How can we help our clients? We, and hopefully many others, were well and successfully protected, but nevertheless, the topic occupied us intensively and ultimately even for several weeks. Here's the sequence of events after the vulnerability was discovered and initially reported. First, a developer from Alibaba, the internet business giant from China, discovers the vulnerability and reports it to the project's maintainer at the Apache Software Foundation. After about a week, the Apache Log4j vulnerability is largely fixed. Later, smaller, less critical bugs will follow, which also will be fixed in a timely manner. After 2 weeks after the initial disclosure, the vulnerability was added to the National Vulnerability Database, the NVD, by the vendor. The night of this release, we at Greenbone developed a vulnerability test and released it just 1 day after the public announcement. The total latency from the first message to the fix was thus about 3 weeks. This can be considered as good or bad, fast or slow. I think overall this is not a bad value. So here's the text of the CVE 2021-44228. Apache Log4j GNDI capabilities do not protect against attacker-controlled LDAP and other GNDI-related endpoints. Those who know about vulnerable directory services like LDAP and interfaces like GNDI quickly saw the problem. The vulnerability was given the highest available score of 10.0 on the National Vulnerability Database. This was the short form of the message in the vulnerability database. It's about remote code execution, the severity is critical, and all versions from 2.0 beta 9 were affected. The topic of vulnerability assessment is actually worth more in-depth consideration, but it leads too far here. For now, it should be sufficient that the Log4j vulnerability had to be classified as particularly severe. Remote code execution, exploitable via the internet, very widespread. This is very dangerous. Unfortunately, it is unknown whether the vulnerability was exploited unnoticed for a long time. However, we know how long it existed, and what we learned was nasty because it existed for quite some time. On September 14, 2013, with the version of 2.0 beta 9, the GNDI lookup plugin was added to the Log4j package in the Log4j 2.3.1.3 release. Since then, Log4j was unfortunately broken. That was about 3,100 days or about 101 months or 8 years and 5 months ago. When the vulnerability became known, the attackers reacted quickly. Although the vulnerability Log4j was not disclosed until the last 3 weeks of 2021, Log4Shell attacks were the 5th most common external attack vector in 2021. Conclusion: we do not know how often Log4j could be exploited. Those who learned about the vulnerability and were able to patch it quickly were at an advantage. Those who had sufficient strong security policies in place in the first place were not affected. Precaution pays off. Let us now turn to the aspect that made the actual in species Log4j particularly suitable attack candidate Log4Shell. Log4Shell, not a vulnerability like any other. Log4j is a very simple, convenient and useful tool in software development. It is considered as a standard in Java to log states and activities when using software. This is called logging, hence the name Log4j, where the J stands for Java. Malicious attackers can exploit a vulnerability through Log4j to execute code on affected systems. Because this vulnerability can be exploited over the internet without any authentication, this can be very critical for affected systems and companies. Because the software is also included in a large number of software and services that are accessible via the internet, a very large number of companies and services were probably also affected. A logging function is needed in virtually every piece of software. Moreover, it is not only used as development time, but also carried out in the application usage context and thus massively spread. The area of use can be very diverse. Enterprise or internet application servers, desktop systems, internet routers, firewall devices, and many more could be affected by Log4j. Log4j is very easy to use, and an awareness of the possible risk has not been very pronounced. Certainly often along the lines of what can be dangerous about logging. Moreover, a person using Log4j in programming does not always have a clear picture on how the component behaves in use and which configuration parameters have which influence. In other words, Log4j made it very easy to achieve very powerful functionality. This also made it particularly dangerous. Log4j has been around for quite a few years. Log4j 1 since 2001, Log4j 2 since 2012. Without any major problems becoming known, so that its use has not been evaluated or questioned in concrete application scenarios. Vulnerabilities can vary greatly in terms of how easy they are to exploit. When the crucial vulnerability in Log4j was found, it immediately became apparent that it was very easy to exploit with potentially dramatic consequences. The following general conditions, like extremely widespread use in a wider variety application systems, high possible risk when using the component, little activity and awareness of risk-limiting measures, easy exploitation of the vulnerability, together led to great potential damage. We will now take a look on how an attack with Log4j works. A simple function, logging, is used to inject content into a system. Wherever user input or other interactions are logged, attackers can use them to inject content, like from form inputs, search fields, API calls, etc. Unfortunately, the logging function does not only support writing of strings, but also the evaluation of expressions, called a lookup. These expressions can be calls to Java functions, including those from a library called GNDI, Java Naming and Directory Interface. GNDI also allows to access to remote directory services and reading of environment variables, among other things. This allows code from a remote source to be executed in the context of the attacked application, also called RCE, remote code execution. That is why the vulnerability was also named Log4Shell, because it enables a remote shell in which arbitrary code can be executed. Furthermore, the values from the attacked systems can be transferred to an attack system, and vice versa. How could this possibly be so easy? In short, through a chain of unfortunate circumstances and a well-intentioned idea. Log4j supports the mentioned feature called lookup by default. This makes Log4j easy to use in logging. Lookups evaluate strings at the time a message is logged. For example, logging hello world, $ curly braces, Java version would result in the following being logged. The environment variable, $Java version, is resolved to its actual value. This is not yet bad, but practical. It becomes bad when combined with other capabilities of Log4j. These capabilities include the aforementioned GNDI, which supports LDAP as a protocol, for example. A used LDAP server can be local or remote. LDAP is a protocol for reading data from or writing data to so-called directory services. In principle, such a directory service is simply a hierarchical database in which user data, device data, and the like of network and other things are managed. A very well-known directory service is Microsoft Active Directory. Basically, any data can be inserted and retrieved there through GNDI, and I can also set up my own malicious directory service and use it to download malware by getting Log4j to call my server and download my malware. Sounds spooky? It is. If I get Log4j to log a string like the following: GNDI, LDAP, example.com, helloworld.class, Log4j will make a remote request to example.com, get hello world class and execute it, which is a remote code execution. GNDI supports not only LDAP, but actually any kinds of name and directory services such as domain name system, network information services called NIS, file system, you name it. Depending on the configuration of the attacked system, I can do almost any terrible thing. Upload Trojans, download data, everything that is bad. In case of doubt, I nest myself in the target system and do nothing for the time being until the appropriate time for the attack seems to have come. Common exploit strings. I want to show you a few examples of common exploit strings. They can be categorized into 3 groups: spy on environment, steal access data, load and execute code. In our first example, we call an external LDAP server and send the Java version to it. We could send anything else, like in the second example, we will transmit our AWS secret access key, a bit more hurting than the Java version, I guess. And in the third example, as already mentioned, we can load and execute code. From this remote server, we load a class, and this class is executed in the context of Log4j. Even in places where web applications perform input control to prevent things like these examples, I can still get lucky as an attacker by disguising my attacks. In order to do so, initial lookups can be used, and with a bit of luck or misfortune for the attacked person or system, web application firewalls can be tricked. As an attacker, I have to get my attacks to possible victims. I can do this by manually using input fields in web solutions like forms. But it can also be done more efficiently, as attack attempts are relatively easy to automate. Since most attacks are not targeted but work on the principle of try and error, automation is extremely useful for attackers. For example, I can crawl websites and then insert the malicious string into multiple HTTP request headers, URL parameters, and form fields that I send to the URLs I find. Here's a simple code example that does this. Of course, there are much more sophisticated frameworks that are used for attacks. I've shown this example to show that all of this is not great art. If you want to make more difficult attacks or make it more comfortable, as an attacker you can also buy appropriate solutions. There are also marketplaces where attackers can directly buy the loot from such raids. It is an industry of its own in which hardly someone builds their own weapons. Either complete frameworks are built, like in the sophisticated attack from NSO, or directly results are acquired. We can reasonably prepare for vulnerabilities by implementing 3 measures. Secure configurations. In case of Log4j, you disable lookups, disable GNDI. Frequent updates and patches. Regularly check or scan for possible vulnerabilities and insecure configurations. In addition, the process view of threat situations is also important. Especially in critical situations, responsibility and processes must be well defined. This requires a few self-evident facts in advance and precautionary planning, like definition of areas of responsibility, including substitution arrangements, availability, etc., knowledge and sharing this knowledge in documentation, in acting as a team, processes that ensure interaction with as little friction as possible. Of course, the best process cannot replace knowledge and certainly no commitment and a sense of responsibility. But without processes, it is much more difficult to be able to act and be successful in preventing attacks or dealing with them, especially in critical situations. After all, you don't start building lifeboats and do an evacuation exercise when the ship is already sinking. We are therefore looking at the most important areas of protection: our infrastructure, our projects and our products, our customers and users, and our supply chain. Infrastructure. Vulnerabilities are reported every day, but not all of them are relevant to your own infrastructure. For example, if you don't run Microsoft Exchange servers or SAP systems, you don't have to worry about your own infrastructure if a vulnerability becomes known there. With Log4Shell, we were not quite sure, because not every product announces whether it uses Log4j or not. That's why we triggered an escalation process in our company when the Log4j incident happened. We formed a task force in our technical operations department. This task force immediately reviewed the status of any affected system with the highest priority. Luckily, none of our products and none of our internally or externally provided services were affected. What we did find, however, were Wi-Fi routers and individual switches. Our team patched these at a very short time, and we were able to continue our operations without major interruptions. Throughout the process, it helped. We created and audited an ISO-certified ISMS information security management system last year. As a result, we already have systematically dealt in advance with the cataloging of our systems and with any escalation processes that may be required, and have documented many things in this regard. Projects and products. Our teams reviewed our source codes and dependencies and determined that our own open source products and open source projects were not affected. Our feed team, providing the vulnerability tests, our production unit, packaging and delivering our systems to customers and to the community, our marketing unit, which coordinated and executed communications, and our information security officer, the manager of duty, who ensured that all stakeholders were coordinated and security objectives were met. Due to the serious nature of the incident, our top management was also involved. We have distinguished 3 phases in the process. Red, urgent activities available of key people outside regular working hours and on weekends, constant monitoring of sources. Yellow, processing of operations with priority, regular monitoring, partially increased availability. Green, wrap-up, clean-up, priority in the context of normal working hours. The red alert ran from Friday, 4 o'clock in the morning, until Monday, close of business. It was concluded with the provision of vulnerability tests to customers and community users. So roughly speaking, we had a week of escalation mode and then the usual diligence. Now let's talk how you can protect against vulnerabilities. There are currently hundreds of thousands of known vulnerabilities, varying in severity, impact on other components and distribution. Of course, not every vulnerability affects every system, and not every exploit of the vulnerability is equally relevant for the operators of systems. For example, if availability is particularly critical for some services, then a vulnerability that enables a denial of service attack is particularly relevant, even though it might not have access to data on the service. In other scenarios, availability failures are more tolerable, but access to data is not. However, there are a few fundamentally equally dangerous effects that apply to all services, such as the assumption of administrative rights, the infiltration of ransomware and the like, and especially dangerous, of course, vulnerabilities that allows malware like Trojans to infiltrate the system. Ultimately, vulnerabilities can and are used for economic damage, sabotage, manipulation, espionage, and surveillance. And I avoid the term cyberwar. What can I do preventively? How quickly can I react to threats, and how quickly am I able to restore safe operation capability in case of doubt? So why there are vulnerabilities at all? There are 4 reasons for this. Vulnerability arises due to configuration, unplanned interactions, programming errors, and faulty processes. Moreover, when vulnerabilities arise, they usually ignite further discussions that tend to be in the realm of programming language, operating system, and technology, even licensing. Unfortunately, another reason for vulnerabilities is bad faith. In a proprietary software, the vendor can put in all sorts of things, I don't know what. In open source, this is much more difficult to do, but it's not impossible. Nevertheless, the greater security of open source due to its possible auditability is a strong argument in favor of open source. The risk of detection is dramatically greater with open source. With highly secure applications, I can audit the entire tool chain if I want to and have the resources. especially where very common products are considered as standard, there's an implicit expectation that these are safe enough. After all, so many people use them. This expectation is not justified, on the contrary. Because particularly popular products are naturally also particularly popular targets for attacks, and very often we only know the functions of a software that are useful to us and know little about how it is created. Another implicit connection between popularity and vulnerability is products are particularly popular when they are particularly convenient. However, convenience and security must be weighted up carefully. Not every vulnerability enables convenience, but too much convenience also means greater vulnerability. Simple examples are convenient password or not using password managers or two-factor authentication. A more complex example is a high degree of integration with other systems, which is one of the reasons of the Log4j problem. Second, legacy systems. A not insignificant problem is the sometimes surprising lifetime of software systems. Despite significant advancement in software technology and programming languages over the past decades, many safety-critical areas still rely on legacy systems that were developed using insecure programming techniques or must be executed on an insecure basis. Third is innovation is faster than safety. Many systems are used in complex and critical infrastructures and are not easily replaceable due to the many players in the field of operation. At the same time, more and more of these systems are being networked for obvious advantages, so they are gaining new attack surfaces. This applies here only by way of example to fields of application as diverse as healthcare, industrial plants, or global trade. To give you an example, to make software for ships more secure, you have to talk to port authorities, ship owners, cruise lines, public administrations, custom authorities, importers, industry, insurance companies, and more. They all need to be involved, and they all have systems running. At the same time, new additions are making legacy systems more interconnected and thus more vulnerable. This is only meant to be an example for many networked scenarios and means for us, we will have to live with legacy systems and their vulnerabilities for a very long time. And networking with internet technologies and the Internet of Things doesn't make it easier, it makes it more challenging. Now let's talk about how do vulnerabilities become known. Vulnerabilities become public in a number of ways. Through an entry in a public vulnerability database, for example, at NIST or another cert, by publishing a manufacturer's advertisement, through direct publication of the finding people, through entries in a public bug tracker about different media, combinations of the above, or worst case, not at all. Of course, it makes sense to make the vulnerability public when it is also fixed or there are effective countermeasures. Otherwise, it would be an invitation to cybercriminals to spread exploit faster than the gaps can be closed. This kind of reporting process is also called responsible disclosure. In case of a vulnerability management at NIST, for example, the following process basically takes place. First, a vulnerability is reported. Second, it is given a unique identifier and entered into the database. Third, affected products are assigned. Fourth, the vulnerability is evaluated. Since new information usually keeps coming in, this is a cyclical process with constant change. Especially with new vulnerabilities, this can be really dynamic. In addition, there's a communication level, warning, support, and dealing with the respective vulnerability, etc. The most important information is the threat posed by the vulnerability. So how do I know how serious a vulnerability is? The common vulnerability scoring system and a corresponding calculator have been available since 2005. And this is the leading standard for uniformly evaluating security vulnerabilities. One of the reasons why evaluation is difficult is that vulnerabilities have a relevance that cannot be standardized, depending on the context in which they may occur. Nevertheless, the CVSS is the best attempt to provide an orientation here. So here's an example to help us understand the rating. Log4j, as already mentioned, had the top score of 10. And it is not every day that a vulnerability is rated like this. Note, the full evaluation scheme is even more complicated, but we see the most important part here. Below, we look shortly into this detail. The attack vector is network. This means vulnerabilities with the rating can be exploited remotely. Adjacent, the attack must originate from the same or physical logical network. Local, attackers must access the system locally or remotely via SSH or RDP. Or they must use social engineering or other techniques to trick unsuspecting users into helping with the exploit. Or physical, this type of attack requires attackers to physically interact with the target system. Second is complexity. Low, no specific preconditions for utilization are required, or high, there are conditions beyond the attacker's control to carry out a successful attack. Next is required privileges. So no privileges or special access rights are required to perform the attack. Low, attackers need basic user level privileges, or high, administrative or similar access rights are required for a successful attack. We've seen that the Log4j attack didn't require any privileges, which improved the rating. User interaction, no user interaction is required, or user action is required, like clicking on a link or do anything to make an exploit successful. A bit complicated is the attribute of area, which means that the exploited vulnerability can affect other systems too. This is the case with Log4j, for example, because it doesn't only affect Log4j, but the many other components which uses Log4j. So to get the highest score, you have to have a vulnerability which affect other systems. What is leaked in the end, or what is caused by the vulnerability, like confidentially, so the attackers have access to resources of the affected system, integrity, they can change data, availability, like DOS attacks, so the systems might be no longer available. All factors together lead to a rating. In this rating, I can determine that everything above the value of 7 is high and everything above a value of 9 is critical. The urgency with which I have to take care of a weak point depends on this rating, but of course also on my own specific circumstances. In the context of Log4j, a whole series of applications appeared relatively soon that claimed to detect the vulnerabilities in users' systems. And these tools usually worked. But they have fundamental advantages and disadvantages. Open source tools certainly have an advantage, as the source code can be checked in case of doubt. Ultimately, however, it's always a risk to use such tools if they do not come from a trustworthy source. Another thing is, it works with one vulnerability, but it's not very practical to chase every vulnerability with a dedicated tool, because there are too many vulnerabilities out there. So this is an advantage of vulnerability management products that cover many vulnerabilities and take care of new vulnerabilities that have become known. Again, open source products have a big advantage here because you let these tools query your systems, and so you should think about whether you want these from a proprietary software. All vulnerability scanners work in the same way. They make queries to systems and services and read from the responses what kind of systems and services these are, and also what products are behind them. They include information such as versions or even settings and other properties. In many cases, this makes it possible to determine whether a vulnerability exists and whether it already has been eliminated, maybe. In practice, these are sometimes very complicated and nested queries. But above all them, these are all very, very many queries. Entire networks are scanned for thousands of different vulnerabilities with hundreds of thousands of tests. What they do is, first you find physical and virtual hosts, you find the machines where the software runs on. Second, you find out which software runs on these hosts. Then you can scan this software for vulnerabilities. You can review the results and then create reports. You have to do this frequently to be on the safe side. It's always a cycle of scanning, patching, securing your configurations. And this, besides the good old backup thing, is the best you can do to make and run your system secure. There's no such thing than absolute protection. There will always be vulnerabilities and there will always be people to exploit them. Therefore, this helps. Be prepared. Know your risks, your possible weaknesses.
Oh dear, sorry all. I unintentionally chopped the last minute of that talk. Let me put it back. back in a moment.
Christmas with Log4j. The vulnerability learned through retros. Thank you for your attention. We are at the end of this talk. I hope that you could take something out. Otherwise, just mainly, I was happy to talk to you. Have a great time. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Okay. Sorry about the slightly undignified end to that talk. So now let me try and make Shinji back into a presenter, and let's see if we can get his microphone and speaker turned on. So Shinji, you now have presenter rights, but you are in as a listener only. At the bottom of your screen should be a white circle with a speaker in it. If you click it, there should be an option to turn on your microphone. Or you can reload, yes. All right, while he does that, where are we? So our next speaker is Shinji Inoki. He's a member of the LibreOffice Japanese team and a deputy of the membership committee of the Document Foundation. He focuses on organizing communities and events. His other community activities are that he's volunteer staff of the Japan Unix Society and of the Kansai Open Source and so forth. He'll be speaking to us today about how to use online office suites and data storage to protect your privacy. So, let's see if he's managed to get back in. All right, I guess we're going to have to pause for a moment while we wait. Oh, we do. I quite liked Elmer's talk. The sort of shocking set of interconnections that existed in Log4j with JNDI sort of makes sense when you look at them in retrospect, 8 years after the change was made. but at the time it seemed ridiculous that an attacker could put J&J access instructions into a HTTP request that would cause your app server to load remote code and run it. So it's an ongoing battle for all of us, I think, dealing with large, complicated assemblies of software. And actually, about half an hour, we'll have David Wheeler from OpenSSF talking to us about things that the OpenSSF is doing to help mid-sized and smaller open source projects to get better at this stuff. Oh dear, what's happened? Ah, Elmar is in the room. Elmar, would you like to comment on the question that was placed in the shared notes? And we still can't see Shinji. Oh dear. Yeah, audio's the question above. Yeah, so Elmar, the question was simply, most of us desktop users blindly install updates, and we consider that aggressive patching, which promptly protects us from security vulnerability, it also introduces vulnerabilities. Where would you say is the delicate balance we should strike? The answer is, I agree with you completely. Yes. Okay. For the benefit of those not looking, my comment back to Alvin was simply that although it does happen that security patching introduces new vulnerabilities, it's incredibly rare, but it's far, far more dangerous not to patch than it is to apply security patches quickly as they come in. The best thing to do is just turn on automatic patching and let the vendor do their job. In the meantime, we're back to Shinji. Shinji, you are in, you are a presenter, but you once again don't have microphone. It looks as though you've come in as a listener only. Oh, no. Would you like to share your screen, Shinji? Shinji, would you like to share your screen? Oh, no, here we go. Okay, you've got a camera, that's great. We'll still need a microphone from you. Yes, okay, showing the screen. Great. Now, down the bottom, see the... God, I can't read that. Somewhere down there should be an option. It's all in Japanese. I think it's that one. I think if you click the headphones, there's an option to turn on the microphone. Yeah, no, that's okay. It's not a problem with Ubuntu. You have entered the room as a listener, not as a speaker. So if you click on the headphone icon, there should be an icon there to turn your microphone on. I can't read what those words say. I'm sorry. Oh dear. Can you tell us, Shinji, when you click the headphone icon, what do the labels say? Can you translate those into English and put them into the chat? No, not there. No. Your Ubuntu audio isn't the problem. Your problem is that you are in Big Blue Button as a listener, not as a speaker. So it's a Big Blue Button you have to fix. If you click the headphone icon down the bottom, okay, try again. Ah,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, so I have in fact already introduced you, so please feel free to commence your presentation immediately. Thank you.
Okay, so upload or not?
You can just share your screen.
Okay, share screen.
Or you can upload, whichever you prefer. If you click on, if you want to upload, there's the plus button to the bottom left.
Okay, so upload and so upload.
Okay. Didn't quite work. Somewhere in Plus, you've got to tell it you want to show the presentation.
This?
I can't read Japanese. Yeah, you're right. Push that. Okay. It should. No, it's not working. All right. What happens if you stop sharing your screen?
Okay, so I will try to.
Yeah, do it that way. Okay.
So, okay.
Let's get loss of control. Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now, let's start.
Go ahead.
So, okay. Thank you. Sorry for trouble. I'm Shinji Enoki, and from Japan. This talk is how to use online Office suite and data storage to protect your privacy. And so, this talk has 3 topics. Firstly, summarize data privacy risk and needs. And second, solutions in the area of file sharing and editing, LibreOffice and Carbon Online and Nextcloud. And thirdly, so how to build Nextcloud and Carbon Online. And I'm mainly active in LibreOffice and Japanese team, and so membership committee of TDF. And so other committee is, for example, so Japan Unix Society and more. Okay. And live in Nishinomiya City, Japan, in the Kansai area. Osaka and Kobe in the middle. Okay. And so, first topic. So, data and privacy risk. So, we are increasing using cloud service. So many cloud services. And so, it's a very convenient and so many benefits. However, it became difficult to manage our data. So there is a need to identify, to assess risks. And growing risks and needs. Some case is risk of loss of control. So reason is from the service providers, not only big tech. And so other case is government site. And so user privacy needs and compliance. So privacy culture and so laws different from country to country. So making it difficult to the response. And so it's also moving, such changing, so must be agile. And so illegal, of course, illegal attack, but so this talk is so out of scope. And so risk of risk control, and so they control your availability and usability, or so functionality, or so it's a trade-off. So engineering cost or time vs control. So mostly you need to the best combination. So private cloud and public cloud, or also on-premise. So now we are open source people, and we want to use open source. But so it brings great benefit to non-open source lovers as well. The first benefit, easy to control, transparent. But so this case is so transparent, and so active community is key. So not transparent case is control is not easy. And second case is easy to validate products, because so the same as a production environment is immediately available, and may not be a trade-off. So good open source solution will greatly reduce the cost of self-hosting, and simple or match your needs, or popular important. Okay. So, and additional information. So sometimes people talk the digital sovereignty. So this is difficult, the word. And the term digital sovereignty is used mainly in Europe. So I have come to here in Japan as well, but not yet common. So my understanding is that there is a mixing industrial policy towards big tech, and for example Google or Facebook, and protecting citizens' privacy, and democracy controlling privacy. So concept is mixing, and this is probably a new concept, but it was redefined as a new term because of the importance this is a theme. Okay, and second topics. And LibreOffice or Collabora Online or Nextcloud world. So online file sharing or editing area. So collaboration work is progress as all over the world, because now COVID situation. And URI-based online file sharing is becoming more and more important. And collaborate editing is also important. Now, Nextcloud plus Global Online is mostly typical open source combination is this area. And Nextcloud is very famous and so simple and so powerful file sharing and file storage. And Collabora Online is a so collaborative edit on the web. And this is so LibreOffice based online office suite. And Nextcloud is a so many so function. So file management, web-based file management and sharing, but not only so web browser. You can use so WebDAV and folder-based sharing, so also possible. And so single sign-on and so file access control or sync with mobile and apps and PC client. And so many various apps. And calendar, email client, task management, chat or video conference, including from the beginning. So file sharing, so case is also very easy to control. Some cases also allow editing, check or file download, password protect, so you can checking and you can allow. And Collabora Online, so starting very easy. So you can click the so file name area and so started. So use case is many cases, but so from large enterprise to home or and individual users. In Japan, use case I hear the so university case used by so 35,000 people. Very biggest use case. And personal use is many people using the personality. For example, so Japanese so Linux users group people. And in my case, think email file and Android pictures, not only document file. This is a so university, so sorry, this is a so Japanese, and so from the Yana-san. So the presentation. And so other case is my I'm active in the so Japan Unix Society. It's also Unix community. Unix users group. For very long time, so active the society. And this case edit the bulletin using Collabora Online. One ODF file was edited almost same time by 4 people for about so maybe 2 hours. So very hard. So some of the function did not work well, but so the work went very well. Very easy to use. This file is so. And so some people is so copy and paste in the so from the email. And so editing the changing real time. So editing it's very hard. but so almost okay. And so desktop and online. Okay. So LibreOffice on PC and so Collabora Online have the same rendering result. So firstly, I created the template file in LibreOffice and also synchronize using Nextcloud. So very easy to synchronize. And so one point, so be careful, don't so edit Collabora Online when client thinks. So Collabora Online will detect it and reload the file. Okay. Third topic. So how to build Nextcloud and Collabora Online. So it's a time is very short. It's also please checking the website, but so very easy to install to the Nextcloud. So some options, so Snap or Docker or virtual machine or archive file. Maybe I recommend that so Snap or Docker is very easy. I mainly use so Snap. Okay. But so Snap is not flexible. Yeah. If you want to the scale, you can use so another solution, another install option. And Collabora Online install. So include in Nextcloud Hub. However, it's app image. So difficult to add fonts. So Japanese fonts or Asian fonts, not including. I not recommend for the Asian people. I recommend so binary from the Collabora repository. So dev package or RPM package. And you can check the Collabora site. And this case is Debian package case. And import key and so repository, adding the repository and so apt install and configuration. So it's some cases difficult is so SSL or so settings. So and reverse proxy setting. You can so check the website and Collabora website. And so sometimes so confused that so Nextcloud App Store has two apps. And Nextcloud Office is a plugin for the Collabora Online. You need to install this plugin. And Collabora in build code server. This is a app image version. And code is a Collabora Online development edition. Okay. So and so finally so installed and so set up to the on the Nextcloud so administrator and click the Office and so you can check the built-in server or your own server and URL. it's finished. So server location is so Nextcloud and Collabora Online can be separate servers. Collabora Online can be so scaled with HA proxy. So and easy to combine private cloud and public cloud or on-premise. So, for example, so use Collabora Online and HPLC to scale in the public cloud. So, is this combination is best? I don't know. So, this is also very common tool and may not be as effective as detected tools. So Microsoft Office file can be read and written, but not perfectly on the same level as LibreOffice. And on the other hand, so compatibility with LibreOffice is basically perfect if the same fonts are installed. Okay, and conclusion. And privacy risk and needs are increasing now. Assessing with data or systems should be controlled is important. And so you can create a collaborative work environment using Nextcloud and Collabora Online. And so you can support innovation by providing collaborate environment while considering the trade-off between control and cost. Okay. And so related talks at FOSSASIA. So in our opinion, is talks are already done and LibreOffice technology. And so today's talk is Michael Mix. He is Collabora productivity. And so tomorrow is Frank Karliczek and Nextcloud CEO. You can check. Okay, and finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Shinji.
Thank you.
Yeah, you touched on a sort of fairly important topic that we're all starting to feel tense about, that Microsoft and Google and Apple and others are running up control of everything, which I touched on my talk in an hour's time. So yes, I think the fact that it is now becoming realistic to do a lot of this work with stuff that's not hosted with the big guys is great news. I don't think we had any questions, but there are a few comments from Norihiko in the public chat. I don't know if you want to address those. In fact, it's the same question. It's the apparently Collabora OpenOffice is the only online suite that will do that will write Japanese vertically. Like even Office 365 won't do this. Is that?
Yes. Firstly, so vertical writing. So Google is but not supported vertical writing, but so Collabora supported vertical writing because using backend is LibreOffice. Yeah, very easy to.
Excellent capability. Okay, we're now at 3 minutes to the hour, so I'd like to get the next speaker underway. So thank you again, and please stay around for some of the other talks on privacy and security.
Thank you.
David, you're in the room. Let me make you the presenter. Can I ask you please to turn on your camera and maybe your microphone? Yeah, learning is difficult for everyone. David, step one, perhaps turn on your camera. Or maybe not. We seem to be having trouble getting people successfully operating with their cameras and microphones. David, if you're actually paying, there you are, hello. You should be able to turn on your camera already. Now, the microphone is going to be slightly more complicated. Near the bottom of the screen, you should see a button or a circle with a headphone or speaker in it. If you click that, well, there you go. Yep, okay, so the headphone thing, if you click that, you should get an option to enable your microphone. There you go. Right, while David is dancing with Big Blue Button, I shall introduce him. His professional interests focus on computer security, especially in developing secure software, FOSS, improving software development practices and standards. He's the director of open source supply chain security at the Linux Foundation and an adjunct professor at the George Mason University Department of Computer Science. He is part of the open source supply chain security group at Linux Foundation, I mentioned that, and he will be speaking to us on improving open source software security. And if we've been incredibly lucky, that was just enough time to get your microphone working. You're still muted. You are still muted. No, not your operating system. In Big Blue Button, there's a very close to the headphone button you clicked to enable your microphone. You'll find the microphone is muted. Sorry, in your browser. Yes, I beg your pardon.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Congratulations.
All right. Technical problems, always such fun. We did actually check this all out earlier.
Testing helps, but it doesn't quite eliminate, as indeed I imagine we're about to discuss. David,
can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can
Yes.
you see me? Can you see my slides?
We can see improving open source software security. Yes, with
Fantastic.
blue spiderwebs. Take it away.
Thank you so very much. So I understand I have about 25 minutes, and I'm here to talk about improving open source software security. I can't actually see the questions right while I'm presenting, so why don't we hold questions to the end, and I'll give my presentation, and I'm going to try to leave a little time for questions. Does that seem fair enough?
Yeah, the plan, so people who are participating are invited to enter their questions in the shared notes session rather than interrupt you, so that you can then address them at your convenience at the end. So yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So as the title slide says, I'm at the Linux Foundation. My title says I'm the Director of Open Source Supply Chain Security. So I hopefully don't need to do much of a pitch here about the value of open source software, but I think it's useful to show some numbers about how critical open source software is today. Synopsys did a study finding that about 98% of both general code bases and Android apps contained open source software. There's variations depending on your data sources, but more recent data suggests that anywhere between 70 to 90% of software, once you open it up, look inside, is in fact open source software, even if, say, the application itself isn't. And the use of open source software components is increasing. Only back in 2016, Synopsys found an average of 84 open source components. By 2020, it had risen to 528. And of course, we know how averages work. That's just the average. That means that many are more. But of course, once you have a lot of software, unfortunately, the attackers come. And this is not an open source unique problem. All software is under attack. Directly via its vulnerabilities in production and operation, but also through its supply chains. Attackers are attacking the way that software is developed and distributed, built and distributed. And so these are just some images of some of the examples of important, well-known vulnerabilities. Heartbleed and shell shock, the SolarWinds, the attack on the SolarWinds build system. It's a real thing. And I think it's sometimes helpful to step back and look at how software is developed to answer the question, well, how is software attacked? And in particular, I want to talk a little bit about the building and packaging of software, because attackers are increasingly not just attacking the software where it's deployed, but they're going back and attacking how it's built, how it's packaged, because if they can slip in there, they gain control over all the deployments, for example. Now, here's the sad truth. There is no silver bullet. There's no one thing you can do to eliminate all security problems, both in deployment, basically all the way through. The reality is that you really need different kinds of countermeasures for different issues. And some people have commented about the things I'm going to show you about some of the things that OpenSSF and other folks are doing, saying, well, why do you have all these different things going on? And the answer is because there are many different kinds of attacks, and so we need to counter them, and you need different measures to counter different kinds of attacks. So one organization that I particularly want to focus on today is a group called the Open Source Security Foundation. That's a foundation within the Linux Foundation. For those of you who aren't familiar, the Linux Foundation is essentially a foundation that creates foundations. Create foundations for a number of different tasks. But this particular foundation is particularly focused on improving security of open source software. Its tagline, in fact, for the Open Source Security Foundation is securing the open source ecosystem. And it's a little bit of a challenge to get your hand over all the different things that the Open Source Security Foundation is doing. So here, let me just show you a quick org chart that kind of gives you a lay of the land. Like most Linux foundations, there's a governing board. It decides where money goes. Then there's a technical advisory council. These do go by different names within the Linux Foundation, but they oversee the technical decisions. Most of the work within the Open Source Security Foundation happens within working groups. There are 6 working groups right now. There's a 7th one in formation that I think is going to become a 7th working group. And they basically focus on different areas. The best practices working group understandably focuses on developing best practices, promulgating best practices. Vulnerability disclosures, how do you disclose vulnerabilities, fix them quickly. Identifying security threats is probably the strangest named group. They focus on metrics and how do we identify software that's more or less secure. Security tooling, improving tools. Supply chain integrity, how do we make sure that that supply chain diagram that I just showed you is kept integral. And securing critical projects, identifying what's the most critical projects so that we can focus resources on them. Now I'm going to show you basically those two overlaid. Basically that simple, how does software get developed through source repositories, built, packaged. And there's a huge number of different projects that the OpenSSF does. I've got little color codings in the bottom. But fundamentally, the Open Source Software Foundation has a large number of different projects, all focused on different parts of these processes. I'm going to talk about a couple of them. I could, but I'm not going to try to discuss them all. But what I want to really show with this picture is that, in fact, there's a number of different projects, each of them focused on different aspects. Okay. I'm also going to at least briefly talk about a few others, but I do want to make it clear that not all security work, even just within the Linux Foundation, is within the OpenSSF. There's a large number of other related projects that are doing really interesting things and are doing important things for security. Goodness gracious, there's a long list. I'm just looking at here, things like Let's Encrypt, currently the world's largest certificate authority. There's a lot of other things that are going on. I just don't have time to talk about today. All right. So I am often asked, hey, I'm a developer. I develop open source software. What in the world do I need to do? So let me make a quick pitch on a couple specific projects, and then I'm going to talk about some of them. What should I do? What could I do? Well, first of all, most software developers are not told how to develop secure software. So please take a course. We have a free course on how to develop secure software. There's the link right there. It costs you nothing to take, nothing to get a certificate. If you use the LF training platform, it's also available on the edX platform. If you're an open source software project, try to get an OpenSSF best practices badge. There's a link right there. Use a lot of tools to find vulnerabilities through your CI pipeline. There's a lot of different tools. None of them are perfect. None of them guarantee to find all the problems. Almost all of them will have what's called false positives. They'll find something, but in your particular context, it's not a serious problem. That said, it's really important to have tools in your CI pipeline because it's not possible to depend only on manual processes at today's scale. Monitor for the known vulnerabilities in the components you depend on. Most softwares, in fact, other people's software components that you're reusing. And so, since that's where most of the functionality is, you need to monitor those and to rapidly update. And of course, that means you need to make sure you're prepared to rapidly update when there's a vulnerability found in them. Use package managers, use automated tests. Evaluate before you even select your dependencies. And make it easy for your users to update. And of course, continuously improve. The attackers are always getting better. So I mentioned earlier that course, it's basically a set of 3 courses. It's free. It's not a huge time commitment. It's split into 3 parts: requirements, design, and reuse. And a lot of courses that talk about developing secure software don't talk about reuse, which I think is unfortunate because that's key today. Of course, implementing the software, verifying other more specialized topics, take you about approximately 16 hours, 14 to 18 hours to go through, and you can go at it. It's all completely online. You can go through it at your own pace. It teaches the fundamentals, things like the design principles, how to use accept lists to constrain your inputs, the most common kinds of vulnerabilities and how to prevent them, how to harden things. In fact, the text is also available under an open license, the CC BY license. And this is actually a project within the OpenSSF, specifically the Best Practices Working Group. So there's a URL. We'd be delighted for everybody to take that course. Next up, I mentioned earlier the OpenSSF Best Practices Badge. What is that? Well, it's a system for identifying best practices for open source software projects. The goal overall is to encourage projects to take steps to increase the likelihood of better quality in general and security specifically. So things like you've got to use HTTPS, you've got to have an automated test suite, you've got to use at least one static code analysis tool. Publish how people can report vulnerabilities to you, because even if you take good steps, mistakes can happen. So you need to make it easy for people to report a vulnerability. If an open source software meets best practices criteria according to certain rules, it earns a badge. There's actually 3 badge levels: passing, silver, and gold. We'd certainly like people to get the higher levels, the silver or even gold, but even getting passing is important. And it's a combination of self-certification and automated checks. You can think of it as a form you look at, you answer some questions. We try to automatically fill those in where we can. And those answers are posted publicly so people can check them out for themselves. There's thousands of participating projects, and you can see the current statistics at that URL there. And again, see that URL there to go get yourself a badge. One of the more recent activities in the Open Source Software Foundation, I'm sorry, the Open Source Security Foundation, I keep making that mistake, sorry about that, is something called the Alpha Omega project. And this has gotten a lot of interest because this is, I think, this is something new and I think very, very interesting. It's funded by a few large organizations. Well, I can name specifically, this is actually funding from Google and Microsoft, although certainly more is of interest. And it's got 2 parts, Alpha and Omega. On the Alpha side, the goal is to identify a few of the most critical open source projects and then go interact with them directly, work with those maintainers. What are your needs? And then help that specific project identify, fix security vulnerabilities, and work at improving their overall security posture to make future vulnerabilities less likely. On the Omega side is focused more on a much larger set, say the top, I'm going to approximate number 10,000 projects, and focusing much more on applying automated security analysis, but then having people look at those tool reports, figuring out what's real, and working with those communities to get them fixed. We're actually hiring. So if you're interested in working full-time on improving the security of open source software projects, come talk to us. Go to that URL, okay? So now how can you help? If you're interested in this Alpha Omega project, you know, 2 of the things you can do, frankly, would be working with the OpenSSF Securing Critical Projects Working Group, because that group's trying to identify the most critical open source projects, which then feeds into this. And of course, the Best Practices Working Group is working to identify and improve best practices, which we hope to then help important projects apply. And you can go to that URL about Alpha Omega to learn more. Let me talk briefly about a couple other projects that I think are really interesting. One is SigStore. The technology to do signing and to do cryptographic signing or digital signing and verification of those signatures has been around for decades. But here's the problem. Just because it exists doesn't mean it's practical for use. A lot of people have tried to do cryptographic signing and have found that signing, and particularly its verification, is too hard to apply in a practical sense. So a vast amount of open source software is not signed. And that's a potential problem. And so SigStore is a relatively new project with the idea of making cryptographic signing and verification of those signatures much, much easier. It takes a very different approach to it. The idea is that it makes it easy for people to sign code and then verify them. In particular, it uses a transparency log to make it transparent what's been signed, and then it also enables monitoring of activity to monitor those signatures. Second, supply chain levels for software artifacts, SALSA. This is basically, if you like, it's a spec of various good activities to increase the integrity of the build and distribution processes to counterattacks on those processes. It's got 4 levels, anywhere from basic protection all the way up to maximum protection. The idea is that, you know, we want people to apply different practices that will counter a huge number of attacks there. Now, if you're a user of open source software, remember I showed earlier a list of, hey, how do you develop open source software? Well, frankly, if you're considering the use of open source software, say bringing it in as a dependency, there's things you can do. And the simplest and most obvious one is to look for evidence that the developers are working to make it secure. Looking for badges, looking for security tools, looking for documentation on why it's secure. Look at its docs, by the way. Is it easy to use securely? If you have to do a lot of configuration to make it secure and by default it's insecure, that's probably a dangerous component to use. Is it maintained? Does it have significant use? Now, I have to be careful here. Just because a big company uses a component does not mean it's the right component for you. I always worry about fads in the world of software. They use it, so I should use it. No, not necessarily. However, if there are no users, that probably means there are no reviewers, and that makes it a higher risk. That doesn't make it useless, but it does mean you may need to check it more carefully. What's the license? If it's important, what's your own evaluation? And did you acquire it, download it securely? In particular, one of the most common kinds of attacks on open source software is something called typo squatting, creating projects with almost the right name. So before you bring in a project, double check its name. Take you 10 seconds to just double check, did you type the name incorrectly? And yet that can eliminate one of the most common kinds of attacks. So let me try to close up here by saying, basically, if you're interested in improving open source software security, get involved. There's a lot of different projects and foundations. I've mentioned in particular the Open Source Software Foundation, which has a lot of projects within it. There's a number of other projects. SPDX is an international standard for software bill of materials that helps people know what is in the software that they're using or thinking about using. I've already mentioned SigStore. There's many other projects, foundations, all involved in improving open source software security. By all means, if you're interested in any of these, get involved. If you're interested in improving the security of a particular project, get involved in that particular project, help it improve its security. The world is made by the people who show up. And so please, I encourage you, if you have any interest, show up, just learn what's going on. Get involved. I think you'll be glad you did, and the world will be a better place for it. So thank you very much. I'm going to stop there and try to answer some questions.
I'm a bit embarrassed to say I'm the only person who seems to have asked questions, which, given that we're in the security track, is a bit strange. Never mind.
Well, yes, but it's fine. So feel free to ask. So we have one question, you said?
I've put forward two, actually. One was I was interested in a little more detail on the 4 levels, what the criteria are for the 4 levels for SLSA. You said just sort of basic, some, more, and maximum. And secondly, I've had words to that effect on your slide. I assume there's more somewhere.
Yes.
And the other is
okay. So how's this? Let me answer one question at a time because it's easier for my brain. Okay. I see that time is running out. So what I can tell you is go to slsa.dev, the website. It will actually tell you exactly what's in those 4 levels. Now, one thing I didn't perhaps make so clear is SLSA is currently at version 0.1. That doesn't mean you can't use it. You absolutely can, because it's not actually code. It's a set of, here are some good practices that we think are really going to be helpful. So really, right, the current SLSA is based on current practices by one particular company, but the goal is to, so it's practical in the sense that people have already been doing those practices. However, we want to make sure that they apply to everybody and that the criteria are clearer, and maybe they need to be refined, maybe some need to be removed, maybe there's some good ideas from others. So Can you use salsa today? Absolutely. And by the way, that's how it's pronounced. SLSA is pronounced salsa. So can you use it today? Absolutely. It's simply a bunch of ideas. But the reason for the 0.1 is we want to refine it before we declare it's done. We know there are some refinements. Okay, second question, and I know we're running out of time.
That's okay. Firstly, I'm both the moderator and the next speaker, so I'm willing to
I'm
allow.
going to steal from your time.
We're going to slack. Well, you know, I'm on in 7 minutes. So we've got a little bit of room. Something that I'm sort of intrigued for perhaps a hot take on. There's been a very recent surge of intentional malware inserted in open source projects by the developers, not by third parties. Toxic repos currently lists, as of this moment, 335 GitHub repos that contain malware that's intended to do harm to computers or users located in Russia. We can perhaps reasonably understand the motivations, however.
I can understand the motivation. I don't approve, but I mean, that's I certainly understand. I understand.
What could possibly go wrong?
Right. I mean, there are humanitarian groups in Russia, and there are groups who are, there are various groups that are trying to do good things, and I am not someone who, so yes. There's actually various issues here. I mean, yes, obviously world events matter, but I'll also note that there was a survey. I think it was Sonotype identified in last year. There was a surge of something like 650% increase in supply chain attacks, and that was before the Ukrainian-Russia issue. There was an EU study, and I've forgotten its name offhand. I can go dig it up later if someone wants me to. But they made an interesting speculation that I think actually has some legs, which is that the good news is a number of projects have been improving their security. They have, not saying that's everybody, but a number of projects have started to have people learn how to develop secure software, have started to add tools, working on things like badges. And I should have mentioned scorecards. OpenSSF scorecards is another way to measure software, look for best practices. And, no one best practice instantly solves all problems in deployment, but each one can help. And as a result, the attackers are starting in some cases to struggle. And you also have developers, of course, sometimes having ire, which is, I think, adding fuel to the flame. But even before that, you had increasingly attackers attacking the supply chain, which is why over the last few years, you're seeing more and more interest in protecting the supply chain as well. Things like Salsa, where I want to protect my build environment, my build processes. I want to protect the repositories. I think eventually we're going to see more and more use of verified reproducible builds. Those kinds of attacks, build attacks are less common, but they have increased. So we need to counter all those things. Malicious individual developers. All those things can be countered. Frankly, the biggest risk for malicious developers is single person projects. So the more we have projects that are managed by multiple people so that there's someone else reviewing actively. I'm not saying that eliminates all problems, because obviously multiple people can work together to do bad things, but that does act as a protection. Sorry?
The odds of unanimity get worse as the group gets bigger.
That's exactly. Yes, that's.
You're going to have one developer who says, no, it's not okay to put malware in here. To get the whistle. Yeah, so that's a valid point. I hadn't thought about it. One other question.
Sure,
before we do get it up from Joel, plans for Salsa certification?
Let's see here. I know it has been discussed. I think at this point, the focus has been moving from 0.1 to 1.0, if you will. It has been mooted, but I think currently, there's been more of a focus of just getting the spec right, and also there's been some efforts of having some worked examples. There's already a worked example of, here's a process which actually does this. Here's the tools we used. For Salsa, we've been trying to make sure that it's tool agnostic. You don't have to use a particular tool or repository. You don't have to be on GitHub. No, you don't have to use some tool to implement. That said, it's helpful to have a work example of, hey, here's how we managed to do all these things. And that way, that's been more of the focus than the certification, but I can easily see that coming down the road.
That's an interesting puzzle. Looked at things like 27,000 certification, where you straight away get into sort of the economic interests of the auditor, and the only way to solve that is an enormous amount of paperwork. And it's like, so it's good.
No,
but
I don't agree that that's the only way. Yeah, I don't agree that that's the only way. I'm a big believer. If you see in the works that there are pros and cons. There are advantages and disadvantages to different approaches, and so I think one of the challenges for open source software in particular is people have limited time. A lot of these folks don't have unlimited budgets. So here, filling in these thousands of pages of paperwork is not a practical approach to improving the security of open source software. I'm not sure it ever worked, but it's
practical
not practical regardless.
It's a permanent struggle to have the process not kill the organization. Thank you so much. This has been very much appreciated. I had hoped perhaps to have a few more questions, but I will take the opportunity to say to everyone in the room, of which there appear to be at least 45 people, in addition to the 400 odd in China and an even larger number in India, please take this stuff seriously. OpenSSF has put up some fantastic resources, mostly free. Please educate yourselves and your peers.
Yeah.
And yes, I mean, like, it's good to talk about it. Please start doing it. It's now been made about as easy as it's ever going to get. And we are under very real attack all the time, and it's getting worse sort of month by month. So it's sort of, I feel wise to, if you haven't started now, here's a really good way to do it. Thank you again. I shall now take the floor. And
Thank you so much.
At the risk of inviting the wrath of the gods, I am going to attempt to actually use the presentation mechanism in the way that it's designed to be used. So give me a moment whilst I upload my presentation. Hong Fook, if you're in the room and wish to introduce me, this would be a good time. Okay, so I've uploaded. It's converting. Oh God, I don't know if you can see it. Page 15 of 25. Oh, look at that. Okay, it really works. All right. Hong Fook is here. Do you want to turn on your camera and mic? Hong Fook, did you want to turn on your camera and mic? Oh dear. All right. In that case, I shall self